The meager viewership numbers for the web novel, a single view per episode, flashed before Kim Dokja's eyes, fueling his frustration. He considered it a masterpiece, a sentiment expressed internally with disbelief. A profound understanding then struck him, a sudden, clarifying insight. "I had no idea," he breathed, the words a testament to the momentous revelation that the fictional world he had devoured was now his reality. The subsequent moments were marked by a palpable shock, hinting at a plan forming within his mind, a response to this extraordinary turn of events. Kim Dokja finished the web novel, the final words blurring into a disoriented "wyiw" as comprehension dawned. A stunned silence followed, the world around him fading to a blank canvas mirroring the turmoil within. His face, etched with disbelief and a dawning terror, betrayed the monumental shift in his reality. The web novel, a familiar companion for 10 years, was no longer fiction, it was his present, his terrifying, inescapable reality. This is actually happening, he thought. The web novel, it's real. The world dissolved into a chaotic jumble of letters, it irek mat xc me, mirroring the turmoil within Kim Dokja's mind. A gradual dawning of comprehension followed, a slow unfolding of reality that defied logic. The weight of it settled upon him, a profound understanding crystallized, the narrative he alone had consumed for a decade had transmuted into tangible existence. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark visual representation of his solitary burden, the profound shock of this impossible transformation from fiction to reality. Kim Dokja witnessed a cataclysmic event outside his window, a horrifying mirror of a scene from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, the web novel he'd devoured for a decade. Disbelief warred with dawning horror as the impossible truth crashed down upon him, the fiction had become reality. Further observation solidified his terrifying understanding, the apocalypse was unfolding before his eyes. Fear and panic surged as he grasped his unique position, the sole possessor of the future's grim secrets. Frantically, he searched for a specific item, a crucial object detailed in the novel. Finding it, a blend of grim determination and overwhelming dread etched itself onto his features. This was the beginning. He gazed out at the unfolding devastation, a resolute figure facing an insurmountable challenge, a single vow echoing in his heart: he would survive. Kim Dokja, eyes fixed on his computer screen displaying the familiar interface of his beloved web novel, felt a surge of anxiety. A countdown, or perhaps a loading screen, flickered in his peripheral vision. His hands, trembling slightly, hovered above the final chapter. The anticipation was palpable, a nervous hesitation evident in his posture. He confessed to himself, in a silent whisper of disbelief, "I can't believe it's the final episode. I'm too nervous to even open it." The title, Unread Episode 3149 CO, partially visible, hinted at the momentous occasion. This stark announcement was, however, immediately disrupted by a jumble of nonsensical letters, ODEMNQ, a visual representation of the chaotic thoughts swirling within him as he braced himself for the unknown. His hands, still poised above the final chapter, remained frozen, a testament to the profound apprehension and eager anticipation battling within him. The weight of revelation settled upon Kim Dokja. He grasped the horrifying truth: 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, his beloved web novel, had transitioned from fiction to brutal reality. The chilling implication followed swiftly: he alone possessed the foreknowledge of the world's imminent demise. A stunned silence enveloped him, a period of contemplation born from the terrifying singularity of his understanding. A fragmented gasp, a mere "a," escaped his lips, mirroring the shock that threatened to overwhelm him as the full weight of his unique burden pressed down. As the clock ticked towards 6:50 p.m., Kim Dokja, nearly finished with Chapter 21 of the web novel, immersed himself in the narrative. He concluded the final chapter of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, Chapter 27 of 27, the author's reassuring words of survival echoing in his mind. Afterwards, a quiet contemplation settled upon him. He considered his own customary introduction, "I'm Dokja," and the frequent misinterpretations it elicited. Yusenga's inquiry about his sibling status prompted Kim Dokja to clarify that her question missed the mark entirely. Her confusion was palpable as he revealed the true target of his cryptic remark, his own name, Dokja Kim. A wave of introspection washed over him. He mused that perhaps this moniker, this simple collection of syllables, was a curse, a harbinger of the persistent solitude that had been his constant companion. 28 years had passed, marked by graduation from a less than prestigious university and a current position as a contractor for a major corporation's subsidiary. His life, he reflected, remained devoid of meaningful romantic connections, further solidifying his conviction. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows as Kim Dokja, homeward bound, was unexpectedly accosted by his colleague, Usanga. He confirmed his destination, attributing his good fortune to his team manager's absence on a business trip. A quiet surprise washed over him. Sanga's popularity was well known. His thoughts drifted to her recent promotion, imagining a throng of men eager to offer her a ride home. The conversation shifted. He revealed his bicycle had been stolen, forcing this unusual commute. He spoke of long overtime hours, using the cycling as both exercise and, he intimated, for personal reasons. Kim Dokja, seated on the subway car, observed Usanga nearby. He acknowledged her striking appearance, a fact readily apparent up close, yet dismissed any romantic notion. Their lives, he reflected, were fundamentally different. He then clarified that his unusual commute that day was unrelated to her presence. His gaze drifted back to her, noting her diligent study of Spanish even amidst the transit chaos, an impressive dedication, he mused, truly exceptional. Their conversation began when she inquired about his reading material. Usanga then excitedly declared her own love for novels, readily listing Murakami Haruki, Raymond Carver, Hong Kong, and others amongst her favored authors, before finally requesting the name of his favorite writer. Kim Dokja, engrossed in the digital pages of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, observed the steadily climbing view count on his phone. The novel's summary, a testament to his long engagement, flashed before him. He admitted, though not without a hint of self-deprecation, that his unusual pastime was now more relevant than ever. This was no ordinary day, for the world outside had become a reflection of the apocalyptic fiction he'd consumed for a decade. 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, or TWSA as he affectionately shortened it, had been his constant companion since 8th grade, a source of solace during the harsh realities of schoolyard bullying and the disappointment of his college entrance exam results. He confessed the story held a unique significance, a sentiment underscored by the ever-increasing number of readers now discovering its compelling narrative. This was more than just a web novel, it was a deeply personal chronicle interwoven with the fabric of his life. The grim memories of his compulsory military service, a time marked by relentless misfortune, washed over Kim Dokja. He then abruptly shifted his focus to the present, a weary sigh escaping his lips as he muttered about the futility of it all. His thoughts drifted to the impending conclusion of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, a bittersweet ache settling in his chest at the prospect of bidding farewell to this fictional world he'd inhabited for so long. The sheer scale of the novel, a staggering 3,149 episodes, and the decade he dedicated to following its intricate plot, underscored its profound impact on his life. Yet, a shadow of sadness accompanied this fondness. He remembered the once thronging crowds of readers, the initial 1,200 views of the first chapter dwindling to a mere 12 by the 50th. The final image, a stark page displaying a single comment and a single view for episode 12G, served as a poignant reminder of the novel's lonely, quiet end. The weight of the past year settled on Kim Dokja's shoulders. He remembered his fervent wish to support the author of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, a desire thwarted by his meager finances. A grateful comment was all he could offer. Attempts to share the novel's brilliance with others had been met with scorn. He'd been dismissed as an attention seeker, the cruelty of their words stinging still. To escape this painful memory, he shifted the conversation, marking the anniversary of his and his colleagues' employment. They exchanged reminiscences about their initial anxieties, the uncertainties of that first year now a shared history. The looming expiration of their contracts hung in the air between them, a silent pressure. A sudden memory flickered. Yusanga's well-deserved promotion to a full-time position just last month. Yusanga, offering a belated congratulations, explained the delay with her still unfinished performance review. Kim Dokja, in turn, privately admired her, the comparison to a novel's heroine readily forming in his mind. He pondered her unwavering dedication and relentless work ethic, a stark contrast to his own life, intrinsically linked to his immersive habit of reading web novels. The thought of revealing the name of his preferred application briefly crossed his thoughts. A subtle shift, a fleeting passage of time, marked a turning point in Kim Dokja's internal landscape. The question, "Have I been the protagonist?" echoed in his mind, a silent query born of introspection. Further moments of transition followed, culminating in a reassuring statement to Yusanga, "It's okay, Sanga." This followed an unrecorded exchange, likely pertaining to an unnamed application. He dismissed any further discussion of the app's identity with the dismissive statement, "It wouldn't matter if you told me the name of the app or not." Finally, with newfound resolve, Kim Dokja declared his independence, his voice firm, "I have to live my own life." Yusanga's vibrant pronouncements on seizing life's opportunities filled the air, but Kim Dokja, harboring a quiet desire for solitude, internally resolved to navigate his own path. He offered a brief, unconvincing agreement, effectively silencing her effusive chatter. A subtle shift in focus followed, and then, a message arrived. A simple thank you, from TLS 123, the author of his beloved web novel, filled the screen, a stark contrast to the previous exchange, and held his attention completely. Gratitude poured from TLS 123's message to Kim Dokja, the author celebrating a contest victory fueled by the novel's unexpected success. Kim Dokja's surprise was palpable, his question about the very existence of such a competition hanging in the air. Nearby, Yusanga voiced a similar curiosity, her inquiry about the nature of this obscure contest adding to the growing intrigue. TLS 123 revealed it to be a small, virtually unknown event, then dropped a bombshell. 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse was transitioning to paid content, beginning that very day with the epilogue. A final, unexpected offer followed, a special gift in exchange for Kim Dokja's email address. The revelation left Kim Dokja lost in thought, his mind already racing with the implications for the world to come. A wave of astonishment washed over Kim Dokja as he learned that 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse had inexplicably won some contest. He suspected the author, TLS 123, was being deliberately evasive, a playful secrecy that fueled his anticipation of a generous gift, perhaps a $50 gift card, he mused. Then, an email arrived from TLS 123 himself. The message revealed a jarring truth: 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse was transitioning to a paid format at 7 o'clock, leaving Dokja a mere 5 minutes to devour the final episode. A frantic urgency, tinged with a subtle letdown at this unexpected development, filled his mind. He immediately sought his saved bookmarks, aiming to finish the story. His bewilderment only deepened. The abrupt removal of the serial without any prior announcement, despite the shift to paid content, left him utterly perplexed. The final frame captured his state of bafflement perfectly. As the clock struck 6:58 p.m., Kim Dokja witnessed a terrifying, chaotic event erupt around him, a large-scale catastrophe, possibly a terrorist attack or natural disaster. A startled, fragmented question, "What's going on?" escaped his lips, reflecting his disorientation and initial suspicion of a terrorist act. Fear and uncertainty warred within him, etched onto his increasingly anxious features. Yet, in an attempt to cope with the overwhelming shock, he muttered unconvincingly to himself, "Don't worry. It's probably nothing," the trailing off a testament to his inner turmoil and the failure of his self-reassurance. By sheer coincidence, Kim Dokja glanced at his watch. 7 p.m. The paid content for 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, his beloved web novel, was about to drop. His anticipation was abruptly shattered by a jarring evacuation announcement. Yusanga appeared beside him, her question hanging in the air amidst the escalating pandemonium that signaled the apocalypse's brutal arrival. The planetary system's free services abruptly ceased, a stark announcement flashing across a screen. The free service of the 8612 planetary system has come to an end. Immediately following, another cryptic message appeared. BG The main scenario 5 / will begin now, foreshadowing a momentous, preordained event. Kim Dokja, amidst this unfolding chaos, registered the profound shift in his existence, his inner voice echoing, "It was at that moment that the genre of my life changed." The apocalypse's arrival was underscored by a glimpse of his open book, possibly 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, its pages revealing Yapasi X2/329 and the publisher, Rive, a tangible link between the fictional narrative and his newly catastrophic reality. The carriage lurched to a halt, plunging into darkness as a passenger cried out, identifying the cause as a dakibi, a mythical Korean goblin. Kim Dokja, however, found the sudden utterance perplexing. He initially dismissed the subway's unexpected stop as commonplace, a trivial occurrence. Yet, the inexplicable words resonated, triggering a sudden recognition. The unfolding events mirrored the opening of a familiar narrative. Doubt gnawed at him. The notion of a dakibi appearing in such a manner seemed absurd, impossible. Chaos erupted on the subway car. A dakibi materialized, its very presence defying logic. Kim Dokja, inwardly, acknowledged the sheer impossibility of the situation. It was utterly unbelievable. Around him, passengers reacted with a mixture of terror and bewilderment, their fear palpable, their confusion evident in their frantic expressions and actions. Finally, a voice cut through the stunned silence, identifying the creature causing such pandemonium, so we called it a dakibi. The revelation confirmed the unbelievable. A creature from fiction had breached reality. The subway car, a metal serpent slithering beneath the city, shuddered with an unseen tremor. Unintelligible sounds, ZMHOY and OMH, issued from a creature, its words a gibberish assault on the ears of the bewildered passengers. Chaos erupted, panic bloomed like a poisonous flower among the riders, fueled by further nonsensical pronouncements, ROH hashtag at, and OT hashtag, and R0H hashtag at, ROF hashtag at. From the same unnerving source. Kim Dokja, amidst the escalating pandemonium, felt a prickle of unease, his thoughts echoing a silent question, "What's that thing saying?" Then, with a sickening certainty, fiction bled into reality. The moment arrived, a stark confluence of the imagined and the real, marking the cataclysmic beginning foretold in the novel he knew so well. The subway car, filled with commuters including Kim Dokja, Yoo Sang-ga, and Lee Gil-young, was thrown into disarray by an unexpected occurrence. A murmur of bewilderment rippled through the passengers, their whispered questions echoing Kim Dokja's own internal turmoil. He instantly recognized the source of the confusion, a dakibi, a creature straight from the pages of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, the very novel that had become his grim prophecy. Stunned disbelief washed over him. The impossible was unfolding before his eyes, this being precisely mirroring its fictional counterpart from the novel's opening. The implications hung heavy, forcing him to weigh the risks of interaction. He briefly considered approaching the creature, but ultimately decided against it. Then, the dakibi's voice, initially plagued by technical glitches, crackled to life, announcing its presence. A fellow passenger, impatient and irritated by the disruption, confronted the otherworldly being, demanding an explanation. The dakibi, however, responded with utter bewilderment. The screech of halting subway wheels punctuated the dakibi's pronouncements regarding additions and a 7 o'clock paywall strategy. Kim Dokja, noting the creature's unnatural presence, reflected on his inadequate preparation. Passenger confusion and mounting frustration echoed around him as they questioned the unexpected delay. A well-meaning passenger's attempts at calming the crowd proved fruitless amidst the rising tide of complaints. A child's innocent question drew attention to the dakibi, prompting Kim Dokja's grim recognition. He understood the narrative, the unfolding apocalypse from the story he knew so well, but a daunting question echoed in his mind: how could he prevent it? A sharp command to Yoo Sang-ga, "Sang-ga, don't move," sliced through the cacophony, his observation of the noisy scene belying a focused determination to act. A Dakibi materialized within the confines of a subway car, its sudden appearance sparking alarm and disorientation among the passengers. Kim Dokja, however, remained composed, his expression betraying an understanding far beyond the panicked reactions of those around him. The Dakibi then bellowed, its voice echoing the gravity of its proclamation, "And this is certainly not the reality you know. Do you understand?" The passengers were plunged further into confusion and fear, while Kim Dokja's serene demeanor confirmed his prior knowledge of this altered reality. Amidst the overwhelming chaos, with emergency services struggling to cope, Kim Dokja addressed Usanga. He pointed out the police's utter failure to control the situation, urging her to remain calm. He then invoked a familiar game, one Usanga had played, a survival game where only a few players emerged victorious from an apocalyptic scenario. Kim Dokja boldly declared their present reality as participation within that very game. He posited that survival hinged on understanding and following the game's inherent rules, a proposition that left Usanga deeply unconvinced and questioning his sanity. Kim Dokja steeled his resolve, a grim determination hardening his features as he vowed to decipher the governing principles of this nightmarish new world. The subway car presented a horrifying tableau. A grim collection of corpses lay scattered amongst trembling office workers, their clothes stained crimson, while an elderly woman offered fervent prayers amidst the carnage. The sheer impossibility of the situation crashed over him. He wrestled with the undeniable truth that the apocalypse, previously confined to the pages of a book, had irrevocably become his reality. With a surge of desperate acceptance, he cried out for release, demanding that someone open the doors. He watched another, likely a fellow survivor, attempt to force an exit with a hammer, the frantic action further solidifying the chilling connection between this unfolding chaos and the novel he'd pored over for more than a decade. The world around Kim Dokja twisted, mirroring the pages of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. He grappled with the terrifying reality, his mind racing to formulate a survival strategy. Confusion, a potent and overwhelming force, gripped him as the unbelievable unfolded. The narrative then shifted, marked by the stark declaration, Episode 3 Chapter 1 The beginning of the paywall Part 2. A silent transition followed, a visual break suggesting the story's momentum carried him onward, into the next phase of this unforeseen apocalypse. Amidst the escalating pandemonium on the subway car, Kim Dokja fought to regain his composure. Suddenly, Lieutenant Hyun-seung Lee commanded the passengers' attention, his voice cutting through the rising tide of fear. The lieutenant then gravely explained the unfolding national emergency, urging everyone to remain calm. He firmly declared his assumption of control over the situation, his affiliation with Unit 6502 clearly stated. A message arrived for the lieutenant from his unit. Observing this, a passenger, likely Kim Dokja himself, reacted with stunned disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events and the unexpected divergence from the familiar narrative of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. Amidst the escalating pandemonium, Usanga, her voice laced with anxiety, pressed a soldier for answers. The soldier, struggling to maintain order, explained his inability to reach higher command, lacking the authorization to contact the presidential office directly. Senga's sharp questioning highlighted the growing desperation as his limited communication options underscored the worsening chaos. A fragmented message, rife with urgency and a desperate plea for safety, broke through the din. The name Lieutenant Hyun-seung Lee stood out, stark and undeniable. The subsequent appearance of Lieutenant Hyun-seung Lee, a lieutenant in the Republic of Korea Army, left no room for doubt. Kim Dokja's mind raced. The recognition of Lee, a character from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, solidified the horrifying truth: fiction had become reality. Kim Dokja, eyebrows furrowed, registered Lieutenant Hyun-seung Lee's presence far earlier than the novel predicted. The memory of Lee's scheduled appearance in the original narrative solidified the anomaly. Frustration mounted as he realized his inability to consult the book for answers. A news broadcast, likely from a radio or television, then cut through his thoughts, announcing a national emergency. The Prime Minister's voice, crackling over the airwaves, detailed unidentified terrorist attacks across the nation. Kim Dokja recognized this event from the novel, though the suddenness of it felt jarring. He considered the terrorist explanation, ultimately deeming it improbable given the circumstances. His gaze turned inward, pondering the Prime Minister's broadcast and the conspicuous absence of the President. A stark realization dawned: the President had been captured by the terrorists. Usanga voiced her disbelief, dismissing the unfolding chaos as a mere internet rumor, something she'd encountered in online comments. Kim Dokja countered forcefully, insisting this was far from a baseless claim. His internal frustration simmered: this wasn't a game. A news report flashed, the garbled broadcast hinting at a Prime Minister's address amid a wave of terrorist attacks. He pressed the gravity of the situation upon her once more, emphasizing this wasn't a joke. His attempts met with continued skepticism, leaving him exasperated by her lack of comprehension. Finally, with a hint of sarcasm, he remarked on the supposed aptitude of their countrymen for games, the implication clear: this wasn't a game, but a grim reality mirroring the apocalyptic novel he knew intimately. The familiar figure of Lieutenant Hyun Seung Lee materialized, instantly sparking Kim Dokja's suspicion that the novel was bleeding into reality. A news bulletin then detailed a Prime Minister's address, revealing terrorist attacks and the President's abduction, solidifying the apocalyptic scenario's onset. Kim Dokja recognized the lieutenant's premature appearance as a significant alteration to the established timeline, a raised difficulty, as he internally termed it, escalating the danger of this unfolding apocalypse. Amidst the escalating chaos displayed on the news reports, observed from within a subway car alongside Usanga and Lee Gil-young, he began to mentally prepare. His knowledge of the original novel's events would serve as a foundation, but the unexpected deviations demanded immediate adaptation to this harsher, altered reality. A chilling message, promising death to all within the subway carriage unless a life was swiftly claimed, filled the air. Usanga's voice, laced with disbelief and terror, questioned Kim Dokja about the ominous announcement. Then, a soldier, disheveled and clearly confused, burst into view, his words a jumble of frantic questions regarding his surroundings and purpose. Kim Dokja, maintaining a calm exterior, acknowledged the unfolding catastrophe, internally recognizing the eerily familiar progression of events mirroring the opening of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. However, a significant discrepancy troubled him: the premature arrival of Lieutenant Hyun Seung Lee. This unexpected development, a stark deviation from the novel's timeline, left Kim Dokja pondering the inexplicable advancement of Lee's role and the implications of this alteration. Kim Dokja, drawing upon his intimate knowledge of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, braced himself for Lieutenant Hyun Seung Lee's arrival. A distorted plea, interpreted as a desperate command to prevent passage, echoed through the air, hinting at a hastily erected barricade or some form of confinement. Usanga, her face etched with confusion and a palpable fear, questioned the sudden shift in circumstances. A subsequent text message clarified the situation: an impassable barrier had materialized before a door, effectively sealing off entry and exit until a larger, overarching event concluded, underscoring the fragmented and unpredictable nature of the unfolding catastrophe. An unseen voice, the novel's own perhaps, or a detached observer, then remarked upon the disjointed and chaotic progression of events across various locations, further emphasizing the capricious and uneven spread of the apocalypse. Lieutenant Hyun Seung Lee, a figure familiar from the novel, confronted Kim Dokja with a menacing ultimatum. He promised a forceful intervention to spur action, his words partially obscured, hinting at a method beyond ordinary coercion. A 5-minute deadline was imposed, the precise nature of the looming consequence further clouded in cryptic pronouncements. The narrative shifted to Taepung Girls' High School, a location whose significance remained immediately unclear, yet obviously relevant to the unfolding tension. As the allotted time elapsed, Lee declared Kim Dokja's failure to comply. The subsequent event, though visually ambiguous, marked a sharp escalation, leaving Kim Dokja scrambling, the situation unfolding more rapidly than anticipated from his prior knowledge of the story. Deep within a swaying subway car, Kim Dokja, Usanga, and Lee Gil-young watched the growing terror ripple through the passengers. A news bulletin blared, announcing a national emergency, unidentified terrorist attacks, and the president's abduction. The broadcast solidified Kim Dokja's grim realization: 3 ways to survive the apocalypse was unfolding before his eyes. A wave of disbelief and horror washed over him. The reality exceeded even his prepared expectations. The subway car became a microcosm of the burgeoning chaos outside, its rhythmic rumble now a frantic counterpoint to the escalating pandemonium. The situation quickly deteriorated, foreshadowing a perilous journey into the heart of the apocalypse. A news broadcast, amidst a backdrop of unfolding chaos, announced the discovery of a survivor from subway car #BYZ3515. The report, stark and urgent, identified the survivor as Jae-hai Lee, a sophomore at Taepung Girls High School, Class B. This revelation, presented with unmistakable emphasis, proved pivotal in deciphering the warped reality of the 3 ways to survive the apocalypse narrative, its deviation from the original text already apparent. The significance of this discovery resonated profoundly within the context of Kim Dokja's struggle for survival, though he himself remained unseen. On a crowded subway car, Kim Dokja and Usanga observed the growing unease among fellow passengers, Lee Gil-young a silent witness alongside them. Suddenly, the train's announcements were replaced by the Prime Minister's urgent broadcast, a frantic account of unspecified terrorist acts and the president's seizure. Kim Dokja, recognizing a divergence from the familiar narrative of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, silently registered the alarming shift in events. This was not the unfolding he remembered from the novel. The sequence concluded with a cryptic marking, Yapasi X2/329, hinting at the story's progression. A warning flashed, preluding violence. Kim Dokja then obtained 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, a file whose acquisition was subtly conveyed. Overwhelmed, he muttered, "What is this? What the hell is going on?" The utter chaos that followed, a subway car, a desperate struggle involving Usanga, Lee Gil-young, Han Myung-go, and an elderly woman all threatened by Kim Nam-won and his thugs, made the deviation from the original narrative painfully clear. The episode and chapter number were subsequently displayed. Kim Dokja, his impatience simmering, questioned the absence of a key character from his downloaded copy of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. Frustration mounted as he discovered significant portions of the novel were missing. He reasoned, privately, that someone had deliberately removed these sections, a baffling act given the obscurity of the series. The implications of this tampering and the resulting divergence from the original storyline prompted a thoughtful consideration of his next steps. Kim Dokja received a file, the Apocalypse.txt, a digital missive that sparked immediate internal debate. He questioned the legality of its transmission, wondering aloud if the original author had gifted him his novel, a brazen act of copyright infringement. The document revealed that survivors of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse acquired unique attributes and corresponding abilities. This revelation spurred a rapid mental connection between the novel's contents and the altered reality in which he found himself. A cryptic thought, perhaps a fragmented insight, flashed through his mind, hinting at the novel's function as a framework, possibly a game-like structure within their altered world. He fell into a deep, pensive silence, wrestling with the implications of this unexpected file and the shifting narratives it foretold. Kim Dokja, frustrated by his inability to access his attribute window, muttered a curse under his breath at the sudden lack of information regarding his abilities. Instead of dwelling on this unexpected complication, he prioritized the attached file, 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, immediately beginning to read. The opening chapter was consumed in moments. A swift scan revealed that this was, in fact, his attribute. His mind raced, processing the information within TWSA at an astounding pace, recognizing discrepancies from the original narrative and a crucial piece of information hidden within the data. The altered cabin number, a detail he swiftly identified, provided the final piece to his puzzle, finally explaining the bizarre events transpiring on the subway car. Kim Dokja felt a chilling disconnect between his memories of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse and the unfolding chaos. The novel's prologue, he realized, placed the main character in a different subway car than the one currently facing catastrophe. His mind raced, questioning the fate of the passengers in car 3807, a car whose occupants were now desperately pleading for help, their cries echoing the urgency of their plight. The thought of intervening to save them briefly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The window of opportunity, he concluded, had closed. The weight of his knowledge of the novel's plot, coupled with the visual of their distress, informed a silent, resolute decision, the precise nature of which remained unspoken yet palpable. The subway car fell silent under Kim Namwon's brutal intimidation. A passenger's defiance was swiftly crushed. Kim Dokja watched, his internal monologue a grim counterpoint to the escalating violence. Another death, he thought, as the madman proclaimed the doom of everyone present. The narrative unfolded, familiar yet subtly altered, the location a key divergence. Then came the final, horrifying act, Kim Namwon's assault on an elderly woman, a brutal murder playing out across a succession of horrifying moments. This deviation, Kim Dokja realized, was where the true difference lay. His resolve hardened. The apocalypse, as written, would not proceed unchecked. Within the claustrophobic confines of the subway car, Kim Dokja observed an elderly woman pleading for her life before Kim Namwon's uncaring group. He weighed the grim calculus of survival in the apocalyptic present, a choice between life and death for those around him. The brutal actions of Kim Namwon clashed sharply with his own moral compass. In a world untouched by catastrophe, such violence would have been met with immediate opposition. Yet, the harsh reality of their situation demanded difficult decisions, forcing a recalibration of his personal ethics against the backdrop of the ongoing crisis. Garbled text, hinting at chaos and destruction, flashed before Kim Dokja's eyes. Fragments of meaning emerged. Think wisely, the world you knew just ended, solidifying his suspicions. He witnessed a horrifying tableau unfold within a subway carriage. Passengers cowered before a brutal display of violence. Kim Namwon, an early adopter in this twisted version of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, stood revealed as the aggressor. His aggressive words, "Are you all just gonna sit and watch? Do you all wanna die?" echoing through the car. The horrific implication of an elderly woman's demise further underscored the stark difference from the narrative he knew. The urgency of the situation pressed upon him. Kim Dokja, confronted with this altered reality, weighed his options, seeking a path to mitigate the catastrophe while preserving innocent lives. The countdown issued by Kim Namwon, a life-or-death ultimatum, hung heavy in the air. If no one perished within 5 minutes, the entire subway carriage would be destroyed. A phrase from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse echoed in Kim Dokja's mind, a chilling reminder. Inaction, a form of concealment, had previously claimed a life. He watched, impassively, as the elderly woman met her end, fulfilling the madman's cruel condition. The weight of his inaction pressed upon him. He understood the potential to drastically alter the story's course by intervening, a risk he chose not to take. His gaze remained fixed, a silent testament to his decision to remain an observer. Kim Dokja witnessed a looming danger to an elderly woman's life. A sharp cry, "They're going to kill her," echoed in his mind. Yusenga's urgent plea followed, a warning of the peril to himself, "Don't be so reckless. It's dangerous. If you go, they'll kill you too." He internally acknowledged Senga's limitations. Her attempts to deviate from the story's path were futile, but Senga cannot change the course of the story, because she isn't the heroine in this world. Her desperate promise, "Please. Just do as I tell you for now. If you listen to me this once, I promise I won't ever bother you again," reinforced the need for caution. Considering the unfolding events, he concluded that immediate intervention was strategically unsound. The timing was premature, the incident outside his meticulously crafted plan. "It's too early for me to interfere. This wasn't part of my plan," he thought, understanding that narrative constraints remained, irrespective of the alterations caused by his presence. Kim Dokja, his expression unreadable, engaged in a silent battle within his own mind. He dispelled any notion that fear of Kim Namwon or his cohorts had paralyzed him, clarifying that his inaction stemmed not from cowardice, but from a calculated decision. The delay, he reasoned, wasn't born of indecision, but of a strategic assessment. He awaited the precise moment for intervention, a judgment call informed by an acute awareness of the unfolding situation. The claustrophobic confines of the subway car, the tense postures of Kim Namwon's group, and the terrified faces of the passengers all served as data points in his silent calculation, ultimately informing his carefully chosen approach. Kim Dokja, engrossed in the downloaded 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, watched the unfolding chaos within the subway car. His mind raced, comparing the unfolding events to the novel's narrative, noting a crucial difference in the protagonist's location. Kim Namwon and his accomplices issued threats to the passengers, amongst them Usenga, Lee Gil-young, and Han Myung-do. The senseless murder of the elderly woman by Kim Namwon served as a catalyst. The grim reality of this alteration solidified Kim Dokja's understanding of the narrative's divergence and the potential for further preventable deaths. A silent decision formed within him, a resolve to intervene, to mitigate the loss of life while ensuring the story's critical junctures remained intact. His expression and posture shifted, conveying a clear intention to act. Chaos reigned. A brutal survival game unfolded, participants locked in aggressive debate over their next victim. Namwon Kim, the delusional demon, reveled in the carnage, eagerly participating in the violence, his internal glee evident in his predatory actions and anticipatory adaptation to the apocalyptic setting. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja observed, a calculated strategy forming in his mind as he assessed the scenario's restrictive mechanics. He discovered a loophole, the option to sacrifice insects in lieu of human lives. Quietly, deliberately, he exploited this, his actions forming a stark contrast to the senseless killings around him. The game's environment shifted, a direct consequence of his actions, a testament to his success in altering the scenario's trajectory and saving lives. The difference between Kim Dokja's strategic manipulation and Namwon Kim's brutality was stark. The power dynamic within the game subtly shifted, the expressions of onlookers hinting at a new momentum, the effectiveness of Kim Dokja's unorthodox approach setting the stage for future conflict. A sharp challenge cut through the air, an unnamed voice demanding to know Kim Dokja's intentions. Dokja, however, remained outwardly calm, his thoughts revealing a far more intricate game at play. He hadn't merely steered Namwon Kim towards saving the old woman, that act served a secondary purpose, one he kept carefully concealed. Meanwhile, a chorus of voices urged Namwon Kim to continue his bloody work, their desperate cries a testament to the brutal environment surrounding them. The ensuing chaos, a direct consequence of Dokja's calculated manipulations, unfolded in a flurry of violent action, leaving a trail of unforeseen consequences. Namwon Kim, with a chilling disregard, ended the old woman's life. Fear and outrage erupted from the onlookers, their pleas falling on deaf ears. Kim Dokja, a keen observer, watched, inwardly registering the immediate shift in focus towards the killer. One of the group then explained that the act, horrific as it was, had bought them precious time by satisfying a portion of the scenario's demands. However, the grim reality of the situation remained, another life was required. The question of who would be next hung heavy in the air, until a participant, recalling Adakibi's earlier words, deduced the necessity of each person committing a single murder. This revelation immediately led to a pointed interrogation of Namwon Kim, demanding to know his next intended victim. A chorus of threats echoed, promising imminent death to those deemed unworthy. Kim Dokja, however, remained unfazed, subtly dismissing the impending doom as a needless concern, a gamble with even odds. Namwon Kim, anticipating this reaction, nodded. A sharp question followed, Kim Dokja challenging the reckless disregard for human life. Why risk their survival through needless violence when a path to victory existed without resorting to murder? He pressed further, reminding Namwon Kim that the scenario's rules never mandated the sacrifice of innocent lives. Amidst a brutal melee of nameless figures locked in a desperate struggle for survival, a storm of violence hurtled towards Kim Dokja. He braced himself, the imminent threat palpable. A single, fragmented question echoed in his mind, "Why did I?" A stark reflection of his internal turmoil. The chaos fueled a profound self-examination. He questioned his very essence, his past actions, wondering, was I always this kind of man? The ensuing silence, heavy with unspoken dread, left his future actions, and the fate of those around him, hanging precariously in the balance. The scenario erupted in a whirlwind of violence, a brutal dance of survival where nameless figures clashed. Namwon Kim, the so-called delusional demon, reveled in the carnage, his actions a stark contrast to Kim Dokja's. While the specifics of Namwon Kim's participation remain unclear, Kim Dokja, through calculated maneuvering and indirect methods, possibly involving the sacrifice of insects, preserved human life. His mind, a whirlwind of strategy, silently plotted the course of the conflict. The mission concluded successfully. Kim Dokja and the other participants received a reward of 100 coins for their efforts. The weight of Kim Dokja's self-sacrifice, a desperate gambit to save 3 insects nestled within a small box, hung heavy in the air. Namwon Kim's sharp words followed, a torrent of disbelief and frustration. He challenged the necessity of such an extreme act, his voice laced with incredulity as he pointed out the seemingly insignificant nature of the rescued creatures. Kim Dokja, in response, simply stated the stark reality: only 3 insects remained. Yet, this terse explanation only fueled Namwon Kim's anger. He couldn't comprehend such a reckless, illogical decision, branding it the act of a fool. A silent accusation bloomed above Kim Dokja's head, a thought bubble branding him a voyeur, eager to witness the desperate struggle of those nameless souls. He readily admitted the charge, his gaze fixed on Namwon Kim, a cruel and unrestrained individual reveling in the deadly spectacle. The young man's profile, branded a delusional demon/edgelord, flashed before his eyes, a constellationless soul, his darkness ignited by some unforeseen calamity. Kim Dokja understood, recognizing in Namwon Kim a resilience starkly contrasting the self-destruction plaguing other teenagers facing the same apocalyptic horror. The delusional demon/edgelord label reappeared, underscoring the unsettling truth of his nature. Namwon Kim, it turned out, had long anticipated this devastation, adapting with unnatural speed. A final thought bubble hovered above Kim Dokja, a silent question mark reflecting on the chilling insights he'd gleaned. The stark white text blazed before Kim Dokja: prove your value, kill 1 or more living organisms. Category: main difficulty, F time limit, 30 minutes 10 minutes reward, 300 coins penalty for failure, death. A jumble of letters, WTAHICRUM TM, preceded the command, a cryptic message lost to the apocalypse's chaotic whispers. He understood immediately the brutal calculus: life against coins, survival against obedience. The weight of the impending decision pressed down, the reward, a mere 300 coins, paled in comparison to the cost of failure. With characteristic pragmatism, he weighed his options, ultimately choosing a course of action that minimized the loss of human life, sacrificing instead the lives of insects, creatures whose deaths would satisfy the scenario's cruel demand. An elderly woman, beset by a buzzing cloud of insects, was the focus. Namwon Kim, attempting to capture one of the creatures, found his efforts thwarted. The insect vanished, eliciting an exclamation of frustration. Unseen, Kim Dokja subtly manipulated the swarm, causing it to disperse. This prevented any interaction between Namwon Kim and the old woman, rendering her offered assistance unnecessary. Namwon Kim's disappointment was palpable, his intended interaction with the woman thwarted by Dokja's silent intervention. Dokja's rejection of a partnership, a curt "sorry, I work alone," followed Namwon Kim's implied request for collaboration, solidifying his independent course and his determination to counter Namwon Kim's machinations. Namwon Kim's resigned "well, that's a bummer," acknowledged Dokja's refusal. Kim Dokja, privy to the unfolding narrative of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, confronted Namwon Kim. His prior knowledge fueled a fierce determination to prevent a specific event. He barked an order, demanding Namwon Kim step aside, his intent to intervene in the old woman's fate unmistakable. Simultaneously, he grappled with a swarm of insects, striving to maintain control over them and use them as a means to thwart Namwon Kim. Namwon Kim, irritated by this interruption, retorted with a sarcastic remark about Kim Dokja's perceived arrogance. The confrontation intensified as Kim Dokja's deep-seated contempt for Namwon Kim, born from his familiarity with the web novel's plot, bubbled to the surface. He voiced his disgust at Namwon Kim's character and conduct, declaring him to be truly despicable. His revulsion was palpable. Kim Dokja witnessed a dangerous encounter, likely involving Namwon Kim and an elderly woman, a perilous situation suggested by swarming insects or similar creatures. He then observed Namwon Kim unleash a formidable ability, a skill recognized by Dokja as the edgelord attribute, a revelation that filled him with apprehension. Dokja confirmed the activation, fully understanding the implications. Namwon Kim, empowered by this skill, overwhelmed the situation, boasting about his newfound strength with arrogant, reckless language, a consequence likely stemming from the ability itself. The confrontation concluded with Kim Dokja undoubtedly devising a strategy to neutralize Namwon Kim and avert a potential fatality, driven by his established goal and inherent strategic mind. A frail old woman, besieged by a swarming mass of insects, was the focus of Kim Dokja's attention. He then activated level 1 of his personal skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, a sudden game mechanic unfolding before him. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he grappled with the implications of this newly acquired ability. His frustration boiled over into a muttered curse. The insect swarm, moments before a lethal threat, vanished without a trace. A flurry of chaotic visuals, and a brief, frantic internal monologue, a jumble of numbers and fragmented words, hinted at the skill's unpredictable power and its immediate effect. The subsequent silence, a stark, empty frame, underscored the dramatic shift, suggesting Kim Dokja's unwitting intervention had thwarted a deadly event and, consequently, blocked Namwon Kim's progress. A wave of insects descended upon Namwon Kim, their chitinous legs a blur against his frantically waving arms. Confusion and frustration etched themselves onto his features as he struggled, his voice sharp with disbelief. "Why aren't you getting hit?" Kim Dokja, however, remained untouched amidst the swarming horde. His reply was calm, almost arrogant. "Try all you want, but you won't be able to hit me." The activation of his Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, a sudden, internal clarity, explained his unassailable position. He moved with a grace born of perfect foresight, a stark contrast to Namwon Kim's increasingly desperate attempts to defend himself. The relentless assault continued, highlighting the chasm between their capabilities, one effortlessly evading, the other hopelessly entangled. Kim Dokja engaged his second skill, the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. He saw Namwon Kim's intentions unfolding before him, a chilling premonition that allowed him to understand the young man's malevolent scheme. A surge of frustration, anger, and a sharp expletive, "Oh, you despicable fool," erupted from him as he grasped the imminent danger. His knowledge of Namwon Kim's plan, a plan clearly aimed at harming an elderly woman, spurred him into immediate action, preventing the tragedy from occurring. Kim Dokja witnessed an old woman besieged by a swarming mass of insects. He recognized the dire implications. The woman's demise would grant Namwon Kim progression in the scenario. This understanding fueled his resolve. He would prevent such an outcome, regardless of the cost. A chaotic, perilous struggle unfolded, the intensity palpable even to the observer. Dokja felt a searing sensation on his skin, a visceral reflection of the danger. A frustrated cry escaped him, a raw expression of the urgency he felt in the face of the immediate threat. Surrounded by a buzzing, monstrous horde of insects, Kim Dokja felt the icy grip of fear. The possibility of defeat at the hands of Namwon Kim, the chilling prospect of death itself, overwhelmed him. He recognized his predicament as a brutal test, a trial of the world. The harsh realities of this apocalyptic existence crashed down upon him. The merciless law of the jungle, where the powerful devour the weak, was laid bare. He understood, with grim clarity, that to survive he must play by the same brutal rules, adopting a ruthless strategy for his own preservation. His incomplete resolve echoed the desperation of his situation, survival at any cost. Weakened and encircled by a buzzing mass of insects, Namwon Kim, a second-year student from in Cheongil High School, goaded Kim Dokja, urging him to swiftly end the ordeal. "Hurry up, you clever fellow," he sneered. "You haven't the strength to flee. Do me a kindness and let's finish this. We're wasting precious moments." Kim Dokja, however, internally categorized Namwon Kim as merely an organism, a cog in the unfolding narrative, his foreknowledge revealing the boy's significance within the story's mechanics. Namwon Kim's confusion was palpable as he challenged Dokja's seemingly unrelated remark. The ensuing struggle against the relentless insects unfolded silently, tension thickening with each moment, the visual narrative alone capturing Dokja's intervention. A massive swarm of insects, a sudden, unexpected obstacle, descended upon Kim Dokja. He muttered in frustration, clearly bewildered by this unforeseen complication to his carefully laid plans. A silent calculation followed, a rapid assessment of the situation and his options. With decisive action, he spent 2,700 coins, bolstering his stamina to a significantly higher level. The enhancement was immediate and palpable. His improved endurance promised a much greater chance of survival against the approaching horde, allowing him to also impede Namwon Kim's advance. He stood ready, his enhanced physical capabilities now his shield against the insect onslaught. A plague of grasshoppers descended upon a frail old woman, their prodigious reproductive capacity a harbinger of the unfolding apocalypse. Kim Dokja, however, saw not merely insects, but a preventable tragedy. A grim resolve hardened his features. He would not be the one to perish in this unfolding disaster. With decisive action, he intervened, scattering or destroying the ravenous swarm before it could claim its victim. Namwon Kim, witnessing this disruption of his grim plans, let loose a frustrated outburst, his thwarted ambition laid bare by his impotent rage. Kim Dokja, his eyes sharp with understanding, watched Namwon Kim approach an elderly woman besieged by a furious swarm of insects. The thought, if that old woman dies, Namwon Kim gains an advantage, flashed through his mind. He observed the woman's perilous situation worsening with each passing moment, the insects relentlessly closing in. Then, a jumble of distorted words, fragments of the web novel's narrative, illuminated his course of action. Fit Wivielt AJ2. Hallie. Proceeding with newfound certainty, he sprang into action, cutting a desperate path through the swarming insects toward the threatened woman. In a flurry of movement, he reached her, freeing her from the deadly embrace of the insects. His internal monologue registered a quiet satisfaction, one less variable to worry about. The train carriage, cabin 3807 aboard train 3434 to Bulgwang, held the grim aftermath of the Prove Your Value trial. Kim Dokja, amidst the quiet tension of the survivors, registered the final count, 5. This number, critical to his calculations based on his foreknowledge of the novel's events, settled heavily in his mind. The aftermath of a catastrophic event unfolded in cabin 3807 of train 3434. The announcement, main scenario number 1, Prove Your Value has ended, marked a pivotal moment. 5 individuals remained, a testament, perhaps a perverse one, to Kim Dokja's strategy. Among the survivors were Kim Dokja, Han Soo-young, Lee Jae-hai, and the unnamed old lady. Namwon Kim, who perished during this trial, had previously been counted among them. The word survivors, starkly displayed, underscored the meager number who had endured. This limited list, and the emphasis on survival, pointed directly to Dokja's calculated choices, a chilling reminder of the choices he made in the scenario's brutal test. The ambiguous visual clues further highlighted the mysterious events of the scenario, leaving the full details shrouded in secrecy. In cabin 3807 of train 3434, chaos reigned. Kim Dokja, already aware of the unfolding 3 ways to survive the apocalypse scenario, observed the tumultuous events. He silently sized up the situation, taking in Han Soo-young, Lee Jae-hai, an elderly woman, and other survivors. A swift, internal calculation determined his course of action, prioritizing his long-term objectives. His decision made, Dokja acted decisively. The subsequent events led to the death of Namwon Kim, a sacrifice intended to reshape the unfolding scenario and potentially garner favor with powerful entities. Han Soo-young, Lee Jae-hai, and the others survived, their reactions hinting at an understanding of Dokja's pivotal role. The aftermath, though unclear in detail, clearly indicated Dokja's successful manipulation of the situation and the subtle, far-reaching impact of his actions. The old woman, her voice trembling, clutched at Kim Dokja, desperately invoking the survival tenets of the bygone era. Her plea for help fell on deaf ears. Kim Dokja, his gaze unwavering, declared the reign of a new world demanded new rules, a stark counterpoint to her desperate pleas. Another survivor, their fear palpable, begged for their life, their words a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. The subsequent moments witnessed the grim price of this new order, lives extinguished in the face of Dokja's unflinching resolve. Later, in the quiet aftermath, a weight of guilt settled upon him. He acknowledged the lives he could have saved, the pang of remorse undeniable. Yet, even within this self-reproach, a strange conviction took root, justifying the terrible choices made as necessary for the dawn of a new reality. The familiar world crumbled into ruin, a cataclysmic collapse unfolding across a series of devastating events. Kim Dokja, witnessing this widespread destruction and societal breakdown, silently acknowledged the apocalypse's arrival. Internally, he recognized the birth of a new world, his own strategic actions already beginning within this altered reality. The final moment showcased an unnamed survivor's terrified exclamation, "Oh, it's moving," a stark contrast to Dokja's calm, calculated observation of the chaos. He viewed the survivor's fear as merely one element in the intricate puzzle he was already manipulating. The apocalyptic train shuddered, a maelstrom of death and chaos claiming countless lives among the terrified passengers. Kim Dokja, however, remained a silent observer, his mind a fortress of superior knowledge. He alone knew the apocalyptic scenario's grim conclusion, a truth that solidified his unique position in this unfolding tragedy. His thoughtful gaze, a storm brewing behind steady eyes, reflected the deadly precision of his plan. The silent execution of that strategy led to the unfortunate demise of Namwon Kim, while securing the survival of Han Soo-young and Lee Jae-hai. The constellations, unseen yet keenly aware, took note of this cunning strategist's rise. A wave of terror washed over the train's passengers. Their panicked exclamations, fragmented cries of "Why are we stopping again? It's coming for us!" hinted at an unseen horror bearing down upon them. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja, unseen but ever present in his own mind, calmly recognized the approaching threat, an ichthyosaur, a sea serpent soon to be classified as a grade 7 monster. He understood the underlying mechanics of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, recognizing that this creature's emergence wasn't a random event, but rather a predetermined part of the unfolding narrative, a planned occurrence within the established scenario. Kim Dokja meticulously counted 21 constellations observing his actions, a surprisingly high number for a newly arrived Dakibi. He recognized these enigmatic beings as the masterminds behind the unfolding tragedy, the unseen audience live streaming the scenario across the universe. His thoughts drifted to the original narrative, recalling Namwon Kim's brutal massacre within the cabin. A notification then flashed, informing him of 2 constellations expressing mild antagonism following Namwon Kim's death, a consequence, he surmised, of his departure from the established storyline. The resulting displeasure of some celestial viewers was a direct result of his actions, a clear sign that his killing of Namwon Kim had stirred significant celestial ire. Kim Dokja, noting the constellation's shifting preferences, recognized the narrative's official commencement. He internally registered his altered status, from an observer to the observed. A gift of 500 CT coins arrived from the celestial beings, a tangible representation of both their support and opposition. He addressed the constellations directly, a chilling premonition of the impending high stakes and inevitable loss of life. Lee Jae-hai, expressing concern for his well-being, prompted an apology from Kim Dokja regarding the old woman's demise. Her confusion followed, which he dismissed, simultaneously expressing gratitude for her earlier assistance. Kim Dokja watched the survivors of the train catastrophe, the aftermath a blur of confusion. He mused on Han Soo-young's survival, recognizing her intelligence and likely understanding of his actions. She was smart enough to survive this chaos, he thought. She probably understood what I said. The weight of his decisions pressed upon him. He accepted responsibility for the lives lost and gained, acknowledging the moral complexities. Because of my choice, some lived while some died. I don't deserve the gratitude of those who survived. A sardonic constellation voice cut through his reflection, questioning the survivors' worth with thinly veiled disapproval, its tone a clear indication of the celestial being's dissatisfaction despite the numerous lives saved. The constellation's commentary continued, their judgment hanging heavy in the air. The weight of a confirmed identity, Namwon Kim, it had to be, settled heavily upon Kim Dokja. A flurry of urgent action followed, the precise details lost to the fog of survival. He confronted another, possibly many others, with a stark question, "Do you want to live?" His justification, a raw confession of pragmatism, spilled forth, "This isn't sympathy, even though it seems shameless, it can't be helped. Because I, too, want to live." The ensuing reaction, a cacophony of unspoken emotions, spoke volumes of the desperate circumstances that forced him to make such a ruthless, yet undeniably necessary, choice. Kim Dokja, strategizing internally about attracting celestial attention for future endeavors, found himself facing a group of survivors from the initial ordeal. A woman, likely Lee Jae-hai, judging by later events, nervously inquired about their release. He responded with a non-committal, go, subtly questioning their grasp of the perilous external reality. Their confusion was palpable. They questioned his choice of the subway, given his apparent wealth. He pressed the point, re-asking if they truly wished to depart, emphasizing the dangers awaiting them. Despite his initial low opinion of the cabin's occupants, his internal monologue revealed a shift. Their survival of the first scenario, against all odds, had proven their worth. A sharp-witted survivor, possibly Han Soo-young, her frustration evident, articulated her perception of his manipulative actions. Her stunned utterance, a fragmented ever-departant betrayed her sudden understanding of his calculated disregard for their individual perspectives. Kim Dokja, acutely aware of the others' naivete regarding the constellations and their sponsors, silently registered their obliviousness. He then painted a stark picture of their perilous situation, warning that without his guidance, even a common ground rat posed a mortal threat, let alone a crook. He subtly alluded to the involvement of powerful beings who, moved by pity, had chosen to support him, implying these entities were integral to his strategy. When one survivor dared to question this cryptic pronouncement, Kim Dokja's response was a curt dismissal, his exasperation palpable as he declared their comprehension irrelevant, leaving them to learn through the harsh lessons of experience. Before Kim Dokja flickered a holographic display, showcasing 4 potential benefactors: the abyssal black flame dragon, the demonic judge of fire, the secretive plotter, and the prisoner of the golden headband. He pondered these options, 2 of which were entirely unforeseen, a development he privately likened to navigating a complex aptitude test. The revelation that Usanga had secured not 1, but 2 sponsorships, further fueled his contemplation, a clear indication of her significance in this strange game. He internally dissected the system itself, recognizing the constellation's selection of human incarnations and their subsequent patronage, facilitated by the Dakibi, understanding both its mechanics and the potential for confinement it held. Kim Dokja surveyed his 4 sponsorship options, fewer than the protagonist of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse had encountered, yet still a substantial number. He mentally reviewed the nicknames, Abyssal, Demon, Garden, and another, using them as clues to identify the constellations behind them. The choice, he mused, was simple for one who had read 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. His attention settled on the abyssal black flame dragon, a being of immense power leading the Black Cloud constellation group, its true name a lengthy and cumbersome affair. The potential benefits were considerable, a significant power boost crucial for the early stages. However, Dokja decided to postpone a decision on this formidable dragon for the time being. Next, he turned his attention to his second option, expressing internal astonishment at its inclusion. The name demonic judge of fire initially suggested a demonic constellation, but Dokja's sharp intellect quickly corrected this assumption. The words fire and judge, he realized, pointed not to a demonic entity but to an archangel. Kim Dokja meticulously reviewed several potential benefactors presented by the Dakibi, a limited selection window, possibly 8 to 4, indicated by cryptic numbers. A fragment of obscured information, VAF, hinted at further details regarding one of these options. He recognized the demonic judge of fire for what it truly was, the Archangel Uriel. His attention then turned to the secretive plotter, a possibility he quickly dismissed. The thought bubble revealed his assessment, this being lacked significant power. Consequently, Dokja rejected this sponsor, his strategic mind already moving on to the next prospect. Let's, he thought, clearly signaling his intention to continue his search for a suitable ally. Kim Dokja, taken aback, received an unexpected constellation sponsorship offer remarkably early in his journey. He swiftly identified the cryptic sponsor, prisoner of the golden headband, as the legendary Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Memories of the 3 ways to survive the apocalypse flooded his mind, recalling the Monkey King's devastating power. A single swing of his staff pulverized hundreds of reincarnated beings, a flash of lightning obliterating thousands of monstrous foes. The weight of this revelation settled upon him. The question of why such an overwhelmingly powerful being would offer him his patronage fueled a potent mix of bewilderment and absorbing curiosity. The Dakibi declared the sponsor selection concluded, granting a 10-minute respite before the next challenge. A crowd gathered, and amongst them, Han Myung-oh introduced himself, casually mentioning his military experience. Kim Dokja, observing the gathering, noted the powerful grip Han Myung-oh possessed. This physical strength resonated with Kim Dokja's memory. He recognized the man as the formidable tanker from the early chapters of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. A mocking laugh erupted from Han Myung-oh. Haha, you did it, rookie. He then challenged Kim Dokja, questioning his awareness of Myung-oh's identity. Dokja acknowledged the man, but the curt Mr. Han revealed a chasm forming between them. Myung-oh's displeasure was palpable. He voiced his offense at Dokja's earlier actions, specifically criticizing his handling of a prior incident involving a troublesome situation. Dokja silenced the outburst with a sharp command. The urgency of their predicament, however, was the focus of Dokja's attention. He demanded Myung-oh acknowledge the perilous reality unfolding around them, implicitly questioning the necessity of prior violence to rouse him from his obliviousness. Their former company, Dokja stated, was likely destroyed by the ongoing catastrophe. He underscored the need for everyone to grasp the severity of their position, recalling the Dakibi's earlier declaration that this was not a game, but a far more dangerous reality. Dokja's final words implied that the gravity of their shared circumstance had already been communicated to everyone present. A digital overlay, showcasing attributes and abilities, shimmered before Kim Dokja's eyes. He internally mused on the absurdity of their predicament, its surreal quality starkly contrasting with countless fictional narratives he'd devoured. Han Myung-oh's voice, questioning the comprehension of those present, sliced through the tense silence. Kim Dokja, however, affirmed the brutal reality of their situation, leaving no room for doubt. This was no dream. Lee Hyung-seong, his confidence unshaken, voiced his trust in Dokja's judgment. With a decisive tone, Kim Dokja proposed their escape, a blunt command to abandon their current confinement. The ensuing murmurs, though indistinct, hinted at a collective agreement, or at the very least, a serious consideration of Dokja's bold plan, paving the way for immediate action. The suggestion to evacuate met with immediate resistance. Han Myung-oh's incredulous outburst, questioning Dokja's sanity, was quickly followed by Lee Hyung-seong's measured objection. The escape route, he argued, presented unacceptable risks. Another companion echoed Hyung-seong's apprehension. highlighting the peril of their proposed departure. Dokja noted Hyungseung's descent with a silent sigh, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He then revealed the critical information that solidified his conviction: the person beyond that very door was the sole survivor of subway cabin 3707. The gravity of this revelation sealed his decision. Escape was no longer a possibility, but an urgent necessity. Delay, he knew, meant certain doom. Despair hung heavy in the air as one of their number uttered a grim prophecy of imminent death. Han Myung-oh then revealed the horrifying truth about a fellow survivor, a killer responsible for the deaths within cabin 3707. He questioned Kim Dokja's resolve to confront this dangerous individual. Instead, Dokja's mind was already focused on survival. His internal voice declared the need for escape. Their efforts were immediately hampered by two inoperable doors. Though the invisible barrier protecting them had vanished with the scenario's conclusion, a viable exit remained elusive. Their hopes rested on a working door. They noted 3 yet uninspected doors out of 8 within the cabin. A determined Kim Dokja, his internal resolve unwavering, refused to accept defeat. He knew an escape route had to exist. Kim Dokja weighed his options, mentally evaluating the abyssal black flame dragon, the demonic judge of fire, Uriel, and the secretive plotter as potential sponsors. He rejected the latter for insufficient power. The unexpected arrival of Sun Wukong, prisoner of the Golden Headband, as a possible benefactor surprised him. He recognized the Monkey King's formidable strength. Han Myung-oh's sharp rebuke followed, criticizing Dokja's earlier choices and underscoring the grave peril presented by the subway cabin 3707 survivor. He demanded swift action, prioritizing escape. Lee Hyungseung, concurring with the assessment of the situation, echoed the call for immediate flight from the subway car, although acknowledging the inherent risks. Meanwhile, Yoo Sang-do's fleeting appearance, receiving 2 sponsorship offers, served as a stark reminder of the high stakes involved in this crucial decision. Ultimately, facing the pressing need to evade the immediate danger posed by the survivor in cabin 3707, Dokja's internal deliberations and the overall circumstances pointed towards Sun Wukong as his chosen sponsor. The damaged bridge section loomed before them, a testament to the chaos they'd already endured. Yoo Sang-do, evaluating the perilous situation, advocated for immediate retreat. Hyunseung Lee meticulously examined the fractured span. Kim Dokja, however, internally acknowledged the severity of the damage. This one's broken too, he mused, yet resolutely declared, "Okay, I'm going to open it." His decision, born of his unique insight into the unfolding narrative, was a calculated gamble, a recognition that despite the inherent risk, it represented their only path forward. "But it's still the only one we have a chance at opening," he affirmed, highlighting his proactive, audacious strategy. Kim Dokja weighed the considerable risk of deploying his coins, a valuable resource, to bolster his strength. The potential repercussions of such a premature expenditure haunted him. He instead directed Hyunseung Lee, sharply, "Hyunseong, use your character profiler." Hyunseung, uncertain, queried, "By skill, you mean?" The profiler yielded results, a surprisingly positive assessment, though it noted a troubling disregard for injustice. Remarkably, a constellation's sponsorship was also flagged. Hyunseung's report read, "Very good overall stats." Although how readily he turned a blind eye to injustice was surprising, a constellation still selected him. This is another opportunity for him. Confirming the supporting constellation and attributes matched the novel's narrative, Kim Dokja pressed, "Thankfully, his supporting constellation and 4 attribute are the same as the novel. You probably checked your skills when you opened your attributes window earlier. You're in the army, so there must be a skill you can use right now." Hyunseung admitted to possessing a relevant skill, though confessed, "Well, I do have one, but I don't know how to use it." Kim Dokja's instructions were surprisingly concise, "Just imagine yourself using it." Hyunseung, taken aback by the simplicity, echoed, "That's all it takes?" A subtle smile played on Kim Dokja's lips. His strategy to win Hyunseung Lee's confidence had borne fruit, a celestial confirmation echoing the success. He inwardly registered the impending collapse of the steel door leading to subway cabin 3707, a minor inconvenience compared to the larger catastrophe he foresaw. A wave of irritation washed over him. The interruption was ill-timed, leaving him unprepared for the unfolding narrative. Yusenga's anxious voice cut through the air, her regret over their decision to remain outside palpable. Then, a divine pronouncement, the second scenario had begun. The escape sub-scenario, demanding passage across a supposedly collapsed bridge to Oksu Station within a mere 20 minutes, offered a reward of 200 coins, though the consequences of failure remained undisclosed. Kim Dokja, however, harbored doubts, his intimate knowledge of the narrative contradicting the scenario's description of the bridge's state. Yusenga's urgent plea to run spurred him to action. He confirmed Senga's intuition, explaining that their premature exit from the train had preserved the bridge's integrity, a temporary reprieve, as its imminent collapse was now certain. Recognizing the necessity of unorthodox tactics, he confidently assured his companions that, despite this unconventional detour, they would succeed in completing the sub-scenario. A startled cry pierced the air, a sudden, unexpected alarm. Kim Dokja, his mind already racing, recognized the impending bridge collapse. A colossal sea creature, its emergence causing widespread panic and confusion, rose from the depths. The creature's true nature remained a mystery, with guesses ranging wildly from ichthyosaur to sea serpent, its sheer size fueling the uncertainty. Hyun-seung, tasked with assessing the danger, and Senga, reacting instinctively, were subtly guided by Kim Dokja's sharp strategic thinking as he steered them toward safety. The imminent collapse demanded immediate action, and the ensuing hurried retreat showcased intense focus, leaving no time for hesitation. Escape to higher ground was paramount, every moment counted. A deafening shriek sliced through the air, Yusenga's voice, a raw cry of warning, the bridge is collapsing. Run! Kim Dokja, his mind a whirlwind of strategic calculations, instantly recalled a crucial plot detail. The ichthyosaur, a monstrous threat, wouldn't pursue the incarnates so early in the narrative. Its sudden appearance was a deliberate attempt to destroy their escape route. A rapid assessment followed. He silently calculated their escape window, a precise estimate of their speed against the imminent collapse. With unwavering confidence, he orchestrated their movements, guiding them across the treacherous span with flawless efficiency before the structure gave way. Yet, even with their successful passage, a celestial force intervened, altering the challenge itself. A message flashed, a stark declaration of the increased difficulty. The scenario's rating shifted from E to D. Black ether, a malevolent tide, welled from the earth, heralding the ghastly return of the deceased. Kim Dokja, his expression unreadable, recognized this grim development as anticipated. The bridge's collapse loomed. Urgency pulsed in the air, a silent command met with immediate action by the group. A call for swift retreat, undoubtedly from Yusenga, echoed in the unspoken tension. Kim Dokja's sharp mind directed Hyun-seung Lee, utilizing the man's unique ability to profile individuals and locations, charting a course towards the relative sanctuary of Oksu Station. Their careful passage, guided by Kim Dokja's strategy, led them to safety within the station just as the bridge gave way behind them. The silent judgment of the constellations hung heavy in the air, their unseen commentary left to unspoken implication. A sharp, urgent command, "Get down," sliced through the air. Kim Dokja, his mind a whirlwind of calculations regarding the failing bridge structure, barked the order to his companions, Yusenga, Lee Hyun-seung, and the 6 others who formed their company. The ensuing scramble for safety unfolded rapidly, each movement dictated by the imminent peril and Kim Dokja's unwavering focus on their survival. His internal monologue, a grim symphony of strategic considerations, was absorbed entirely by ensuring the safety of his team before the inevitable collapse. The dust settled after the bridge's catastrophic failure, revealing the unexpected survival of Yusenga and Han Myung-oh. Kim Dokja, observing this anomaly, registered a silent internal question. Their survival defied the narrative. He recalled the original text, confirming their absence from the canonical storyline. This led him to a crucial deduction: their continued existence stemmed from the intervention of unforeseen constellations, their identities a mystery that gnawed at him. He pondered, their constellations, who are they? To overcome the immediate obstacle presented by the ruined bridge, Dokja deployed his bookmark, momentarily channeling the abilities of Namwon Kim, a surge of power allowing a safe passage. Having crossed, he resumed his intricate analysis, diligently piecing together the puzzle of Sangha and Myungho's benefactors and plotting his subsequent course of action. The bridge crumbled. Kim Dokja, though anticipating the catastrophe, was surprised by Myungho and Sangha's unexpected survival. He observed Gilyung and Hyunsung reaching safety. A notification then appeared, signifying a constellation's blessing bestowed upon someone. A subsequent message explained the activation of a Deus Ex Machina event, a miraculous intervention. A bridge of light, the constellation's handiwork, materialized before him, a breathtaking display. Witnessing this miraculous intervention, Kim Dokja reacted with a silent, questioning, Deus Ex Machina? The unexpected scale of the celestial intervention left him speechless. The bridge crumbled, yet Sangha and Han Myungho lived. Kim Dokja, his mind a whirlwind, pondered this improbable outcome. The survival, he mused, defied the established probabilities of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, suggesting a celestial hand, a constellation, had intervened on Sangha's behalf. The question gnawed at him: what sort of constellation would offer such protection? Driven by this query, Dokja sought to examine Sangha's character profile, only to find it frustratingly, stubbornly locked. The dust settled after the bridge's catastrophic failure, jolting Kim Dokja from a fleeting reverie. His gaze swept across the devastation, settling on a Tier 9 humanoid, a grotesque mutation spawned by the black ether. These weren't mere mindless undead. Dokja knew these creatures retained the strength and cunning of their former selves, posing a significant threat if their hosts had been powerful individuals. A flicker of surprise crossed his features as he internally grappled with an unexpected development: the continued existence of Sangha and Han Myungho, a divergence from the narrative he'd known, significantly altering the unfolding events. The dust settled, revealing the wreckage of the collapsed bridge and the 3 figures amidst the chaos: Kim Dokja, Sangha, and Han Myungho. A frustrated curse escaped Dokja's lips, a testament to his premonition of disaster. His gaze sharpened, analyzing the broken spans. A cryptic message, glimpsed amongst the rubble, revealed the peculiar crossing condition: only those contributing to an even sum could traverse the precarious path. 3 individuals presented a problem, only an even number could proceed. The grim solution dawned on him: one of them must remain, a selfless sacrifice to secure the other's escape. Dokja's mind raced, calculating his next move, the weight of survival hanging heavily in the air. A desperate cry, "Let go of me," pierced the air, marking a violent struggle. The ensuing chaos unfolded silently, its intensity palpable even without words. Kim Dokja, left behind, wrestled with the bitter question: why did you leave me behind? His inner turmoil manifested as a jumble of incoherent sounds, 2aea, reflecting his confusion and frustration. Seeking answers, he accessed the profile of a one-legged survivor, the one-legged Swiftfoot, discovering their affiliation with the limping trickster constellation. This constellation, he realized, didn't impose the debilitating mental barrier stigma affecting him. The revelation explained why his abilities failed to influence Sangha and Han Myungho. Their unique constellations afforded them immunity. Kim Dokja berated himself for his foolishness. The horrifying truth struck him: Sangha and Han Myungho were not characters from 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. The implications were clear. He faced the insurmountable obstacle of the collapsed bridge, acknowledging his inability to traverse it unaided. A perilous plan formed in his mind, its details partially obscured by the rapid-fire calculations of risk and reward. Time was of the essence. A mere 15 minutes remained until the triggering of Scenario 3. With a mixture of awe and desperation, he called out to the constellations, impressed by their past assistance, pleading for their intervention on behalf of this unfortunate soul. Kim Dokja surveyed the wreckage of the collapsed bridge, his gaze settling on the unexpectedly unscathed figures of Usanga and Han Myung-oh, characters absent from the original narrative. The unexpected turn of events highlighted his own unpreparedness, sparking a wave of frustration. He cursed his lack of combat prowess, acutely aware of his vulnerability. Quickly assessing his limited options, he chose to leverage his unique advantage. With a decisive thought, he activated his bookmark skill. The notification, "Personal skill bookmark activated," flashed in his mind, and he seemingly inherited Namwoon Kim's formidable capabilities. A sudden, unexpected ability, a fleeting flutter, washed over Kim Dokja. He mused on its connection to the bookmark skill, a feature he hadn't previously encountered despite his exhaustive reading of over 3,000 episodes of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. He reviewed his list: Delusional Demon Namwoon Kim, understanding 25%, Steel Blade Hyun Seung Lee, understanding 35%, and a vacant slot. Choosing the first entry, he activated the bookmark. Immediately, Namwoon Kim's power surged into him, a boisterous exclamation, "Yuji ha ha ha. I'm overflowing with power," echoing in his mind. Now imbued with this borrowed strength, Kim Dokja boldly proclaimed, "The new world needs new rules." Kim Dokja watched Usanga and Han Myung-oh, their unexpected survival of the bridge collapse a stark contrast to the original narrative. He registered the anomaly, a silent question forming in his mind. Their continued existence defied the established story. The realization struck him: neither belonged to the web novel's cast. Driven by the need for answers, he initiated a partial activation of his bookmark skill, focusing on Namwoon Kim, the delusional demon. The skill's activation yielded limited information, only partially illuminating the reasons behind Sangha and Myung-oh's unlikely survival. The gleaned insight fueled a new strategy. The future, he now knew, required careful recalculation. The dust settled, revealing the shattered remains of the bridge and, surprisingly, the unharmed figures of Usanga and Han Myung-oh. Kim Dokja, observing this unexpected turn of events, recognized an anomaly. Their survival directly contradicted the novel's narrative. He deduced their continued existence was not a mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of their constellation's influence. To understand this deviation and cross the treacherous gap, he chose to employ his bookmark skill. Focusing on Namwoon Kim, he sought to temporarily acquire the latter's abilities. With a mental command, he activated the skill, a confirmation flashing before his eyes: "Your understanding of Namwoon Kim has increased." Drawing on these borrowed skills, he deftly traversed the ruined bridge. The task complete, he released his hold on Namwoon Kim's abilities, the message, "Deactivated bookmark number 1, signaling the skill's end." Exhaustion weighed heavily on Kim Dokja, yet a flicker of anticipation burned within him. The collapsed bridge stood as an obstacle, a challenge he intended to overcome. He observed Usanga, openly voicing her weariness, a testament to the bridge's treacherous nature. Han Myung-oh, too, had somehow survived the ordeal, a surprise that further fueled Dokja's quiet expectation. A sub-scenario, categorized as sub and rated D, flashed before him: escape, with a 20-minute time limit to reach Okesu Station. A reward of 200 coins was offered, though the penalty for failure remained a mystery. The timer, however, displayed a more generous 40 minutes and 11 seconds, hinting at a larger overarching narrative or perhaps a secondary, independent time constraint. Dokja mentally noted the tardiness of a certain individual, an anticipated ally whose imminent arrival he counted on. His thoughts, a flurry of calculations and observations regarding Sangha and Myung-oh's unexpected survival, a deviation from the narrative he knew, were internalized in a stream of fragmented text. The dust settled on the shattered remains of the bridge, revealing the unexpected figures of Usanga and Han Myung-oh amidst the rubble. Kim Dokja, his gaze sharp, registered their presence, a stark deviation from the narrative he knew intimately. Their survival, an anomaly, sparked a flurry of internal calculations. He wondered which constellations might be behind this unforeseen development. His mind raced, seeking a solution, and he activated his bookmark skill, drawing upon the potent abilities of Namwon Kim to overcome the obstacle before him. With the delusional demon's power at his command, he navigated the treacherous terrain of the collapsed bridge, escaping the perilous situation. In the altered subway car, Kim Dokja registered the lifeless form of Namwon Kim, a stark deviation from the novel's original course. The altered circumstances weighed heavily on him. He meticulously considered the implications of this unexpected death. His gaze shifted to Yoo Jung-hyuk, assessing the man's actions and bearing, attempting to decipher the role he played in this new narrative. Kim Dokja silently dissected the situation, striving to understand the causal link connecting Yoo Jung-hyuk's actions to Namwon Kim's demise and the resulting divergence from the familiar plot. Fragments of thought, fleeting and incomplete, a rush of internal processing, churned within him as he sought to assemble a coherent picture. Yet, even after intense contemplation, a complete understanding remained elusive. Within the confines of a subway car, Kim Dokja witnessed a stark alteration from the familiar narrative. A corpse lay before him, the unmistakable form of Namwon Kim, a character destined for survival in the original web novel. The gravity of this unexpected death settled upon him. The established narrative had fractured, the future he knew, irrevocably changed. This deviation solidified his suspicions regarding Yoo Jung-hyuk's influence on this altered reality. His gaze shifted, the implications of this change, and its potential link to Yoo Jung-hyuk's presence, weighed heavily on his mind. Kim Dokja remained silent, absorbing the implications of this development, subtly calculating the ensuing risks and opportunities in this newly rewritten narrative. Kim Dokja's breath hitched. A confrontation loomed, and the thought sent a chill down his spine. Am I really supposed to face him? He mused, a stark assessment of his chances against the formidable Yoo Jung-hyuk filling his mind. The setting, a stark and unforgiving landscape, further emphasized the gravity of the situation. The tension tightened, each passing moment a prelude to the inevitable clash. A subtle shift in the environment signaled a change in tactics, or perhaps a new player entering the fray. Then, Yoo Jung-hyuk materialized before him, his voice laced with astonishment. How are you still alive? The question hung heavy in the air, a testament to the shattered expectations of the original Apocalypse narrative. Kim Dokja, his windpipe constricting under Yoo Jung-hyuk's grip, knew his assailant. The regressor, Yoo Jung-hyuk, was the very embodiment of the first survival method against the coming apocalypse, a living testament to its horrors. Simultaneously, a chilling realization dawned on him: this man, strangling him now, was also the architect of the catastrophic events that would soon unravel the world. Kim Dokja watched Yoo Jung-hyuk, a self-important figure acting the part of a protagonist. The younger man inquired about his name, receiving a response aligning with his in-story identity. Yoo Jung-hyuk found the name peculiar, a comment Kim Dokja dismissed as familiar. He then remarked on Kim Dokja's impressive physique before observing his astute handling of in-game currency and hinting at a suspected grasp of the game's broader mechanics, a suspicion Kim Dokja readily confirmed. A wave of disbelief and apprehension washed over Kim Dokja as he internally grappled with Yoo Jung-hyuk's astonishing strength, particularly given their limited advancement. This internal turmoil was abruptly interrupted by Yoo Jung-hyuk's curt demand for direct answers. A knot of worry tightened in Kim Dokja's chest as he watched Yoo Jung-hyuk. This was not the story he knew. The narrative, once a familiar path, now diverged wildly, a testament to the unpredictable consequences of his regression. Dokja recalled the web novel, 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, the established narrative detailing Yoo Jung-hyuk's dangerous nature, honed by countless past lives and brutal experiences. Then, the sharp demand for respect sliced through the air, a challenge to the unspoken hierarchy. Kim Dokja, however, countered internally, silently reminding himself, and the reader, of Yoo Jung-hyuk's relative youth, a subtle power play against the brash assertion. He silently reinforced his own seniority, his own right to command respect, a counterpoint to the boy's brazen declaration. The tension hung heavy, unspoken but palpable, as the confrontation simmered to a close. Kim Dokja, his gaze unwavering, interrogated Yoo Jung-hyuk, referencing the latter's notoriety, a clear indication of his familiarity with the novel's narrative. Yoo Jung-hyuk's claim of employment at a game company was swiftly dismissed as a fabrication. Kim Dokja then boldly declared Yoo Jung-hyuk a fictional creation, his renown merely a construct within the novel's 3,000-episode arc. He revealed himself as a devoted follower, having tracked Yoo Jung-hyuk's journey across that expansive tale. Yoo Jung-hyuk, in response, admitted to an unfamiliar resonance in Kim Dokja's words, hinting at a significant divergence from the novel's established course, or perhaps a remarkable shift in his own demeanor. A mixture of resentment and admiration, a complex tapestry of emotions woven through years of following the novel, was evident in Kim Dokja's expression. Finally, Kim Dokja offered a desperate proposition, a trade of knowledge for survival, the acceptance or rejection of which held the key to his continued existence. Kim Dokja, his gaze fixed on Yoo Jung-hyuk, recognized the subtle shift in the narrative. Years spent immersed in 3 ways to survive the apocalypse gave him an intuitive understanding. The regressor's presence was unmistakable. A disquieting question formed in his mind: was this altered survival rate, with the unexpected absence of Namwon Kim and the survival of others, a consequence of Yoo Jung-hyuk's actions? Hyun-seong Lee's survival was expected, but the presence of these unfamiliar faces, along with the regressor's continued existence, demanded answers. A crucial need for information seized him. Should Yoo Jung-hyuk prove a threat, Kim Dokja sought to understand his motivations. His thoughts turned inward, exploring the possibility of mind reading, of extracting the truth from the regressor himself. Then, Yoo Jung-hyuk began to explain his own survival, the words trailing off into an unfinished sentence, leaving Kim Dokja to ponder the implications in the chilling silence that followed. Amidst the wreckage of a subway car, Kim Dokja observed a young boy, his injuries a stark contrast to the familiar narrative of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. The explosion, and the unsettling presence of insects near the victim, deviated sharply from the original storyline, where only Namwon Kim and Hyun-seong Lee were meant to emerge alive. He internally questioned his own role in this altered reality, the explosion he had orchestrated differing significantly from his previous attempts. The boy, however, displayed an unnerving calmness, a stark difference from a typical survivor, suggesting a level of experience beyond a newbie. This observation solidified Kim Dokja's suspicion. The boy was responsible for Namwon Kim's death, a far more formidable threat than initially perceived. The boy's unruffled demeanor further emphasized the danger. He then made a chilling request, calmly asking to proceed to Oksu Station. The urgency in his voice, and the implied threat, left Kim Dokja with little choice but to acquiesce. A sense of preordained narrative settled upon Kim Dokja as he observed the unfolding events. He recognized Yoo Jung-hyuk possessed the Eye of the Sage, a skill of the highest caliber, capable of unveiling hidden attributes and information. The intriguing absence of its use prompted reflection. He considered the potential benefits of this inaction, a strategic silence perhaps. His own abilities remained shrouded in uncertainty, a mystery even to himself. The thought of Yoo Jung-hyuk wielding the Eye of the Sage against him, revealing his concealed strengths, held a certain appeal, particularly if he possessed a comparable understanding of his own capabilities. A tense standoff unfolded between Kim Dokja and Yoo Jung-hyuk. The latter, eyes narrowed, demanded to know Kim Dokja's identity, voicing his immediate suspicion with a sharp "What are you?" The narrative then shifted, revealing a sudden escape sub-scenario, a side quest, it appeared, with a difficulty rating of D. Clear objectives materialized, reaching the collapsed bridge and entering Oksu Station within a 20-minute time limit. Success promised 200 coins, failure's consequence remained ominously unknown. This unexpected development strongly hinted at a divergence from the original narrative, a deviation likely caused by either Kim Dokja's intervention or Yoo Jung-hyuk's response to it. Yoo Jung-hyuk, his gaze sharp, challenged Kim Dokja, demanding to know his true nature. Kim Dokja responded not with words alone, but with action, deflecting an unseen threat with a practiced ease. He then clarified a misconception, identifying the technique as the bookmark, not the erroneously attributed Eye of the Sage. Further solidifying his enigmatic abilities, Kim Dokja unveiled the fourth wall, a skill hinting at a power to manipulate the very fabric of their reality. The exchange concluded with Yoo Jung-hyuk implicitly acknowledging the profound implications of Kim Dokja's unique talents, accepting him as an unlikely ally. Kim Dokja, his mind fixed on Zarathustra's swift demise, summoned Yoo Jung-hyuk. Recognizing the challenge in securing the swordsman's cooperation, he adjusted his strategy. He pointed out Yoo Jung-hyuk's inability to conquer Scenario 46 independently. When questioned about the source of this knowledge and accused of being a time traveler, Kim Dokja sidestepped the inquiry, focusing instead on the practical advantages of their partnership. Yoo Jung-hyuk, internally rejecting the idea that Kim Dokja was a time traveler, remained unconvinced. Kim Dokja then revealed a glimpse of future events unseen by Yoo Jung-hyuk, solidifying his claim of possessing unique insight. Kim Dokja, incredulous, questioned the existence of another prophet in Korea besides Anna Croft. His thoughts then turned to the prophet attribute detailed in 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, its power to foresee the future and evade detection, a power he believed belonged to only one other individual. Directly confronting Yoo Jung-hyuk, he inquired about the young man's ability to glimpse future events. Kim Dokja acknowledged Yoo Jung-hyuk's precognitive abilities but noted their incompleteness, internally observing that regressors like him inevitably encountered unknown futures unless they meticulously replicated past actions. Therefore, he offered his companionship, framing it as the solution to complete Yoo Jung-hyuk's fragmented vision of the future. Kim Dokja, his mind a whirlwind of strategy, recognized Yoo Jung-hyuk's inherent need for a prophet. He silently resolved to fill that role, calculating that such an advantage would be irresistible to the stoic warrior. Yoo Jung-hyuk, in his own quiet contemplation, weighed the considerable benefits of having a prophet, specifically Kim Dokja, guide him through the perils of Scenario 46 and the looming threat of Zarathustra. Despite underlying reservations about trusting Kim Dokja, the strategic imperative proved too compelling, leading him to accept the unlikely companion. Kim Dokja, keenly aware of Yoo Jung-hyuk's inherent distrust, subtly maneuvered their interaction. He alluded to the shifting currents of the future, then strategically unveiled a crucial detail of Zarathustra's machinations, information only a seer could possess. Yoo Jung-hyuk's disbelief was palpable as he pressed for an explanation. Kim Dokja, referencing the renowned prophet Anna Croft, further solidified the implication of his own unique abilities. He skillfully framed his predictive powers as a significant tactical advantage against Zarathustra, a threat Yoo Jung-hyuk actively sought to neutralize. Recognizing the strategic value of such a skill, Yoo Jung-hyuk, though hesitant, conceded to Kim Dokja's proposal of partnership. Kim Dokja, inwardly pleased, had successfully secured the formidable Yoo Jung-hyuk as an ally. Kim Dokja, letting out a breath of disbelief and relief, marveled at his success in securing Yoo Jung-hyuk as his companion. A nagging anxiety, however, pricked at him, a fear that his abilities might fail. Despite this apprehension, he acknowledged his triumph, confident that he'd expertly navigated the situation and could now move forward. A final, crucial query loomed, a single question hanging in the air. Yoo Jung-hyuk, testing the limits of Kim Dokja's proclaimed foresight, challenged him to predict his own future. A wave of foreboding washed over Kim Dokja as he braced himself for this ultimate test, a profound unease settling upon him. Kim Dokja weighed the implications of a full alliance with Yoo Jung-hyuk, a decision born from intimate knowledge of the man and his story. A silent internal conflict raged. If this stubborn fool is truly the same Jung-hyuk I've read about, he mused. He then laid out his terms, clear and unwavering. First, I am not your subordinate, treat me as an equal. Second, your cooperation is contingent upon mine. Yoo Jung-hyuk's subsequent inquiry pressed for an immediate answer, a demand met, apparently, with a curt dismissal. The words, "Just let go already and get lost, you idiot," served as a clear rejection of Kim Dokja's proposed partnership. Kim Dokja engaged Yoo Jung-hyuk in a subtle exchange, strategically revealing glimpses of future events, perhaps even mentioning details about Zarathustra. He carefully considered his words, gauging Yoo Jung-hyuk's response. Yoo Jung-hyuk, in turn, reacted with a blend of doubt and thoughtful consideration, clearly processing the information. Finally, Yoo Jung-hyuk conceded, stating, "You really are a prophet," a pivotal moment marking Kim Dokja's successful manipulation. A quiet ha escaped Kim Dokja's lips, a subtle expression of satisfaction as he internally plotted their next moves and considered how to further solidify their burgeoning partnership. A surge of bitter frustration washed over Kim Dokja. That idiot, he thought, the words a venomous whisper against the backdrop of his thwarted plan. The subsequent silence, heavy with unspoken tension, hung between him and Yoo Jung-hyuk, a silent exchange of wills, a failed attempt at persuasion playing out in the space between them. Then, the cold, undeniable judgment of the game interface: "You have failed to clear the scenario." A single, breathy me escaped his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of defeat. Within the monstrous belly of the ichthyosaur, Kim Dokja found himself in a claustrophobic struggle for survival. The confined space pressed in on him, a perilous labyrinth of flesh and bone. His internal battle raged alongside the physical one, his breath dwindling. He fought to endure, his resolve hardening against an inescapable test, a challenge he was determined not to fail. Ultimately, against the odds, he breached the beast's stomach, escaping the initial onslaught of its digestive acids. Confined within the colossal ichthyosaur's belly alongside Yoo Jung-hyuk, Kim Dokja wrestled with a simmering frustration. His companion's behavior, perceived as cruel and erratic, fueled a suspicion that bloomed into a harsh internal assessment. The question gnawed at him: was this deliberate cruelty a test? He considered Yoo Jung-hyuk's history, a tapestry woven with past failures in forging meaningful connections, a consequence of his immense power and unique ability to regress through time. This harsh trial, Kim Dokja realized, was ultimately a calculated measure to determine his suitability as an equal, a worthy companion to a man burdened by the weight of his past. 100 coins vanished from Kim Dokja's channel balance as a consequence of his recent actions. The prisoner of the golden headband and the demonic judge of fire, however, registered their approval. Within the colossal ichthyosaur, he meticulously observed the creature's sluggish progress. His mind, a wellspring of knowledge, drew upon the insights of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, recalling the precise timing of the beast's gastric acid secretion, 3 minutes after a meal. He bided his time, awaiting Yoo Jung-hyuk's arrival, the words, "because I've been waiting for you," a confirmation of their synchronized strategy. Within the colossal ichthyosaur, Kim Dokja, surprisingly unharmed, found himself facing Yoo Jung-hyuk. A condition for companionship was being discussed. Yoo Jung-hyuk's proposition hung in the air. Kim Dokja, with a hint of surprise or challenge in his voice, questioned Yoo Jung-hyuk's presence, asking if he had been waiting. In response, Yoo Jung-hyuk outlined the terms of their arrangement: a penalty in the form of coins, a consequence of his own scenario failure. He clarified that the coins were to be collected by Kim Dokja as compensation for his shortcoming. The immediate resolution remained unseen, leaving the acquisition of the coins pending. A system notification materialized, outlining a perilous situation with an unspecified consequence. Kim Dokja, however, recognized the ambiguity as a potential opening for compromise. He grasped the unspoken implication that death wasn't a foregone conclusion. Yoo Jung-hyuk, impressed by Dokja's sharp insight, remarked upon his ability to glean so much from a seemingly insignificant detail, noting the constellation's keen interest in him. Yoo Jung-hyuk then stated the cost of saving Kim Dokja's life: 5,100 coins. Kim Dokja reacted with incredulity, voicing his outrage at the exorbitant price. He protested the cost, finding it excessive. A flurry of indecipherable text followed, likely reflecting Dokja's internal strategizing and assessment of his predicament within the game's framework. Within the colossal ichthyosaur's belly, Kim Dokja's mind raced. He analyzed Yoo Jung-hyuk's behavior, concluding that the man's actions, the effort expended in meeting him within the beast, contradicted any intent to kill. Meanwhile, the constellations reveled in his predicament, their amusement palpable. Then, a low-grade Dakibi, Bihyung, materialized. The creature inquired about Kim Dokja's streaming career, its words betraying a disturbing familiarity with the star stream system. Kim Dokja, stunned, demanded an explanation, questioning how this being knew his name. Bai Hyung, unfazed, commented on the constellation's recent reluctance to reward streamers, further solidifying his understanding of the system's intricacies. Kim Dokja, his curiosity piqued and suspicion aroused, pressed Bai Hyung for his identity and demanded to know how a mere human could possess such knowledge. Trapped within the colossal ichthyosaur, Kim Dokja momentarily silenced his Starstream broadcast. The secret of Plotter constellation, its gaze approving, conveyed its endorsement of his strategy via a thought bubble. He then requested a brief cessation of the broadcast, a silent plea for a private moment. Following this, a period of intense concentration ensued, a silent exchange perhaps with an unseen companion, before an informational text box clarified the workings of the Starstream system, its constellations, and the Dakibi who navigated its currents. The ichthyosaur's maw loomed, yet Bai Hyung's voice cut through Kim Dokja's immediate peril. He declared another matter of paramount importance, a question that abruptly shifted the focus. Did Kim Dokja desire the title of Dakibi King? An outburst, a jumble of sounds suggesting disbelief or astonishment. What are you? Followed. Bai Hyung then painted a picture of surpassing both Lu and Gildal, rising above them to claim the ultimate streamer throne. A formal contract was offered, its terms left partially veiled, the final words hanging unfinished. A promise of untold rewards will make you. The Dakibi, Bai Hyung, materialized before Kim Dokja, extending a proposition, a contract elevating him to the esteemed position of Dakibi King, contingent upon his exclusive allegiance to Bai Hyung's channel. The offer, implied though the garbled words "EENT will make you the Dakibi King," was considered by Kim Dokja, a moment of contemplation evidenced by the subsequent exchange. Bai Hyung, later reflecting internally, recognized the pattern. Kim Dokja's prior refusal of all constellation sponsorships clearly presaged his decision to forge this alliance with the Dakibi. Bai Hyung noted Kim Dokja's conspicuous absence from the constellation sponsorship selection preceding a sub-scenario. Kim Dokja, acknowledging Bai Hyung's awareness of the Starstream system's intricacies, surprised yet unsurprised by this observation, corrected the misunderstanding. He hadn't sought a constellation's backing, instead, he sought an exclusive contract with Bai Hyung's channel. His explanation, including the cryptic phrase WRALMMNE, detailed his rationale for prioritizing this unique arrangement over the considerable power offered by a celestial patron. The contract, a standard agreement between a constellation and a Dakibi, was laid bare, the Dakibi hosting a constellation's incarnation in exchange for a portion of the accumulated coins. Bai Hyung, the Dakibi, sneered at Kim Dokja's naive understanding, emphasizing the inherently exploitative nature of these arrangements. Incarnations, he explained, possessed virtually no agency, treated as mere assets by their celestial patrons. He scoffed at Kim Dokja's lack of a supporting constellation, underscoring the human's inexperience. Then, he presented his proposition, a solution to Kim Dokja's predicament. The question hung in the air. Why, Bai Hyung asked, would constellations even bother with Starstream channels? The answer, he revealed, lay in either exceptionally engaging content or a captivating incarnation, a sharp contrast to Kim Dokja's paltry subscriber numbers. His proposal, a revolutionary channel concept, promised a potent blend of both elements, a synergy he implied was the very cornerstone of his offer. A silent moment followed, a shift in the conversation indicated only by the change in visual focus. Kim Dokja, within the confines of his own mind, weighed the audacious possibility, a single incarnation, himself, rising above all others, unburdened by a constellation's patronage. This internal calculation, a strategic roadmap forged in the crucible of his will, manifested as a blur of indecipherable text, a visual echo of the intense focus and unrelenting pressure bearing down upon him. The narrative implied the dire straits faced by other incarnations, their fates intertwined with the whims of celestial entities, highlighting the monumental risks inherent in his independent path. He contemplated their potential downfall, his grasp of their destinies firm. The challenge posed by a regressor was not lost upon him. Turning his gaze towards Bai Hyung, he boldly declared his intention to demonstrate his prowess. A sharp command silenced the other, a directive to unquestioningly obey. Finally, Kim Dokja reiterated his proposition, extending the prestigious title of Dakibi King as a testament to his unwavering confidence. Bai Hyung, attempting to levy a 500th coin penalty for a purported scenario failure, found himself facing Kim Dokja's sharp retort. Dokja vehemently denied failure, his insight revealing a successful completion of the scenario's condition. This realization led to an immediate exchange. Bai Hyung, acknowledging Dokja's argument, granted him access to a new channel. The rapid activation of this channel, suggested by a legible text, left no doubt of its immediate and successful transfer to Dokja's possession. The matter concluded with Kim Dokja's unambiguous acquisition of the channel, rejecting the initial penalty claim entirely. The hidden scenario, Commander Slayer, materialized, revealing a 10-day deadline to fell a Sea Commander Ichthyosaur for a reward of 9,000 coins, failure resulting in death. Bai Hyung's broadcast abruptly ended, a server error silencing the stream, though he quickly assured his audience and Kim Dokja that the interruption was accidental. Kim Dokja, frustrated by the Dakibi shop's lack of a search function, scrutinized the available merchandise, his internal complaint echoing the limitations. A cryptic exchange then transpired, the fragmented communication implying a pointed warning from Kim Dokja. Bai Hyung's subsequent expression of fear confirmed the implicit threat's impact, securing future cooperation. Kim Dokja surveyed the Dakibi shop's cluttered offerings, his gaze sweeping across starter packs priced at 8,000 and far more extravagant options costing 100,000 and beyond. Much of the shop's cryptic descriptions remained frustratingly indecipherable. He mentally scoffed at the Dakibi's avarice, their greed a familiar echo of humanity's own. His search, focused on obtaining something ancient dragon-related, finally bore fruit. Before him sat the heart of the ancient dragon, an SS-grade treasure promising near-infinite mana and the potent hellfire affix upon successful integration. The price tag, a staggering 1,500,000, didn't deter him. A nearby observer marveled at his acquisition of such a costly artifact, the implication of a generous benefactor unspoken but clear. Kim Dokja meticulously searched the Dakibi shop, his gaze settling upon the archdemon's eyeball and white star weapon aura. However, his transaction extended beyond these items. He acquired 4 bags of hammer seahorse's mucus and 4 stone hog's sharp thorns, a purchase that prompted a query from Bai Hyung, though the exchange was unspoken. Dokja offered only a cryptic response, leaving the purpose of these peculiar acquisitions for Bai Hyung to discover. The total cost of his 8 items, 4 of each kind, amounted to 800 coins. A reminder about the shop's no-refund policy followed, the weight of which seemed to hang heavy in the air. This unusual transaction did not go unnoticed. The abyssal black flame dragon constellation registered its clear displeasure at Dokja's choices. The air crackled with unspoken tension as Bai Hyung's reminder of their pending contract echoed in the aftermath of Kim Dokja's successful scenario completion. Undeterred, Kim Dokja declared his readiness to proceed, his resolve unwavering. With a self-assured stride, he departed to face the next challenge. A thought bubble above Bai Hyung revealed his internal assessment. He found Kim Dokja's confidence, to put it mildly, overbearing. Moments later, Bai Hyung accessed his communication channel, #BI7623, the silent hum of the network a stark counterpoint to the burgeoning conflict. Kim Dokja meticulously reviewed the contract presented by Bai Hyung, recognizing its exceptionally favorable terms. Bai Hyung enthusiastically detailed the advantages of this exclusive agreement, emphasizing the unparalleled access to his channel and the potential resources it offered. However, Kim Dokja astutely identified a vaguely worded clause regarding unforeseen consequences, prompting him to question its implications. Bai Hyung attempted to dismiss his concerns, characterizing the clause as mere Dakibi legalese. Despite sensing Bai Hyung's deception, Kim Dokja, recognizing the immense value of the channel access, chose to sign the contract, foregoing a potential constellation sponsorship. Immediately utilizing his newfound access, he proceeded to purchase items from the Dakibi shop, a transaction confirmed by a brief, stylized message on the interface. The abyssal black flame dragon's disapproval was palpable, though unspoken. Kim Dokja, facing a precarious predicament, silently weighed his choices, his mind a whirlwind of strategic calculations born from his intimate knowledge of the narrative. A Dakibi streamer, Bai Hyung, offered a contract, a partnership promising a share of broadcasting profits in exchange for Kim Dokja's participation. The initial terms, however, were clearly disadvantageous, a typical Dakibi ploy to underpay. Undeterred, Kim Dokja expertly countered, skillfully leveraging his foresight into the unfolding events and the audience's anticipated fascination with his actions. He argued persuasively for a significantly larger cut, highlighting the direct correlation between his performance and viewership. Bai Hyung, recognizing both Kim Dokja's insightful grasp of the situation and the potential drawbacks of rejecting his revised terms, begrudgingly conceded. A murmur of agreement, more for the streamer, less for the company, though ultimately a fairer deal, marked the completion of the negotiation. Uriel, and other constellations, expressed their approval and amazement through comments that echoed Kim Dokja's exceptional strategic thinking and masterful negotiation. With the advantageous contract secured, Kim Dokja turned his attention to the challenges that lay ahead. Severely wounded, Kim Dokja privately considered his desperate circumstances, the looming next scenario, and the precious need for resources, his thoughts drifting to his mother and Yoo Jung-hyuk. Bai Hyung, the broadcasting Dakibi, then materialized, extending a contract proposal fueled by a desire for higher viewership numbers. Kim Dokja meticulously dissected the initial offer, recognizing its inherent disadvantages, and silently formulated a counter-strategy. He skillfully countered, using his foresight and understanding of the coming events, along with the promise of heightened viewership based on his actions, to reshape the deal in his favor. Though initially reluctant, Bai Hyung eventually conceded to Kim Dokja's revised terms, captivated by his shrewd bargaining. The finalized contract secured crucial resources for Kim Dokja. Observing from the periphery, various constellations voiced their opinions through text, with Uriel expressing clear approval of Kim Dokja's strategic prowess. Having achieved victory, Kim Dokja internally reviewed his triumph, his thoughts turning towards Young Hee-won and the imminent, formidable trials ahead. The weight of time pressed down on Kim Dokja as he considered his journey since entering this fantastical reality. Self-doubt gnawed at him. He questioned whether his initial confidence had been misplaced, his abilities overestimated. He reflected on his identity, a mere reader, a Dokja, a title reflecting his very nature, an ordinary individual far removed from the narrative's leading role. His thoughts then turned to his mother, a profound concern for her safety and well-being filling his mind. The possibility that his current ordeal was nothing more than a dream briefly flickered, a tempting but ultimately rejected wish. While his previous existence held its share of hardships, the stark reality of his present circumstances remained undeniable. Kim Dokja, spared a gruesome end in the belly of a monstrous fish, breathed a sigh of internal relief. The near-death experience lingered, a shadow against the backdrop of his meticulous preparations for what lay ahead. A flurry of focused activity filled the following moments: resource gathering, strategic review, or perhaps a meeting with Bai Hyung, the Dakibi. The precise nature of his endeavors remained unspoken, yet the intensity of his concentration was palpable. His actions spoke volumes, a testament to the gravity of the impending encounter and the calculated precision of his approach. Numerous constellations watched as Kim Dokja, through some unorthodox means, achieved victory in the scenario. His success, however, yielded a peculiar reward, a debit of 9,000 coins. The cryptic message accompanying the transaction, a fragment suggesting he was the first to conquer the challenge in such a manner, hinted at the unusual, and possibly risky, nature of his triumph. Kim Dokja, assessing his meager supplies, 17 stone hogs sharp thorns, each worth 100 coins, and a generous supply of 124 units of Framier seahorse mucus, similarly priced, considered his options. A thoughtful pause followed, his gaze fixed on the unusual application of the thorn. Before employing the sharp point, he meticulously coated himself with the seahorse mucus. Finally, utilizing the thorn as a makeshift tool, he extracted and consumed ichthyosaur bodily fluids, effectively alleviating his gnawing hunger. Kim Dokja, having endured the ordeal within the ichthyosaur's belly, emerged, his stamina bolstered from 11 to 12 by the beast's very essence. He reflected on his improbable survival, crediting both his indomitable spirit and the fortuitous application of seahorse mucus, a natural defense against the creature's corrosive stomach acids. Uriel, a celestial being, eased his lingering agony with the application of the fourth wall, a power that transcended ordinary healing. Then, with a resolute address to the unseen constellations, he compelled them to materialize his Dakibi shop. Finally, he secured the ichthyosaur's nucleus, a prize from his harrowing escape. Kim Dokja, driven by a desire to acquire a specific item, the details obscured by fragmented text, made it clear that a preliminary condition must be met. Presented with a formal stream contract agreement, he reviewed the stipulations, adherence to the rules until the scenario's conclusion or his demise, a mandated delay in selecting a supporting constellation, exclusive streaming rights on Baihyung's platform, and a profit-sharing arrangement mutually determined between himself and the Dakibi. Upon considering the comprehensive written agreement, Kim Dokja formally accepted the terms. The Dakibi, a shrewd creature, revealed a critical omission in the proposed streaming contract. He slyly suggested a verbal agreement, hinting at the soul-binding nature of such deals. Kim Dokja responded with a sardonic chuckle, acknowledging the point while subtly expressing skepticism. He then challenged the Dakibi, questioning whether he considered him a fool. A crucial detail emerged: the presence of a constellation's incarnation on the Dakibi's channel significantly altered the transaction. Kim Dokja openly admitted his lack of a supporting constellation. This absence, it turned out, meant a hefty commission would be due the Dakibi. Undeterred, Kim Dokja boldly declared his intention to accept the entire cost, securing the contract's advantages despite the unfavorable terms. Baihyung, the Dakibi streamer, initially proposed a contract offering Kim Dokja only a commission, a proposition Kim Dokja swiftly rejected. He declared his terms unequivocally: full payment up front, or he would seek a more accommodating partner, someone like the successful streamer, Gildal. His resolve remained unshaken as he reiterated this all-or-nothing stance. Then, with shrewd timing, he highlighted the imminent conclusion of their advertising slots and the steadily escalating impatience of the constellations, whose audible sighs and complaints underscored their growing concern over the protracted negotiations and the potential devaluation of their investment. This calculated pressure proved effective. Baihyung ultimately conceded, signing the contract under Kim Dokja's specified terms, guaranteeing Kim Dokja a substantial contract fee in addition to the previously offered commission. After 4 days trapped, Kim Dokja inhaled deeply, the fresh air a stark contrast to his expectations. He'd initially predicted only 2. He silently measured his survival against Yu Jung-hyuk's, concluding that 4 days was a commendable feat, even when compared to the renowned warrior's 4th-round performance. A triumphant grin touched his lips as he secured a streaming contract with a Dakibi, 5,000 coins changing hands after a brief, pointed negotiation implied by the Dakibi's unspoken demand. The ease with which he'd brokered the deal stood in stark contrast to past failures, a transformation he attributed to his exceptional, current situation. Finally, he pondered the persistent activation of his fourth wall ability, wondering if it represented a system malfunction. Kim Dokja, frustrated, announced his inability to access his attribute window. A disembodied voice, identified only as a system administrator, flatly denied the possibility of such a system malfunction. He struggled, his efforts to resolve the issue remaining unseen, yet clearly marked by his astonishment. The blockage persisted, baffling even a Dakibi's attempts to rectify the problem. His preparations complete, a notification confirmed his entry into the second main scenario. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a warning conveyed through visual cues, prompted Kim Dokja to immediately hold his breath and seek refuge underground. He reacted swiftly, finding safety just as the danger materialized. The ensuing quiet, however, was far from reassuring. A triumphant declaration, "The real game begins now," echoed through the air, promising a far greater challenge than the one just overcome. Amidst a brutal aftermath, Kim Dokja found an injured woman, the clear victim of the grunt's cruelty. He quickly assessed the perilous situation, his expression betraying a grim understanding. A silent calculation unfolded within him. Fragments of the novel's storyline, the roles of Birdbrain and Kyolsu, flashed through his mind. Drawing upon this foreknowledge, he devised a swift, precise plan to neutralize the remaining threats while ensuring the woman's safety. With decisive efficiency, he eliminated the grunts, his actions leaving no doubt about his competence. The prisoner of the golden headband and demonic judge of fire, unseen yet influential constellations, observed the unfolding events, their presence hinting at a larger, preordained narrative. Finally, Kim Dokja secured the injured woman, offering immediate aid and silently preparing for the complex consequences of his actions. A stark warning flashed across the page, a chilling command to hold one's breath and swiftly descend underground. Kim Dokja, facing a zone saturated with lethal toxins, acted decisively. He placed an Elaine monkey's lungs, a temporary antidote, its potency limited to a mere 20 minutes, within his mouth. With the deadly poison neutralized, he navigated the perilous landscape, his movements swift and purposeful. Reaching the designated safety zone before the item's effect waned, he escaped the contaminated area. The subsequent illustrations, while visually engaging, offered no further details relevant to this critical escape. Oksu Station lay in ruins, a testament to its above-ground vulnerability. Kim Dokja, assessing the devastation, sought a viable alternative. His gaze settled on Gumho Station, the nearest underground option. Upon reaching it, however, he found the entrance sealed, access denied. His attention then turned to exploring the possibility of a passage on the far side of the closed station. Amidst the throng, Kim Dokja witnessed a brutal act. A collection of grunts cruelly mistreated an injured woman. One grunt barked a crude dismissal, ordering him away. Another complained about the already overflowing space, their unwillingness to assist or allow anyone else to help blatantly clear. Undeterred, Kim Dokja calmly declared that this was inconsequential to him, his resolve unwavering in the face of their objections. The injured woman, however, expressed distress, pleading against his intervention with a desperate, "No. You can't, come in here." Her fear, born likely from the grunt's prior actions, revealed a situation more perilous than mere overcrowding. A conflict, perhaps a misunderstanding, simmered beneath the surface of the immediate struggle against the grunts. Kim Dokja registered the unusual density of the crowd, a stark contrast to his recollection of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. He mused internally, questioning whether this surge in population had been a feature of the original novel. A woman, clearly injured, came into his view. Her condition was dire. He swiftly located and prepared a remedy, a counteragent to whatever poison afflicted her. Then, extending the antidote, he instructed her, "Hold this in your mouth. You won't fully recover, but it'll at least neutralize the poison." Kim Dokja discovered an injured woman, her plight prompting a silent assessment. He wondered if a parallel character existed within the pages of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, ultimately concluding her survival in the novel's narrative was improbable. He considered verifying her identity within the story's character profiles, but his contemplation was cut short. A group of grunts suddenly appeared, their attention fixed on him. One of them demanded his name, their gruff inquiry effectively ending his internal debate. Kim Dokja stood silently as a band of thugs accosted him, demanding his name. He remained unmoved. One thug explained their absence of an injured woman from a smaller faction, another confessed to their abuse of her. Dokja internally noted the predictability of such cruelty in a world ravaged by catastrophe. Later, a thug offered a clumsy apology for the death of someone named Kyolsu, an apology met with unconcerned indifference from his companions. The thugs then demanded the injured woman from Dokja, but he refused to comply. Their attention, however, shifted to the food in his possession. In the following instant, the thugs were incapacitated by his abilities, leaving the woman unharmed. Dokja, in his mercy, spared their lives, choosing instead to deliver a decisive, yet non-lethal, deterrent. Kim Dokja, observing the brutish cruelty of the thugs, mused on the greater wickedness of humanity compared to the villains of fiction. A palpable sense of foreboding washed over him. The prisoner of the golden headband and the demonic judge of fire, incensed by the thugs' actions, unleashed their wrath. A time-sensitive bounty hunter scenario materialized at their behest, targeting the perpetrators. The weight of a prior conversation, disregarded by Kim Dokja, pressed upon him. The thugs advanced, their intent to inflict violence unmistakable. Kim Dokja issued a stark warning, a 3-second ultimatum: retreat or face annihilation. The parameters of the scenario flashed into view: eliminate the thugs, a subcategory mission of F difficulty, with a 5-minute time constraint. The reward remained shrouded in mystery, while failure promised a cryptic penalty of 27. The looming clash hinted at the imminent conflict, though its unfolding remained unseen. The grunts gaped, disbelief etched onto their faces as Birdbrain, battered but unbowed, remained standing after a brutal assault. Whispers of a supporting constellation rippled through them. The narrator explained that raw power, represented by overall stats, held the key to victory in such brutal encounters. Kim Dokja, meanwhile, felt the sting of frustration. His internal calculations revealed his own strength, a meager 33, dwarfed by the grunt's single-digit capabilities. His legs, the targets of relentless blows, restricted his movement. The cacophony of the fight, a whirlwind of violence, was suggested by a flurry of indecipherable text. Then, Birdbrain's survival was explained, the revelation of his supporting constellation, the monarch of the small fries, illuminated the scene. Dokja's mind raced, the discrepancy stark. In 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, Birdbrain, a member of the Gumho station group, should have met his end at the hands of Yoo Jung-hyuk. This divergence from the novel's narrative was undeniable. The grunt, sizing up Kim Dokja, remarked on his appearance, hinting at a multitude of lives taken. He then asserted a shared nature between himself and the other man, a commonality shrouded in the mumbled words that followed. A brief pause ensued, a moment of internal conflict for the grunt, a flicker of regret or a justification of his past. Later, Kim Dokja, consumed by remorse over his failures to protect the victims of the grunt's savagery, directly accused the brood of reveling in the spectacle of their suffering. The confrontation hung heavy in the air, the final moment ambiguous, hinting at either an immediate clash or the grunt's furious reaction. Kim Dokja observed the grunt, Birdbrain, whose bluster and arrogance were hardly endearing. A swift, silent end to the fool crossed his mind. However, Dokja recalled Birdbrain's supporting constellation, monarch of the small fries, notorious for its peculiar lack of protection. He remembered its perverse nature, its enjoyment of its incarnation's suffering. Birdbrain's unexpected survival, a direct consequence of this twisted patronage, forced a recalibration of Dokja's plans. A wave of bitter contemplation washed over Kim Dokja, his mind churning with the inherent flaws and surprising brutality of humanity. He reflected on the senseless cruelty he had witnessed, a moral outrage simmering within him. The garbled outburst that followed, a testament to his furious comprehension of the grunt's actions, left no doubt as to his boiling rage and utter contempt. Their cruelty, he realized, stemmed from a callous indifference, a flimsy excuse masking their true nature. His burning question, "Why did you do it?" cut through the air, a desperate demand for justification, even though the answer, known to him from the narrative's unfolding, only fueled his righteous fury further. The agonizing deaths of the grunts unfolded before Kim Dokja. Their final words, filled with pain and despair, cries of anguish about their suffering and a world gone wrong, echoed in the air. Dokja watched, recognizing their shared plight, a grim reflection in their final moments. Just like me, he thought. The sub-scenario concluded, a system message confirming its completion. As a reward for his unwitting participation in their demise, the constellation, monarch of the small fries, granted him 100 additional coins. The weight of the witnessed brutality settled upon him, leaving Dokja to question his own capacity for such cold-hearted actions. He wondered, could you be so cold-blooded? The urgency of the unfolding situation pressed upon Kim Dokja, yet he found himself confronting a critically injured woman. Her desperate plea to be brought to safety resonated with him, and he immediately set about assisting her, prioritizing her well-being over his own immediate need to escape. Deep within the labyrinthine corridors of Gumho Station, Kim Dokja lay wounded, his survival hanging precariously in the balance. The discovery of his injured form by Young Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung brought forth a wave of relief. Hee-won's exclamation, "My God!" Dokja echoed the sentiment, a stark contrast to the lurking menace of the Kyoto group, whose presence nearby served as a grim reminder of the ever-present danger. A significant figure, a leader from a powerful faction within the station, then approached Kim Dokja, a silent proposition of influence clearly implied by their gesture and close proximity. Yet, Kim Dokja remained resolute, his silence a powerful rejection of the offered power. Meanwhile, unseen but ever observant, the secretive plotter constellation meticulously watched the unfolding events, noting Kim Dokja's defiant resilience and his continued existence. Exhausted but alive, Kim Dokja received Young Hee-won's relieved apology for abandoning him during the harrowing first scenario. He reassured her, his words gentle but firm, explaining her actions were unavoidable. A quiet satisfaction settled over him as he confirmed aloud Yoo Jung-hyuk's prediction of his survival, a testament to the other man's uncanny foresight. The absence of Yoo Jung-hyuk at Gumho Station was noted. Kim Dokja revealed his departure the previous day, a detail that only further solidified his image of Yoo Jung-hyuk's meticulous planning. Even in his absence, Kim Dokja felt certain the other man would have accounted for every contingency. A self-deprecating thought flickered through his mind, acknowledging his tendency to speak his thoughts aloud. Unbeknownst to him, the secretive plotter constellation observed, silently registering this vocalization. Kim Dokja, having survived the initial ordeal, found himself alone, a single thought piercing the quiet. Come to think of it, he mused, there's one person missing. Chaos erupted around him, a desperate struggle, a shouted command, everyone out of the way. Cut through the din as he was pulled free from imminent peril. Safely extracted, he was brought to a group assembled at Gumho Station, only to be met with immediate and vehement hostility. Accusations of being the worst of the worst, even downright evil, rained down, sealing his rejection by the group. Having survived the initial ordeal, Kim Dokja found himself addressed by a prominent figure at Gumho Station. The leader, employing a deceptively amicable tone, highlighted their shared experience of survival, suggesting a camaraderie born of hardship. He then formally introduced himself, inquiring about Kim Dokja's name. However, Kim Dokja remained silent, offering no response. The leader continued, mentioning reports of Kim Dokja's prowess in the previous scenario, specifically his confrontation with the monsters and subsequent rescue of others. Kim Dokja, however, internally recognized the leader's insincerity. He suspected that the Kyoto group, clearly subservient to this station leader, intended to make him answer for their previous defeat. The leader then cleverly orchestrated a public display of gratitude, calling his group to praise Kim Dokja for procuring food, a calculated maneuver aimed at securing his allegiance. Having survived the initial ordeal, Kim Dokja arrived at Gumho Station, his stomach rumbling with a longing for sustenance. A greeting, "Welcome to Gumho Station," Dokja Kim echoed around him. 87 souls, including himself, remained. This was fewer than he anticipated. Only those fortunate enough to be in the vicinity of the station or its train cars had lived through the first scenario. A grim truth settled upon the survivors. Each and every one had committed acts necessary for survival, marking them all, in a sense, as perpetrators of violence. The station itself was further fractured into a dominant group and a significantly smaller faction. Having survived the initial ordeal, Kim Dokja watched the unfolding power struggle within Gumho Station. Words of comfort, promises of rescue, assurances of governmental intervention, and praise for Hangyeong Corporation were offered to the shaken survivors. Yet, Kim Dokja's mind remained sharp, observing the inherent human tendency to fracture into factions of strong and weak, even amidst a multitude of desperate individuals. His insightful reflection resonated with at least one other observer. Later, the leader of the station's dominant group approached Kim Dokja, revealing that young Hee-won had been among their number, assigned to the same scenario, and implying a darker fate for those within the smaller factions. Lee Hyun-sung noted Kim Dokja's deliberate choice to remain apart from their dominant group, a decision Kim Dokja simply explained as his preference for the smaller one. Weakened but alive after the harrowing first scenario, Kim Dokja found himself the subject of unwanted attention at Gumho Station. A high-ranking member of a prominent group, their authority evident, approached him. The leader's words, though polite, carried an undercurrent of firmness as a position within their ranks was offered. Kim Dokja's response, however, was far from enthusiastic. His internal skepticism, a silent rejection articulated through a questioning tone and guarded posture, painted a clear picture of his disinterest. The offer, it was clear, would not be accepted. Following his harrowing survival of the initial trial, Kim Dokja stood firm, rejecting the tempting offer of a prominent leadership role within a powerful organization based at Gumho Station. The group's leader extended the invitation, promising a position of considerable influence. However, the notion hadn't even occurred to Kim Dokja. The leader's disbelief morphed into amusement at the swift refusal. Their attempt to pressure him, highlighting the plight of the struggling survivors and delivering an emotionally charged outburst, proved ineffective. Kim Dokja remained unmoved. At Gumho Station, the leader of a formidable group pressed Kim Dokja, questioning his rejection of their invitation. His words hinted at the considerable value they placed on Kim Dokja's participation. Dokja, however, remained steadfast, his resolve fueled by memories of Cheon In-ho's manipulative pronouncements. He was determined to maintain his independence. The leader, sensing an unyielding spirit, though anticipating a future shift in Dokja's stance, eventually withdrew his offer. Later, in a calmer atmosphere, an unknown individual offered food. Young Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung readily accepted, their gratitude evident. Kim Dokja, without a word, quietly partook in the simple meal. Still recovering from the ordeal, Kim Dokja's mind replayed the events of the first scenario, Cheon In-ho's insidious figure looming large in his memory. He contemplated the man's manipulative nature, the way he'd exploited the despair of others to consolidate his own power. At Gumho Station, a powerful figure extended a tempting invitation, promising influence and authority. However, the offer carried an unspoken threat, a chilling suggestion that refusal could lead Kim Dokja down a similar path, transforming him into a self-serving tyrant, hoarding resources and mirroring In-ho's villainy. The weight of this warning settled upon him. His response, a quiet but firm yes. "I remember now," sealed his rejection, his resolve unshaken. Kim Dokja emerged victorious from the first trial. A system notification then announced his entry into the second scenario area, further instructing him to find and activate a specific point within it. Kim Dokja, with a subtle gesture, instructed Cheon In-ho to oversee the food distribution, ensuring a carefully controlled disbursement rather than an equitable one. He privately mused on the simplicity of swaying the desperate survivors. Young Hee-won, attempting to quell the unrest, reassured the crowd that Dokja's presence within their group would resolve their concerns. Despite Dokja's blatant power play, In-ho, seemingly oblivious, intended to proceed with the standard distribution method. The subsequent events unfolded with In-ho dispensing the rations, leaving the survivors with meager portions, a stark testament to Dokja's calculated maneuver and his newly established dominance. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd as Kim Dokja unveiled his radical new food distribution system, payment in coins. Protests erupted, questioning his motives and the very notion of paying for sustenance. Dokja, unfazed, openly declared his distrust, confirming the change, causing a ripple of reactions. While some constellations openly celebrated, the secretive plotter scoffed at the audacious proposal. The query of acceptable payment arose, prompting Dokja's firm declaration of coin-only transactions. Concerns regarding both the practicality and morality of this method were voiced by Han Soo-young and possibly Yu Sang-ga. They questioned the high cost. Dokja then revised the price to 10 coins per item, prompting further relief from some constellations and generous gifts of 100 coins from others. With unwavering resolve, Dokja demanded immediate payment, securing his authority and making his power unmistakably clear. Young Hyewon soothed Hyunsung and Sang-ga's anxieties, reminding them of Kim Dokja's life-risking efforts to secure the provisions. Her words implicitly chastised their earlier negativity. Hyunsung, contrite, apologized for his outburst and declared his unwillingness to accept charity. Dokja confirmed Hyunsung's grasp of the coin-based trading mechanism before detailing its specifics, a touch-based exchange system. Lee Gil-young, with willing compliance, compensated Dokja with 20 coins for food. Further demonstrating his understanding and integrity, Gil-young then presented an additional 10 coins, a repayment for previously received chocolate. This transaction solidified Dokja's control over the food distribution, subtly undermining rival factions while simultaneously cultivating Gil-young's goodwill. Lee Gil-young's unwavering moral compass sparked the constellation's keen interest, marking him as a potential incarnation. Kim Dokja, observing the major group's tyrannical control over the food supply, explained to a silent listener how the survivors were reduced to foraging like livestock, their suffering met with widespread indifference. His calculated actions, in subtly disrupting this unjust system, earned praise for exposing the group's manipulation. The consequences of his scheme unfolded, their visual details remaining shrouded in mystery. Despite the urgent suggestion to rest, Dokja refused, claiming pressing matters required his attention. The inquiry into the nature of these matters left a lingering question, foreshadowing events to come. The dwindling food stores sparked immediate fury. One survivor, aghast at the deception, voiced their disbelief and contempt, their inner thoughts betraying their shock at Kim Dokja's unexpected strength and reach. The revelation wasn't limited to a single group. A substantial portion of the main population had also inexplicably acquired large quantities of food overnight, a silent testament to Dokja's pervasive influence. Consequently, Cheon In-ho's announcement of a drastically reduced ration, a mere 3 biscuits per person, fell like a hammer blow. Protests erupted, the meager allowance met with incredulous outrage. The stark contrast between the generous portions allotted to the search party and the starvation rations of the general populace further fueled the resentment, a carefully engineered disparity. Cheon In-ho's subsequent explanation, a chillingly calm assertion that joining the search party was the only path to adequate sustenance, cemented the new, harsh order established by Dokja's machinations, a chilling display of his power. The gnawing hunger spurred an unnamed individual to suggest self-sufficiency, advocating for scavenging. However, Cheon In-ho countered, revealing an alternative path to sustenance. He explicitly attributed his new approach to a lesson learned from Kim Dokja the previous day. The significant group had purchased, in full, the majority of his scavenged provisions. This observation, Han Soo-young warned Dokja, held dire implications. In-ho then unveiled his solution, a system where food was exchanged for goods deemed useful, a barter system demanding proof of worth. The activation of his Insight LV2 skill underscored the calculated nature of this harsh, new distribution method. In-ho, framing his actions as a reflection of the world's reality, solidified the system. The irony was not lost on an unnamed character, who sarcastically thanked Dokja for the valuable lesson that resulted in this bleak new reality. Frustration rippled through the crowd, murmurs of blame directed themselves at Kim Dokja. Cheon In-ho, meanwhile, inwardly considered Dokja's insight skill and its role in the unfolding events. Han Soo-young, her gaze sharp, confronted Dokja, highlighting the continued dominance of the major group in food acquisition, a direct contradiction of his professed goal to diminish their power. Dokja, unyielding, admitted to encouraging independent transactions, claiming this was a calculated move to empower individuals and foster self-reliance. Soo-young countered, emphasizing the unchanged reality of food distribution and the fact that Dokja had still sold food to the major group. A hidden constellation praised Soo-young's astute observation. Dokja, however, presented a compelling argument. His coin count had dramatically risen by 1450. Despite this, Han Soo-young and Usanga remained unconvinced, their distrust palpable as they questioned his motives and even hinted at the possibility of him hoarding food. Dokja vehemently denied this, insisting he'd sold every morsel. Yet, Sanga's lingering doubt about his trustworthiness cast a long shadow, her unspoken question hanging heavy in the air: can we truly trust him? Kim Dokja, possessing a substantial food stockpile, implemented a revised distribution method. He ordered those who had purchased provisions from him the previous day to consume their entire supply immediately. A new dakibi, its presence signaled by the introduction of survival fees and a drastically altered system, announced a grim edict: all who had followed a specific route were dead. The implication was undeniable: Dokja had steered those individuals to their demise. The aftermath was catastrophic. A sea of starving and lifeless bodies bore witness to the brutal efficiency of his scheme. Dokja, silently assessing the consequences of his manipulation, likely felt a quiet satisfaction at his strategic success. Meanwhile, various constellations, observing the unfolding events, registered a mixture of approval and disapproval, underscoring Dokja's growing influence and the keen attention he commanded among these celestial entities. Kim Dokja, facing questions about his departure plans from a concerned individual, likely young Hee-won, skillfully deflected the worry. He expressed sincere gratitude for her life-saving actions from the previous day, subtly implying a future exchange of favors to solidify his position. He then pointedly identified the man with a limp as young Hee-won's would-be attacker, a calculated move to exert further influence and control. A brutal confrontation followed, marked by a stark absence of dialogue but speaking volumes of violence. A sudden, jarring event, hinted at by unintelligible text, punctuated the aftermath. The introduction of Hui Won-jong's character profile, detailing her abilities and the attention of several constellations, confirmed the significance of this incident and further illuminated Kim Dokja's calculated manipulation of the food distribution to his advantage. A horrified cry pierced the air: "Did you just see that? They've taken the women and the elderly." The scene unfolded before several witnesses, as a group herded their captives away. Young Hee-won, moved by the sight, prepared to intervene, prompting a desperate plea: "Wait, Hee-won. What are you going to do? If they join the search party, there's no way they'll make it back alive." Meanwhile, Kim Dokja, unseen yet ever present, observed the unfolding tragedy. The constellations within 3 ways to survive the apocalypse hummed with commentary, highlighting young Hee-won's super-evolutionary attribute, specifically her rare crouching figure skill, a potent ability whose potential, Dokja understood, was directly tied to experience. Frustration simmered in the air as another voice demanded: "Then am I just supposed to watch?" Dokja, however, remained steadfast. "Stopping them won't change a thing," he reasoned. "Even if we stop them now, the same thing will happen over and over again because of the food shortage." His gaze turned to young Hee-won, a calculating assessment forming in his mind. "I thought she was just an extra," he mused, "but I should think about having her as a companion." He noted her demon-slaying skill, adding another layer to his pragmatic evaluation of her worth. Her potential, he realized, was far greater than initially apparent. Hee-won, noting the dwindling food supplies, subtly suggested addressing the root of the problem, a clear implication of Kim Dokja's manipulations. Word spread that Dokja's arrival was imminent, fueling a palpable tension amongst the waiting figures. Then, a new dakibi, somewhat clumsy in his introduction, announced the disciplinary action taken against his predecessor. He awkwardly assumed control of the unfolding narrative, clarifying that the previous manager, though unnamed, was not Bai Hyung, thus underscoring the callous intervention of some unseen, higher power. Chaos erupted as a wave of confusion and alarm swept through the crowd. The food supply, inexplicably altered, sparked immediate distress. Then, a new Dakibi materialized, its chilling announcement of a survival fee echoing through the air, a cruel penalty imposed by the constellations. The creature's taunting laughter, a cruel commentary on the survivors' perceived shortcomings, highlighted their failure to meet the scenario's warped demands. The ambiguous but stark implications of the final frames revealed the dire consequences for those unable to pay the newly levied fee, a direct result of Kim Dokja's calculated manipulation and the constellation's callous disregard. His plan, while achieving a measure of control, had inadvertently deepened the suffering of the many. The boisterous announcement, "Now, everyone. Let's get the party started," shattered the fragile calm, a chaotic thesioud echoing the speaker's evident distress. This marked the beginning of harsher conditions, a direct consequence of Kim Dokja's manipulations regarding food distribution. A stark notification then appeared, heralding the addition of a penalty to the scenario. This penalty, identified as a survival fee, demanded a daily tribute of 100 coins at midnight. Failure to pay resulted in death. The final notification solidified the grim reality: this daily levy would continue until the second main scenario concluded, leaving the survivors under constant, unrelenting pressure. The reactions of those present, shock and fear, were palpable. Kim Dokja and the others arrived at the second scenario area. A message then appeared, informing them that they had entered and instructing them to find the activation point for the next phase of the survival game. Kim Dokja summoned his companions, his voice sharp with urgency. The ensuing explanation, though wordless in its presentation, conveyed the gravity of the developing food crisis. He internally considered Yoo Jung-hyuk's unspoken accusations. The other man lacked definitive proof of Dokja's prior knowledge. Han Soo-young's pointed question, "Did he know?" elicited a carefully calibrated response. Dokja admitted only to suspicion, cleverly framing the shortage as consistent with the Dakibi's cruel and predictable patterns of inflicting hardship. His thoughts, however, drifted to the novel's original narrative, 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. The current situation bore a resemblance, yet significant deviations hinted at a deeper manipulation. Dokja pondered the unsettling possibility that his pact with Bai Hyung played a pivotal, perhaps even causative, role in these unforeseen alterations and the resulting punishment. A member of Kim Dokja's group proposed joining the surface search party, but Dokja vehemently rejected the idea, characterizing the above ground as a certain death sentence. The pressing issue of dwindling food supplies was then raised. Acknowledging the scarcity, Dokja explained the necessity of finding a new food source, citing the world's altered state. A hint of suspicion colored a question directed at him. Undeterred, Kim Dokja unveiled his alternative, a monster hunt. The final preparations underscored the collaborative nature of the impending endeavor. Kim Dokja, considering Yoo Jung-hyuk's silence on the surface-level search party, felt a quiet confidence bloom within him. He'd observed a clear correlation. Engaging with others deepened his grasp of the unfolding narrative. Cheon In-ho, meanwhile, harbored secret doubts about Dokja's motives. Boldly, In-ho suggested a member of his own group join Dokja's ranks. Dokja, recognizing the underlying desperation in In-ho's proposition, readily accepted. He knew In-ho wouldn't have been so willing to relinquish a team member otherwise. In-ho then voiced his keen interest in unraveling the scenario's mysteries. The chilling sight of numerous lifeless bodies served as a grim reminder of the perilous ground rat hunt looming ahead. Fear flickered in Yusenga's eyes as she sought Kim Dokja's reassurance, the perilous monster hunt looming. He calmly noted her apprehension, suggesting her fear surpassed his own. Young Hee-won, her recovery incomplete, voiced similar concerns, questioning the plan's efficacy. Dokja, ever the strategist, shifted the focus to Lee Gil-young's safety. Hee-won's worry persisted, escalating to a proposition to send the women back. Dokja acknowledged her apprehension before subtly countering, arguing against basing strength solely on gender. He declared that anyone, regardless of physical attributes, could achieve strength through stat increases, effectively deflecting the suggestion to exclude the women from the dangerous undertaking. Meanwhile, unseen, his mind raced, connecting recent, world-altering events to the impending hunt, formulating his silent, intricate strategy. Deep within the perilous subterranean labyrinth, Kim Dokja's company sought sustenance. A monstrous cockroach startled Han Soo-young, eliciting a sharp cry of alarm. However, Lee Gil-young, employing his unique bug collector ability, calmed the situation. He communicated with the insect, receiving assurance of a safe passage for at least 100 steps. Gratitude followed this reassurance, a testament to the skill's practical application. Yet, Kim Dokja's keen observation revealed a chilling truth: the path, though momentarily clear, was ultimately blocked by a formidable obstacle, its ominous darkness suggesting far more than just human remains lay ahead. This discovery served as a critical turning point in their desperate search. A sub-scenario, hunting for food, materialized, promising a reward of 500 coins but concealing the consequences of failure. Rated E, the challenge began with the discovery of a deceased ground rat. Discussion ensued, revealing these creatures to be pack hunters, subterranean dwellers, and tenacious adversaries. Han Soo-young voiced apprehension regarding the perilous tunnels connecting the stations, a maze teeming with these vermin. Young Hee-won, questioning the sufficiency of their hunt, correctly deduced that simply finding the rats fulfilled the scenario's conditions. However, the question of preparation lingered. Kim Dokja, employing his sharp mind, directed young Hee-won to hone their weapons against a convenient rock, capitalizing on her kendo expertise. His intellect proved instrumental, resulting in effectively sharpened armaments. Intrigued by the group's resourcefulness, certain constellations bestowed an additional 100 coins upon them. Kim Dokja surveyed his companions, a silent appraisal of their combat readiness passing through his mind. He noted their progress, acknowledging even the unexpected competence of those initially perceived as clumsy. His strategy, born from the detailed instructions within 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, was already forming. A sharp command followed: all remaining coins were to be invested in bolstering their strength, stamina, and agility, reserving only enough for essential fees. The stark reality of the upcoming monster hunt was then laid bare. He did not sugarcoat the potential for death, accepting the grim possibility of casualties as a necessary cost in their struggle for survival. A final, hushed exhortation, broken off mid-sentence, hung in the air, a testament to the unspoken burdens and the uncertain future that lay before them. Deep in the claustrophobic underbelly of the earth, Han Soo-young's fear was palpable, her grip tightening on Yusenga's arm. Kim Dokja, ever the strategist, subtly assessed their apprehension, already formulating a plan to mitigate their anxieties while maximizing hunting efficiency. He offered Han Soo-young reassuring words, a calm counterpoint to the oppressive darkness, his mind already mapping the optimal route. Young Hee-won's practical concern for Lee Gil-young and the other women was evident in the practiced sharpness of her weapon, a testament to her preparedness that Kim Dokja silently noted, even as he calculated Lee Gil-young's vulnerability. The urgency of the food crisis fueled his explanation of the ground rat hunt strategy, carefully deflecting any probing questions about his uncanny familiarity with the situation. Lee Hyun-sung's boastful display of his starter pack advantage served as another data point in Kim Dokja's meticulous calculations. Cheon In-ho's subtle attempt to join the group, his transparent desire for information, was met with calculated silence. Finally, with a silent acknowledgement of the various constellations' varied reactions to his leadership, Kim Dokja led his team deeper into the darkness, the hunt for ground rats beginning, and the potential for challenges ahead acutely weighing on his mind. Han Soo-young gasped, her voice laced with astonishment at the carnage. "My gosh! How many did you kill, Dokja?" Kim Dokja, with a practiced air of nonchalance, minimized his success. "Darn it. I only got 2. I killed 3 of them," he mumbled. Lee Hyun-sung, however, revealed his own unexpectedly high kill count, a mere 1 less than Dokja's understated tally. "I didn't use my full power," he declared, a hint of disappointment coloring his words, "but that's only 1 less than him." And I've invested a fortune into my stats. His character profile, displayed prominently, detailed his impressive attributes: soldier who turned a blind eye to injustice, the skill weapons proficiency, and the backing of the Master of Steel constellation. Crucially, it also revealed his use of a starter pack. Kim Dokja, internally, reacted sharply to this revelation: starter pack? Recognizing its significant impact on Lee Hyunsung's enhanced stats and skills. Hyunsung himself elaborated on its advantages: a 1-point increase to each stat and the invaluable weapons proficiency skill for newly incarnated beings. Murmurs of surprise arose from the others. No wonder he's strong. The scene concluded with the clear observation that the Master of Steel constellation had clearly taken a strong liking to Lee Hyunsung. Han Soo-young voiced apprehension regarding the raw ground rats, their edibility a pressing concern. Kim Dokja, however, offered reassurance, promising a solution despite their current culinary limitations. He privately questioned the nonchalance of his own words, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Cheon In-ho, ever observant, subtly, then directly, probed Dokja's knowledge of their predicament. Dokja's thoughts drifted to the regressors of the novel, recalling their varied approaches, some feigning intuition, others resorting to outright deception. He weighed the ideal response, considering the perspective of a reader, before the anticipatory gaze of the secret of Plotter constellation, and several others besides, bore down on him. Kim Dokja, leading his hunting party, meticulously navigated the monster-infested terrain, his every move calculated to prevent direct inquiry into his uncanny foresight. A silent strategy unfolded, a dance of evasion expertly choreographed to avoid revealing the source of his knowledge. The constellation, secret of Plotter, registered approval, a subtle nod acknowledging the cleverness of his approach. However, the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, voiced its disapproval with a sharp exclamation, a clear sign of its discontent. The hunt continued, the air thick with unspoken tension as the celestial observers reacted, their diverse opinions a testament to the enigmatic nature of Kim Dokja's actions. A guttural frustration escaped Kim Dokja, a sharp "ugh, damn it," betrayed his simmering anger. His suspicions were confirmed, he'd known this would happen. Someone's actions, a distinct lack of forethought regarding the above-ground search party, likely Yoo Jung-hyuk's, had precipitated their current peril. A brief, strangled thought, barely forming in his mind, hinted at the grim reality, a dangerous, potentially fatal predicament stemming from the predicted food shortage and ensuing monster hunt. Kim Dokja, wrestling with internal reservations, nonetheless allowed Lee Gil-young and Yoo Sang-ga to venture forth, acknowledging the inherent danger. Yoo Sang-ga questioned the exclusion of herself from Lee Gil-young's mission. Kim Dokja justified his decision, highlighting Lee Gil-young's indispensable tracking skills in locating the ground rat monster's lair. He then entrusted young Hyun's care to Hyunseong Lee, noting her weakened state. His plan, involving Lee Gil-young and Yoo Sang-ga's capture, proceeded as intended. He subsequently calmed the anxieties of a worried companion, explaining that Lee Gil-young would signal their situation if needed. The companion, satisfied with this assurance, agreed to patiently await their return. The separation of the group then concluded the maneuver. Disorienting, garbled text hinted at the claustrophobic disarray of the dark fold, a place where spatial awareness blurred. Within this monstrous lair, Yoo Sang-ga confronted Kim Dokja, her accusation sharp: "You let it happen on purpose, didn't you?" He countered with a feigned question, "What do you mean?" However, the truth was undeniable. Kim Dokja had deliberately allowed the creature to carry off Lee Gil-young and Yoo Sang-ga, a calculated move within his larger strategy. Yoo Sang-ga's sharp gaze pierced Kim Dokja. "I was watching you," she accused, her voice tight with suspicion. He confirmed, a single, terse, "watching me." Sang-ga labeled him a frightening child. Internally, Kim Dokja acknowledged the futility of deception. Her keen intellect would see through any pretense. He explained his actions, stating that the ground rat's habit of storing captured items in its lair dictated his plan. Accessing this lair, he continued, was incredibly challenging, achievable only by following the tunnels the creature dug. He confessed to anticipating Lee Gil-young's capture, but not Yoo-sang-ga's. "So you're after the items then?" she pressed. He admitted as much, adding, "Are you disappointed?" Sang-ga dismissed his explanation, calling him a poor liar. She pointed out the inconsistency. If only the items were his goal, he wouldn't have saved her life in the subway, implying ulterior motives beyond simple greed. A flurry of unintelligible glyphs filled the void, a celestial echo of the recent catastrophe, the abduction of Lee Gil-young, Yoo-sang-ga, and Han Soo-young by the ground rat. Yoo-sang-ga, her vision blurred with unshed tears, wrestled with Kim Dokja's enigmatic actions, a confusion born of his perceived immaturity clouding her judgment. Her disappointment was palpable, a silent accusation hanging heavy in the air. Further cryptic symbols materialized, a cosmic commentary on the unfolding drama. Then, a voice, disembodied yet powerful, pierced the silence, questioning Kim Dokja's very essence, acknowledging the sharp intellect hidden beneath his outwardly calm demeanor. Kim Dokja, in turn, pondered the constellation's assessment, before delivering a carefully worded denial, a confession veiled in self-deprecation. He was not a god, not a protagonist, merely a man consumed by a profound envy of those favored by fate. He acknowledged, without hesitation, the constellation's awareness of his unique understanding of the world's hidden mechanisms. A constellation, a shimmering emblem of narrative structure, posed the question of wishes granted upon the completion of all trials. Kim Dokja considered this, a familiar trope echoing the promise of reward inherent in stories' conclusions. His mind turned to the survivors, their struggles varied and profound, some driven mad, others consumed by fervent belief, still others clinging to an unreasonable optimism. Hidden within the shadows, unseen by Lee Gil-young, Kim Dokja breathed a sigh of relief, his concealed manipulations undisturbed by any betraying expression. Lee Gil-young and Yoo-sang-ga were snatched by the ground rat monster. Kim Dokja witnessed the event, his silence a mask concealing shrewd calculation. He mused internally, noting that the creature's hoard held something far more valuable than mere treasure. Later, Yoo-sang-ga confronted him, her anger palpable, though her precise words remained unspoken. A heated exchange followed, the fallout of Kim Dokja's enigmatic actions leaving the air thick with tension. Yoo-sang-ga confronted Kim Dokja, blaming him entirely for their current predicament. She challenged his assertion of fault, demanding an explanation. Kim Dokja countered that her subway commute was the root of their trouble, a claim Yoo-sang-ga immediately refuted as illogical. He then revealed the reason for his presence on the subway: he had stolen her bicycle. Yoo-sang-ga pressed for confirmation, a comment from the demonic judge of fire constellation briefly shifting the narrative's focus before Kim Dokja confessed to the theft. Yoo-sang-ga vehemently labeled his actions as stealing, to which he retorted that the abduction wouldn't have occurred had she accepted his offer of a ride home. The prisoner of the golden headband constellation then commented on the escalating, trivial argument, leaving Yoo-sang-ga increasingly frustrated and indignant. Kim Dokja, resigned to the unfolding confrontation, spoke to Yoo-sang-ga. He flatly denied any romantic pursuit, emphasizing the absence of explicit advances. He hadn't asked her out, he insisted. Instead, he framed his actions as a simple act of kindness, a ride home offered from the goodness of his heart. Yoo-sang-ga's furious response, however, overwhelmed her ability to articulate a coherent rebuttal, leaving her only to express her outrage in frustrated, incoherent shouts. Kim Dokja watched impassively as the ground rat monster seized Lee Gil-young and Yoo-sang-ga. His plan, leveraging Lee Gil-young's tracking skills to lure the creature to its lair, had unfolded precisely as anticipated. Yoo-sang-ga, however, immediately confronted him, her ire fueled by the theft of her bicycle. Kim Dokja offered a vague deflection. This exchange attracted the attention of several constellations. The demon of fire's animosity towards Han Myung-oh and the actions of the prisoner of the golden headband were noted amongst their commentary. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja directed Hyun-seung Lee to attend to the ailing young Hee-won. The sequence concluded with an unintelligible fragment of text, a chaotic whisper in the wake of the unfolding events. Lee Gil-young and Yoo-sang-ga found themselves captive within the ground rat monster's subterranean lair, a darkness punctuated by the eruption of black ether, manifested as churning, black flames within the tangled roots. Unintelligible sounds, or perhaps a guttural description of the chaotic environment, echoed, a cacophony suggested by garbled text. Their subsequent escape was a direct result of Kim Dokja's machinations. Usanga, furious, accused him of theft, her anger a stark contrast to his internal satisfaction. The celestial beings, including the fiery demon Judge of Fire, witnessed their heated exchange, unaware of the calculated risk Dokja had taken, a move that skillfully leveraged the monster's behavior to his strategic advantage. Lee Gil-young and Usanga were snatched away by the ground rat monster. Kim Dokja watched, his face giving nothing away. Celestial beings witnessed the event, their commentary hinting at the brewing conflict between Usanga and Kim Dokja, and expressing their contempt for Han Myung-oh. One celestial voice remained partially unheard. Kim Dokja, however, privately marveled at the creature's strength and the effortless capture, recognizing the success of his plan. He mused on the monstrous power, noting the ease with which he'd manipulated the beast. Later, a heated exchange erupted between Usanga and Kim Dokja. The details were partially obscured, though the argument, likely stemming from her abduction and possibly involving a stolen bicycle, was readily apparent. The narrative unveiled the nature of the ground rats, revealing their hoarded treasures as offerings to demonic entities, beings that, despite comparable strength, held dominion over other monsters. A ground rat then emitted the strange phrase, "Common, der eater," a sound that left Kim Dokja utterly baffled. He found himself unable to decipher its meaning, his mind a whirlwind of incomprehension. This linguistic puzzle compounded his existing anxieties, a jumble of unspoken thoughts likely swirling around the recent disappearances of Lee Gil-young, Usanga, and Han Soo-young, though the precise nature of those internal musings remained elusive. The scene concluded with Kim Dokja still grappling with the mystery of the creature's utterance and the unsettling implications it held. Lee Gil-young and Usanga were seized by the ground rat monster. Kim Dokja, witnessing the event, silently formulated a plan, his internal calculations already underway. The constellations, specifically the demonic Judge of Fire and the prisoner of the golden headband, observed Dokja's maneuver and the ensuing disagreement. Usanga, furious, confronted Kim Dokja, her accusations centered on a stolen bicycle, believing his actions, however indirect, led to her capture. Kim Dokja maintained a composed exterior, his true intentions and the strategic success of his ploy remaining hidden. Meanwhile, Hyeonseong Lee attended to the ailing young Hee-won. The confrontation concluded with Kim Dokja having successfully used Lee Gil-young and Usanga to locate the monster's lair. Kim Dokja watched the demonic beings, their words a guttural torrent only partially deciphered by Usanga's skill as she gleaned a reference to a demon king's blessing, a phrase hinting at impregnation or a terrible curse. He observed Han Myung-oh's distress, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. Despite the unfolding crisis, Kim Dokja resolved to avoid any direct engagement with the warden, prioritizing evasion above all else. Kim Dokja roared at Usanga, his voice sharp with reprimand. "I told you to get back, Sanga." Sanga, attempting to justify her actions, explained that the creature had mentioned a mother. Struggling with the pronunciation, she haltingly translated parts of the demonic tongue, uttering sounds like, "Kardu, Amirin? Maybe this isn't how it's pronounced. Akidu?" Dokja was stunned, a silent gasp of amazement reflecting his internal thought, "My gosh. She's fluent in Spanish and now even the language of the demonic species?" Activating her level 3 interpretation skill, Sanga offered a partial translation. "What is it saying anyway?" "Well, it's asking us. Hishirios, BEA mother." Han Myung-oh's reaction was one of immediate disbelief and furious indignation. "A mother? I'm not even married yet. Why should I be a mother? I should be the father." The demonic entity interacted with Han Myung-oh. The nature of their contact was immediately unsettling. Usanga translated a chilling fragment of the creature's utterance, "Mother." Kim Dokja, his expression grim, posed a pointed question to Usanga. you don't have plans to give birth anytime soon, do you? Yusenga is horrified, of course not. Made the implication crystal clear. Kim Dokja's internal monologue revealed the horrifying truth: the demonic species possessed the ability to impregnate other beings with their own offspring. The creature's actions against Han Myungo, in light of this revelation, became horrifyingly apparent. The demonic species assaulted Han Myungo, aiming to force impregnation. Yusenga deciphered their frantic pronouncements, revealing their wicked goal and the perilous consequences. Kim Dokja, aware of the imminent danger and a sudden, strategic opportunity, influenced by Bai Hyung's absence, calculated his next move. He skillfully exploited Biryu's desperation, fueled by the pressure from various constellations, to acquire the broken faith item. This shrewd maneuver, though not initially designed to do so, indirectly resulted in the warden's demise and simultaneously thwarted the demonic species' insidious plan. Kim Dokja, witnessing the warden's unanticipated arrival and the destruction of a vital object, "Damn it. It broke," he'd muttered, quickly revised his strategy. He recognized the warden's presence wasn't a deliberate setup, unlike the earlier ichthyosaur encounter. Facing the warden directly was futile. "I have no chance of beating him," he concluded, abandoning his initial plan of securing the treasure during the warden's absence. Instead, a backup plan materialized. He turned to Biryu, his words implying an accusation. "Ryango, watching me, right?" Biryu's confused response, "What?" he followed, before Kim Dokja confirmed the surveillance. He revealed his predicament: lacking a crucial item. "How did you know?" "I should have received an item in the mail by now. I need you to give that to me." Heavily suggesting the missing piece was the broken faith artifact. The stubborn Biryu initially refused Kim Dokja's request for the broken faith item, insisting it was Bai Hyung's duty. However, Kim Dokja shrewdly highlighted the constellation's mounting apprehension over the unfolding crisis, subtly implying dire consequences for Biryu's inaction. Recognizing the pressure, Biryu conceded, agreeing to a one-time exception, intrigued by the prospect of unforeseen events. He then handed over the item. Kim Dokja, satisfied with his manipulation, immediately decided to sell his newly acquired prize at the Dakibi auction house, specifying that only an equivalent broken faith item would be accepted in exchange. The narrative concludes with Kim Dokja in possession of the coveted artifact. The aftermath of a demonic species attack unfolded, leaving Han Myungo wounded amidst the chaos. Yusenga, witnessing the broken faith item, questioned its combat viability, her voice laced with apprehension. "Can you even fight with something like that?" Kim Dokja, however, internally assessed the damaged artifact, noting its limitations. "It is broken," he mused, understanding that its activation demanded a specialized skill. The final glimpse revealed the item, broken faith, its grade a lowly D. Kim Dokja, inwardly confident in his precognitive understanding of the circumstances, confirmed he wouldn't have sought the broken faith item otherwise. His acquisition involved a prior hunt of an ichthyosaur, followed by the purchase of a skill from Bai Hyung. This newly acquired skill, obtained after the beast's demise, allowed the broken faith item to resonate with his magical abilities. Kim Dokja unleashed the Blade of Faith. Its activation blazed forth, a spectacle of power. He felt his prospects against the demonic horde surge, the weapon's inherent effectiveness against such creatures bolstering his confidence. However, the act came at a steep price. The mana drain was substantial. Yet, even as his reserves dwindled, his unique attribute sharpened his recall of the novel's pages, granting him a tactical edge for the approaching conflict. Kim Dokja initiated a skill activation. The ensuing system notification revealed a shortened duration, attributed to his inadequate bookmark skill level. A subsequent message clarified the partial activation stemmed from his limited comprehension of the skill's mechanics. The system then displayed activating weapons proficiency LV1. A visual manifestation followed, suggesting a weakened yet functional activation of the skill. The cryptic Ion 6 remained indecipherable within the visual effect. A grotesque tentacle lashed out, aiming for Han Myungo. Kim Dokja, eyes sharp, followed its trajectory, calculating the precise position and motion. He had seen this before. The creature's attack always followed a predictable rhythm, 2 strikes, then a fleeting moment of stillness. This brief pause, a mere fraction of a second, was the chink in its armor. Kim Dokja grasped this pivotal detail, his mind already racing, preparing to capitalize on the monster's predictable weakness and seize the moment for his next move. A moment of quiet contemplation, a silent strategy taking form, preceded his planned intervention. The demonic species launched a sudden assault upon Han Myunggo. Usanga, employing her level 3 interpretation skill, relayed the creature's incredulous query, "How did you know where I'd attack?" Kim Dokja, with a subtle air of confidence, attributed his foresight to diligent study, a simple explanation masking his possession of knowledge gleaned from the novel's narrative. The prisoner of the golden headband, brimming with excitement, watched Kim Dokja's performance, a gleeful 500 coins added to its coffers. The unexpected appearance of an ether blade, a modified broken faith imbued with a white star weapon aura, absorbing magic to form its keen edge, surprised the celestial being. Dokja himself, calmly explaining the weapon's enhancement, prompted a comment from the demonic judge of fire, who marveled at his prowess and questioned the high concentration of individuals similar to him congregating on Bai Hyung's channel. Having declared the sub-scenario complete, Dokja demanded his rightful reward, prompting several constellations to ponder the depth of his strategic foresight. One constellation, however, questioned Dokja's hesitancy to eliminate a remaining foe, the Warden of the Dark, urging swift action. Dokja, however, firmly stated his aversion to needless bloodshed, his internal reflections undoubtedly echoing his philosophy of measured action and the potential ramifications of unintended consequences. This restraint, however, would have unforeseen and dire repercussions, as his later actions inadvertently resulted in the death of a Tier 7 demonic species, attracting the wrath of a demon king, and a subsequent curse. A celestial voice, presumably a constellation, offered Kim Dokja a king's ransom, 7,000 coins, for slaying a Tier 7 demonic species, emphasizing the extraordinary nature of such a deed. Dokja, however, firmly declined, stating his unwillingness to commit the act. His attention shifted, instead focusing on opening treasure chests. Unwittingly, his subsequent actions resulted in the demise of the Warden of the Dark, a Tier 7 demonic species. The demonic judge of fire constellation registered its observation of this event. The prisoner of the golden headband constellation expressed unrestrained delight, likely stemming from the resultant rewards. This unforeseen outcome, however, did not go unnoticed. The demon king, god of wrath and lust, was alerted and unleashed a furious curse upon Kim Dokja. The narrative concluded with Dokja and Myunggo Han credited for this momentous event, while another, possibly Hyunseung Lee, voiced incredulity at Dokja's accidental triumph, the stunned reaction punctuated by a sound akin to Ho's FF. The repeated mention of demonic species monster served to underscore the magnitude of this unexpected occurrence. A chilling message materialized before Kim Dokja, informing him that the Demon King, god of wrath and lust, had been alerted to his presence. The notification stemmed from his unintentional slaying of the Warden of the Dark, a Tier 7 demonic species. A second message followed, a stark declaration: the Demon King would hunt Dokja relentlessly until his demise. A final, horrifying message arrived, foretelling a terrible curse. Dokja reacted with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, vehemently protesting his lack of intent in the Warden's death. The connection became clear: a mystical dark root linked demonic species monsters to their demon kings, explaining the king's furious response. The curse itself, the narrative box revealed, would manifest as Dokja's greatest fear made terrifyingly real, its precise form yet shrouded in mystery. Kim Dokja, proposing a gamble, unsealed the random item box. 7 D-grade mana recovery bracelets tumbled forth, a far cry from the riches he envisioned. His silent frustration was palpable. Then, a cryptic jumble of characters materialized, hinting at an unforeseen, catastrophic outcome, an action with the unintended consequence of eliminating a powerful guardian, perhaps even the Warden of the Dark. Finally, nestled amongst the disappointing trinkets, a mana brazier emerged, its unique nature underscored by its single-use per life limitation. Kim Dokja meticulously examined an unfamiliar object, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He quickly grasped its purpose and, after reading the label, which chillingly identified the contents as ground rat leg, a thoughtful expression settled on his face. Yusenga voiced her reservations, commenting on both the questionable palatability and the unsettling aroma. Undeterred, Kim Dokja concluded the contents were safe for consumption. He then partook of the item. The subsequent effect resonated far beyond their immediate vicinity. A chorus of lip-smacking sounds announced that powerful constellations had taken notice, a clear indication of the significant event that had just unfolded. A shower of digital coins, 100 to be precise, rained down upon Kim Dokja, a reward for his recent triumph. The prisoner of the golden headband, overcome with excitement, nervously gnawed at his nails. The abyssal black flame dragon and the head of the afterlife, among others, observed with varying degrees of intrigued disinterest. Shortly after this display of celestial generosity, Yusenga's voice cut through the air, a sharp reminder to replenish his dwindling strength through food, a necessary measure to combat the lingering effects of the curse. This curse, a consequence of his actions in the preceding ordeal, where he inadvertently caused the demise of the Warden of the Dark, had drawn the unwelcome attention, and subsequent malediction, of the Demon King himself. Yusenga, noticing Kim Dokja's gaze fixed on a random item box, inquired about his intentions, drawing attention to the inscriptions etched upon its surface. Hyunseung Lee, surprised by Yusenga's ability to decipher the archaic script, remarked on its unusual nature, referencing the Flying Fox's previous encounter with a similar box and noting even Jung-hee Kyu's unfamiliarity with its function. Encouraged by Yusenga's assurance of retaining any resulting items, Kim Dokja decided to proceed, his mind recalling a previous description of a peculiar box from an earlier stage. He inserted the Tier 7 demonic species monster core, a trophy from his conquest of the Warden of the Dark, into the box. Adding a rare and valuable item called Broken Faith, he witnessed an unknown voice proclaim the unexpected worth of his contribution, specifically highlighting the inclusion of a limited edition premium item. The voice vehemently defended the authenticity of this claim in the face of apparent disbelief. Hyunseung Lee reacted with stunned incredulity to the outcome, observing that one of the items was recently removed from circulation, his astonishment at their combined rarity palpable. A random item box, promising a high-grade item, materialized. Kim Dokja, surprised by its unexpected appearance, questioned the constellations regarding its origin, mentioning Bai Hyung's channel #BI7623 in his bewilderment. The box's mechanics were then revealed. Placing a bladed weapon inside amplified the odds of receiving a superior bladed weapon. Furthermore, its function was intrinsically linked to a specific constellation, boosting the probability of obtaining a related item. Dokja, voicing his desire for an item exceeding A grade, prepared to open the box alongside Yusenga, who inquired, "Shall we open it?" A foreboding narrative interlude hinted at the potential repercussions of generating a higher-grade item from a lesser one, suggesting a disruptive impact on the existing narrative equilibrium. Kim Dokja acquired the constellation artifact, Unbreakable Faith, its description clearly detailed. Lee Hyunseung voiced his astonishment at its exceptional nature, remarking on its superior quality compared to typical artifacts. Yusenga confirmed Dokja's right to retain the artifact. The artifact's celestial owner, intrigued by this development, now focused its attention upon Dokja. He then suggested a return to their origin point, intending to retrieve the mana brazier and leverage Lee Gilyoung's unique abilities. A notable absence of insects was observed. Dokja deduced this stemmed from the demise of the Warden of the Dark, a Tier 7 demonic species, a death he inferred to be an unintentional consequence of his actions, thereby attracting the attention of a Demon King. The prisoner of the Golden Headband constellation jubilantly showered Kim Dokja and his companions with coins upon their successful completion of the sub-scenario. The demonic Judge of Fire constellation, equally impressed, offered further acknowledgement of Dokja's prowess. A strategic use of a random item box yielded additional coins and intriguing artifacts, their inscriptions skillfully deciphered by Yusenga. Unforeseen consequences followed. During the sub-scenario's conclusion, Dokja inadvertently slew the Warden of the Dark, a Tier 7 demonic species. This act, however, attracted the unwelcome attention of the Demon King, god of wrath and lust, who retaliated by inflicting a potent curse upon Dokja. Hyeonseong Lee, observing the unfolding events and their repercussions, a development seemingly discussed on Bai Hyung's channel, gained a deeper understanding of the situation. The narrative concluded with Dokja's palpable worry over Lee Gil-young's sudden and unexplained ailment. Kim Dokja triumphed in a sub-scenario, earning both coins and valuable items. The prisoner of the Golden Headband constellation shared in his success, visibly elated. Dokja then expertly utilized a random item box, a process aided by Yusenga's linguistic prowess in deciphering its cryptic markings. The box's contents unleashed an unforeseen consequence: the demise of the Warden of the Dark, a formidable Tier 7 demonic species. This unexpected feat impressed the demonic Judge of Fire constellation. However, it also alerted the Demon King, god of wrath and lust, who, in response, levied a curse upon Kim Dokja. Hyeonseong Lee gained a deeper understanding of the events unfolding. A cryptic reference, Yapasi X3 of 328, hinted at a larger scheme or catalog of items, its precise meaning still shrouded in mystery. Myung-go Han played a supporting role in the scenario's conclusion, though his specific actions remained unseen. Finally, Lee Gil-young encountered an unexplained complication as the sequence concluded. A sudden TU pierced the air. Kim Dokja, his character profile skill active, instantly recognized the subtle vibration as the unmistakable tremor of numerous high-tier monsters above. He saw Lee Gil-young, poised to unleash a skill channeling a monarch species insect. The activation sequence, partially obscured, hinted at a perilous undertaking. With a sharp rebuke, Dokja commanded Gil-young to cease, his words cutting through the tense moment. Gil-young, startled, looked to Dokja with evident confusion. Dokja's command was repeated, this time with forceful urgency, leaving no room for argument. A chaotic throng, desperate and scrambling for scarce resources, filled the vista. Kim Dokja, however, remained calm, his keen eyes noting the urgent need to avoid the perilous black tide. He patiently waited for the appearance of a small insect, a crucial element in his navigational strategy, a silent testament to his superior skills. Lee Gil-young, reckless in his approach, attempted to utilize his own ability, prompting a sharp rebuke from Dokja. You shouldn't use this skill for a while, Dokja commanded, his voice firm, ever use it again until I say so, all right. The crowd's desperation mounted, mirroring Dokja's careful maneuvering. He offered his assistance in retracing their steps, a subtle assertion of his expertise. Meanwhile, Jong Hyewon's observation of Dokja's considerable coin holdings foreshadowed future tensions. Yusenga, revealing a skill akin to Lee Gil-young's, described her ability to navigate using a thread, a lifeline tied during a past abduction. Kim Dokja, seeking further understanding, inquired about her personal attribute. Senga's hesitation stemmed from a perilous clause within her Starstream contract. Disclosure meant certain death, as a later narrative clarified. Understanding the gravity, Dokja cautioned against revealing this information. He pondered the implications of her thread-based navigation, his own uncertainty, a jumble of internal thoughts, evident. Ultimately, he decided to employ his character profile skill, applying it to Yusenga. A garbled message, ENNES, reached Kim Dokja, sparking an immediate suspicion of sabotage. His frustration flared, a muttered curse betrayed his anger at this deliberate interference. With a shout, Hamar A. Everyone, he summoned others, his voice carrying over the din. He then generously offered food, emphasizing its restorative qualities, the aroma itself a promise of renewed strength. The words, "Wow, this really is delicious, you'll be able to recover some health if you eat that," hung in the air, testament to his generosity and resourcefulness. Later, a surprised observer remarked upon Kim Dokja's remarkable achievements during their absence, a clear indication that a significant period had transpired since their last encounter. The success of his endeavors, however, did not go unnoticed. His rising wealth brought him both aid and the resentment of those less fortunate in this harsh environment. A Dakibi communication, decipherable only to Kim Dokja, arrived, bearing a reprimand from Baehyung. Management had issued a warning for Baehyung's infraction, abruptly severing their connection and allowing an advertisement to run far beyond its allotted time. Dokja waved away the concern, a few trips to the management center being a trivial inconvenience. Later, a hushed inquiry regarding his knowledge of the random item box prompted a wave of self-reproach. He privately acknowledged a past misstep born of avarice, a foolish mistake leaving behind a trail of embarrassing evidence. The conversation then shifted, a subtle observation regarding his recent acquisitions, far surpassing the mana brazier, revealed the extent of his considerable wealth. Kim Dokja and his companion returned to their position, the companion remarking on their successful return. Dokja surveyed his surroundings, searching for usable resources. He then made a pragmatic choice, opting to sell the meat for coins instead of sharing it, prompting a disgruntled individual to call him a miser. Dokja justified his action by highlighting his superior survival instincts. Simultaneously, a growing unrest spread through the crowd. One person questioned the commotion as a wave of desperation, fueled by a lack of coins, swelled among them. The escalating tension, intensified by Dokja's possession of a considerable sum, foreshadowed a brewing conflict between him and the increasingly agitated mob. A stark announcement blared, demanding a daily tribute of 100 coins from each survivor or face oblivion. This grim tax was to persist until the second main scenario concluded. Around Kim Dokja, a tide of desperation surged. Individuals, reduced to begging, offered exorbitant sums, 10 million won for a mere 100 coins, a stark reflection of their plight. One man frantically searched for his sister, supposedly on a coin-gathering expedition. Kim Dokja, however, questioned the wisdom of the sister's mission, subtly suggesting the brother himself volunteer, a calculated maneuver that deflected the desperate plea. The scene ended with a muttering of frustration, a raw expression of the mounting tension, the anger punctuated by a notification that Jong Hyewon's potential was on the verge of flowering, a potent symbol of the crisis' escalating intensity. Jong Hyewon, addressing Kim Dokja, noted his considerable wealth, prompting an inquiry about the precise number of coins he held. This observation, however, triggered Cheon In-ho's Insight LV2 skill, instantly igniting a furious throng demanding answers about who possessed substantial funds. A desperate survivor, amidst the growing unrest, pleaded for a mere handful of coins to survive. Cheon In-ho, exacerbating the situation, cruelly contrasted Dokja's affluence with the suffering of the masses, questioning the reader's protagonist's resolve to stand by and watch them perish. The tumultuous crowd, numbering approximately 20, further underscored the escalation of the mob's desperation and volatile nature. The weight of 2,000 coins pressed heavily on Kim Dokja's conscience. He wrestled with the internal conflict, a potential financial loss versus the chilling prospect of appearing heartless to a desperate throng. His gaze swept across the multitude, a silent question forming in his mind: how many truly deserved his charity? Memories of the original Sin scenario, a past lesson steeped in the grim realities of survival and the taking of innocent lives, colored his judgment. He concluded that many within this supplicating crowd were unworthy, their past deeds casting a long shadow. Meanwhile, the prisoner of the golden headband, the demonic judge of fire, and a shadowy conspirator watched, their expectant silence amplifying the gravity of Dokja's looming decision, the narrative hanging precariously in the balance. A furious mob surrounded Kim Dokja, their voices a rising tide of accusations. One voice, sharp and demanding, questioned his refusal to share his hard-earned coins. The pressure intensified as others echoed the demand, emphasizing his wealth against their desperate poverty. A particularly bitter individual levied accusations of greed, citing his earlier sale of food as evidence of callous disregard for their plight. Another, desperate for sustenance, angrily demanded a refund. Dokja attempted to explain, but the cacophony drowned him out. Finally, Cheon In-ho's voice cut through the fray, issuing a stark ultimatum: return the coins, or face the consequences. Desperation, fueled by Cheon In-ho's earlier manipulations, coalesced into a furious mob surrounding Kim Dokja. Shouts of "give me back my coins," and threats of violence, "kill him," filled the air, their anger a palpable wave threatening to engulf him. Dokja, acutely aware of the rapidly deteriorating circumstances, registered the imminent danger. He knew things would turn violent swiftly. The crowd surged, their assault beginning with a brutal attack, fueled by enraged cries of "Die, you fool!" The confrontation, a maelstrom of fists and fury, had begun. A furious crowd, their voices a roaring tempest of "Aya," encircled Kim Dokja. Their ire, fueled by the uneven distribution of coins, was clearly directed at him, the possessor of a significantly larger fortune. He regarded them with a weary disdain, a silent "how pathetic," betraying his inner judgment. A silent question, etched upon his features, hung heavy in the air: "Do you really blame me for this situation?" The weight of their desperation and his own wealth pressed upon him, a stark moral conflict playing out in the silence of his expression. Min Sang-han, with a sneer, declared the unfolding chaos pathetic. He vehemently rejected any blame for the situation, insisting, "Blame me for this?" However, a nearby observer noted Min Sang-han's surprisingly high stats for a common gangster. This observer speculated that external forces had manipulated Min Sang-han's abilities, muttering, "They must have done it." Despite this observation, Min Sang-han continued to profess his innocence, asserting, "You know very well that what's happening right now has nothing to do with me." The observer then directly accused Min Sang-han of cowardice, stating that his actions stemmed solely from fear of his opponents, their superior resources and power, just doing this because you're scared of them. You're afraid of them because they have more coins and higher stats than you. Kim Dokja's mocking laughter cut through the air as he challenged Min Sang-han, highlighting the glaring discrepancy in wealth and stats between Han and the Kyoldoo gang. Han's initial, dismissive retort, "Because they're gangsters?" was met with growing unrest from the surrounding incarnations. Even within the Kyoldoo gang, doubt surfaced as one member questioned the source of Han's considerable wealth. Han's attempt at a further explanation faltered, his claim of knowing many things trailing off inconclusively. A weaker, unsatisfactory justification, "People at the most," followed. Another Kyoldoo gang member offered an alternative, attributing their success to monster encounters during patrols, a theory swiftly dismissed by Kim Dokja's pointed skepticism. Kim Dokja, his gaze sharp, provoked the Kyoldoo gang, urging them to consider their improbable survival. He pressed further, demanding an explanation for their repeated, strengthened returns. The secretive plotter, a celestial observer, subtly acknowledged the validity of his queries. Min Sang-han, under this scrutiny, confessed to prior knowledge of the coin reward offered for his demise. Dokja's inquiry into the source of this information ignited a frenetic response from the prisoner of the golden headband. Han, his frustration evident in a sharp interruption, then accused Dokja of orchestrating the very circumstances, implying that the knowledge of the reward originated with him. A voice roared, "Shut it," silencing the argument. Min Sang-han, defiant, retorted, "It's a lie," his words abruptly cut short. A shift occurred, a break in the flow of events. Then, Kim Dokja's voice resonated, a powerful challenge ringing through the air: "If you have even an ounce of pride left inside you, fight them yourselves." He pressed further, emphasizing self-reliance: "Take back what was taken from you using your own hands." The gravity of his words hung heavy in the air. The constellations of the pure good alignment, their approval evident, began their judgment. The constellations of the pure good alignment have deemed, their pronouncement left unfinished, awaiting a subsequent revelation. The narrative began with a jumbled phrase, a reflection of Min Sang-han's inner turmoil at the injustice of the situation. His rage erupted, a torrent of fury directed at the Kyoldoo gang. He vehemently condemned their actions, branding them fools for their contemptible behavior. He then barked orders to Daeong, entrusting him with an object and demanding precise obedience. The aftermath of this confrontation, though visually obscured, undeniably showed Daeong acting on Min Sang-han's command, provoking a reaction from the Gyeoldu gang. A piercing shriek tore through the air, a woman's cry of distress echoing unanswered. Swift action followed, a blur of movement unfolding before Hwon-jong. A barely audible sound, perhaps a gasp or a choked sob, punctuated the flurry. The criteria for the evolution of his crouching figure attribute were suddenly, decisively, fulfilled. His latent power bloomed, transforming into the heroic judge of evil. The dust settled, leaving behind the quiet aftermath of this potent shift. Hwon-jong's attribute bloomed, transforming into the judge of evil, heroic, a power surge that Min Sang-han witnessed with a look of startled apprehension. The revelation struck him deeply. His internal reflection confirmed Judge of Evil as the most potent of the three judges. A message then appeared, crediting Min Sang-han with a significant contribution to this dramatic evolution from crouching figure. Another message followed, proclaiming Hwon-jong's intent to fight for Min Sang-han, solidifying a new allegiance. Finally, a warning urged Min Sang-han to retreat, suggesting a looming danger and the need for his immediate withdrawal from the vicinity. The narrative commenced with Min Sang-han, his every move subtly scrutinized. Constellations of unwavering virtue unanimously endorsed Hwon-jong's newly acquired Judge of Evil, heroic ability, a clear indication that his actions were meticulously planned. Min Sang-han, oblivious to the grand design, unknowingly participated in events orchestrated by unseen players. A clandestine constellation, in complete accord with Kim Dokja's astute analysis, confirmed the manipulative nature of the unfolding scenario. The prisoner of the Golden Headband constellation, thrilled by the unfolding drama, revealed a benefit for some at the expense of others. The constellations that channeled the story's power reacted to this significant disruption. Kim Dokja, from his vantage point, observed Min Sang-han's unwitting role, deciphering the machinations based on both the actions and the celestial responses, concluding that Min Sang-han was merely a tool. Frustration boiled over within Min Sang-han, a furious whisper escaped his lips, "Why do they hold the advantage?" His gaze darted around, searching desperately. "Where is everyone?" he muttered, concern etched onto his features as the chaotic fight raged on. He found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his confusion growing with each passing moment, the tide of battle turning relentlessly against him. Then, a torrent of nonsensical words spilled from his lips, fake QAS, MS equals, a desperate, disoriented cry born of chaos and perhaps pain. The aftermath found him still struggling, his uncertainty deepening in the wake of the brutal exchange. The weight of Kim Dokja's unspoken scrutiny pressed heavily upon Min Sang-han. A rising tide of anxiety, mirrored in his increasingly strained features, overwhelmed him as inexplicable events convulsed the Gyeoldu gang. His inner turmoil, a jumble of incomprehensible thoughts, a frantic, unarticulated fear, manifested as the nonsensical string of characters scrawled across his mind. He felt a power beyond his grasp, a force influencing the unfolding chaos. Constellations themselves seemed to interfere, leaving him helpless and adrift. The unspoken knowledge, the quiet understanding that Kim Dokja possessed, fueled Han's dread. He felt a suffocating loss of control, his vulnerability stark against the backdrop of the escalating supernatural crisis. His fear, raw and undeniable, consumed him. Kim Dokja's inquiry, abruptly cut short, "How did you?" hung in the air, demanding an explanation from Min Sang-han. Han's response, though visible, remained elusive. Meanwhile, a momentous event unfolded, profoundly affecting the constellations observing through the channel. Their collective reaction, conveyed in a flurry of incomprehensible text, hinted at chaos and disarray, a tumultuous experience that mirrored the unfolding mystery. A brief lull followed, leaving the narrative suspended before its continuation. In a tense, confined space, Min Sang-han and the Gyeoldu gang found themselves thrust into the brutal reality of Scenario 7. A caption starkly announced that the event had only just commenced, setting a grim tone. The revelation that a daily survival fee of 100 coins, payable by midnight, was mandatory for continued existence sent a chill through the air. Failure to meet this demand meant certain death, a cost to be paid daily until the scenario's conclusion. The weight of this new information hung heavy as the characters processed the implications in silent contemplation. The grim aftermath of the Gumho Station confrontation weighed heavily on Kim Dokja's mind. He reflected on the meager number of survivors from the previous night's brutal fight, a stark reminder of the escalating conflict. A parting of ways was announced. The remaining individuals, a mere 5 besides his own company, were deemed strong enough to forge their own paths. The coins, spoils from the recent battle, were meticulously distributed among his loyal followers. His internal monologue then confirmed the arrival of a new comrade, Young Hee-won, the judge of evil, her acceptance eloquently expressed in a flurry of excited, if somewhat unintelligible, pronouncements. This new alliance solidified his plans, the shadow of the great monk Samyang's impending destruction looming large in his strategic calculations. A feline companion had vanished, the circumstances remained unknown. Their journey continued, Gumho Station the next objective. Young Hee-won presented Kim Dokja with 1,500 coins, her portion of the previous night's hard-fought earnings. He inquired about their purpose, prompting her explanation that she felt it improper to keep the lion's share. Indeed, she'd secured the largest sum during the battle. A cautionary voice, though indistinct, countered her generosity. The demonic judge of Fire Constellation visibly rejoiced at this display of teamwork, a wicked grin spreading across the face of the abyssal black flame dragon constellation in response. Kim Dokja, having secured the lion's share of the previous battle's spoils, received a substantial contribution from Young Hee-won. A nearby individual, likely Yoo Jung-hyuk, registered surprise, perhaps even a touch of irritation, at this unexpected windfall. The strategist then resolved to spend 4,400 coins enhancing his own capabilities. His true aim, however, was far grander, to elevate Baehyung's channel level and lure more constellations, thereby boosting future earnings. He recognized the impending encounter scenario, main scenario number 2, an difficulty challenge requiring traversal of a tunnel to reach a survivor in the first shelter zone, promising 500 coins as a reward, as the ideal opportunity to implement this scheme. The penalty for failure remained shrouded in mystery. Kim Dokja concluded his planning by considering the shelter's precise location. Deep beneath the city, Kim Dokja's weary group pressed onward towards Chungmuro, the next designated refuge. The journey, however, proved unexpectedly arduous. A swarm of ground rats infested the tunnels, their presence sapping the group's strength. Despite the exhaustion, Kim Dokja noticed signs of a hasty evacuation in the passageways, a scattering of belongings hinting at the possibility of valuable supplies left behind. With only one more stop to reach their destination, he proposed a rest at Chungmuro, yet a shadow of doubt lingered. The unsettling ambiguity surrounding Chungmuro's safety cast a pall over their hopeful respite. Following the clash, Kim Dokja's companions tended to their wounds, quickly concluding the injuries were not inflicted by the ground rats. Dokja himself surmised Yoo Jung-hyuk was the culprit. A decision was made to scour the surroundings for anything of value. One member remarked on the advantage of having someone with a military background among them, a clear reference to Yoo Sang-da's expertise. Lee Gil-young voiced a wish to join Dokja, while another requested a bathroom break. Yoo Sang-da then inquired about Dokja's intentions, relaying to another that he planned to investigate beyond their immediate location. Kim Dokja's companion voiced a sharp anxiety, questioning whether he'd overlooked the toxic air beyond their shelter. The group then ventured into the poisonous fog, a system notification confirming their exposure. However, no immediate ill effects followed, suggesting a shrewd strategy had been implemented, perhaps leveraging Lee Gil-young's unique abilities to counteract the hazard. The characters continued their journey through the noxious miasma, seemingly unhindered by its presence. The imposing statue of the great monk Samyang stood before them. Kim Dokja, having earlier professed a pilgrimage, drew the attention of a robed constellation who seemed to await his next move. His subsequent act, the utter destruction of the statue, was met with immediate reaction. Another robed constellation openly rejoiced. As a reward for this audacious deed, 100 coins were credited to his account. Kim Dokja, after a hard-fought victory, shared the spoils amongst his companions, including young Hyewon's portion. Leveraging his intimate knowledge of the narrative, he then targeted and systematically dismantled a statue of the great monk Samyeong. With Yusenga's expertise confirming their acquisition, the group examined the powerful artifacts recovered. The bald leader of the peasants' army constellation, surprisingly, offered forgiveness for this act of defiance. The abyssal black flame dragon and demonic judge of fire constellations registered their approval of the group's actions and close bond. Fully cognizant of the momentous repercussions of his audacious decision, Kim Dokja accepted the potential consequences of destroying the statue. Kim Dokja, having shattered the great monk Samyeong's statue, faced the furious demonic judge of fire. "Are you a fool for ignoring me?" the judge bellowed, explaining the gravity of his actions. Destroying a constellation's idol, sealed with its power, risked ruining the judge's channel. Kim Dokja, however, revealed his swift victory, a shortcut, introduced in TWSA, yielding potent items. His cryptic explanation, Krungmuko. Ji su wei ifo-undjrortabiaiu meet a shortcut, hinted at his unconventional approach. The judge worried aloud about the bald leader of the peasants' army's potential displeasure. "What are you going to do if that bald leader speaks ill of my channel?" he demanded, mockingly questioning whether Dokja's methods involved a cathedral or a temple. Amidst the escalating tension, young Hyewon extended an offering to Kim Dokja. "I have something to give you." Yusenga, recognizing the historical significance of the robe and prayer beads, identified them as grade B relics belonging to the great monk Samyeong. Kim Dokja then revealed he'd acquired these powerful artifacts after a simple prayer at the monk's shattered statue. The narrative itself underscored the items' potency, imbued as they were with the monk's formidable strength. This opportunistic acquisition drew impressed and amused reactions from several constellations. Sangha, in turn, elaborated on Samyeong's pivotal role in Korea's defense, a display of knowledge that earned her further favor from a constellation. Kim Dokja, in a silent internal monologue, presented the destruction of the great monk Samyeong's statue as a divinely ordained boon for Korea, drawing a parallel to Samyeong's historical actions against foreign invaders. His companions, comprehending the gravity of their predicament, readily assented to his explanation. One among them posited that the monk himself might be a constellation. Confirmation of this arrived in the form of a message. The bald leader of the peasants' army constellation granted Kim Dokja absolution for his actions. Reflecting on the volatile power dynamics inherent in the constellations, Kim Dokja internally acknowledged the recklessness of his deed, justifying it as a necessary step to enhance his constellation's renown. He silently registered Great Monk Samyeong in his memory. He then turned his attention to the impending arrival in Chungmuro, issuing preparations to his team. He lauded Lee Gilyoung's interspecies communication skills, crediting them with their successful evasion of the ground rats. A final warning of imminent arrival in Chungmuro, coupled with an assessment of their proximity, concluded his address. An indecipherable utterance, likely inconsequential to the narrative, followed. Kim Dokja, his gaze sharp, commanded his team to stand back, his voice carrying a clear warning of impending danger as preparations for the great monk Samyeong's statue's destruction commenced. The illusory prison sub-scenario commenced. Kim Dokja barked a sharp command, ordering his companions to retreat. The parameters flashed before them, a subcategory challenge, rated DF in difficulty, demanding escape within a strict 60-minute timeframe. Success promised a reward of 300 coins. Failure, however, remained shrouded in mystery. A team member voiced their bewilderment at the cryptic designation, illusory prison, their unspoken anxieties evident in their internal turmoil. The sub-scenario officially began, plunging them into the heart of the unknown. Their subsequent journey within the prison unfolded, the ensuing moments reflecting a range of emotional responses to their predicament. Chaos reigned within the illusory prison. Yusenga's desperate cry, Dokja, echoed the disorientation and fear gripping her and the others. Young Hyun's voice, sharp with alarm, added to the turmoil. Something doesn't feel right. Dokja. Are you there? Their distress was palpable, a testament to the prison's insidious power. Then, Kim Dokja's voice cut through the confusion, a reassuring balm amidst the storm. He attempted to minimize their ordeal, his words a shield against the full weight of their experience. You haven't seen anything, okay? The implication was clear. He had already dismantled the prison, silently bearing the burden of their shared trauma. The illusory prison, a realm designed to shatter the mind by resurrecting past traumas, presented itself as the next challenge. It was established that even Yoo Jung-hyuk, a seasoned regressor, would have struggled greatly within its confines, the most perilous obstacle such an individual could encounter. Kim Dokja, however, calmly guided his companions, instructing them to find solace in controlled breathing. Meanwhile, a celestial entity lamented its inability to witness the unfolding horrors of their resurrected pasts. The distress of Lee Hyun-sung was palpable. He railed against unseen figures, his internal cries of regret echoing, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn it. I was too late." Betraying the weight of his past mistakes. Kim Dokja, instructing his companions to maintain mutual protection, announced his intention to dismantle the prison. The protective effect of the praying beads of the great monk Samyang was evident, shielding young Hyun from harm. He then revealed his strategy. The destruction of the great monk's statue had yielded the skill needed to overcome this sub-scenario. With that explanation given, he unleashed the acquired skill, shattering the illusory prison. Kim Dokja, employing his personal skill, Dispel Evil Level 1, shattered the illusory prison. Lee Hyun-sung, still shaken, mumbled a fragmented oath, a glimpse into a military past and the related trauma. The oath, fully revealed moments later, confirmed its origin within the Korean Armed Forces, illuminating the shared ordeal. Confusion reigned as disoriented whispers of "see" filled the air, the immediate aftermath of a harrowing experience. With authority, Yusenga barked orders, demanding her companions regain their composure. Lee Hyun-sung, Young Hyun, and Lee Gil-young writhed in individual hellscapes, their past traumas manifesting as agonizing visions. One, consumed by inner torment, raged a threat of violence against all. Then, Kim Dokja's eyes blazed crimson, the sign of demon slaying, flaring to life. His earlier gift to Lee Jae-hai, a robe imbued with the power of Samyang, the great monk, had served a purpose beyond simple charity. It had fortified her against the specters of her past, preparing her for the upcoming naval battle, where she would unleash her full strength. With a decisive act, unseen yet undeniable, Kim Dokja unleashed his demon-slaying power, shattering the illusory prison and liberating his companions from their torment, a carefully orchestrated victory, planned from the outset. Yusenga, entrusting young Hyun to Kim Dokja's care, uttered a wordless plea for his protection before the system declared the illusory prison sub-scenario complete. The prison's shattering aftermath was evident in the destruction that followed, the garbled text a mere echo of its collapse. Defeated specters, Tier 8 and ghostly in nature, lay scattered, a testament to a successful resolution, likely linked to Lee Jae-hai's unseen triumph. Lee Hyun-sung, stirring from the prison's traumatic grip, mumbled in confusion, eliciting Senga's concerned inquiry about his well-being, confirming Kim Dokja's successful intervention. Lee Hyun-sung awoke, disoriented, his mind struggling to grasp the passage of time and the unfolding events. A rare specter spirit stone, a relic of the vanquished specters, was mentioned, a detail providing context to his hazy recollections. He inquired about the others, wondering if only he and Yusenga remained. The response clarified Kim Dokja's pivotal role in their escape, explaining that the specters' primarily psychic attacks lessened the physical threat. Relief washed over Hyun-sung as he expressed gratitude for their survival and successful evasion of the illusory prison. Concern then turned to Lee Gil-young, prompting a query about her need for rest. The young woman's visible distress, marked by whispered apologies and seemingly reliving a harrowing moment. I'm sorry, revealed the profound trauma she endured within the prison, far exceeding the experiences of the others. Kim Dokja and his companions pressed onward through the illusory prison, their progress steadily unfolding. As they neared the prison's exit, Kim Dokja remarked on their imminent freedom. However, their escape was not to be unchallenged. Upon emerging, they were immediately confronted by an unknown entity, which demanded to know their identities. A shadowy presence, the prison's essence itself, claimed the hunting grounds, its words a chilling testament to the psychological torment inflicted upon those trapped within. Then, with a swiftness only hinted at, the illusory prison crumbled. The collapse, though not directly witnessed, was undeniably linked to Kim Dokja's intervention and his unique understanding of the narrative's mechanics. Lee Jae-hai, sole survivor of the Taepung girls' high school group, stood as stark evidence of the prison's brutal effectiveness and the gravity of the danger overcome. A sense of jubilant relief washed over the remaining survivors, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere that had preceded it, confirming the success of Kim Dokja's audacious act. The narrative commenced with a surprised inquiry to Lee Jae-hai, questioning her timely arrival following the defeat of the specters. Her cryptic reply, hinting at foreknowledge of the specters' instigator, followed. A subsequent character profile detailed the young woman's age, her connection to the god of naval warfare constellation, and a list of her attributes, skills, and stigmas, all culminating in a glimpse into her sorrowful past, the loss of a dear friend. The god of naval warfare constellation's presence, true to the original storyline, was highlighted. The bald leader of the peasants' army constellation displayed clear emotion, touched by a reunion with Lee Jae-hai, a reaction mirrored by the joyous greeting from the god of naval warfare constellation. Lee Jae-hai's paramount importance in the impending naval conflict was solidified. Her presence was directly linked to Yoo Jung-hyuk's hasty trip to Chungmuro. Finally, she offered to lead the others to their destination. Agony twisted the faces of Kim Dokja's companions. Their minds, assaulted by a fractured reality within the illusory prison, were a maelstrom of fragmented memories and disjointed thoughts. Then, with a surge of power drawn from a deeply personal ability, Kim Dokja shattered the prison's hold. The illusion dissolved, leaving behind only the aftermath of its cruel dominion. The narrative shifted, marking the end of the sub-scenario and ushering in the next stage, the perilous main scenario number 2, the encounter. Lee Hyun-sung, Yoo Sang-ga, Young Hee-won, and Lee Gil-young, released from their torment, began the long process of healing from their ordeal. Chungmuro and Dongguk University formed the backdrop of a chaotic tableau. A surge in Dakibi activity, the result of a large-scale event, the third, in fact, filled the air with palpable tension. Amidst this turmoil, Gong Pildu addressed Lee Jae-hai with the condescending moniker, Little Samurai. The nickname elicited a sharp internal question from Lee Jae-hai, Samurai. A subtle hint of her displeasure. However, a quiet threat simmered beneath the surface. She knew Gong Pildu would rue his choice of words if he understood the true might of her constellation's support. Lee Jae-hai's accusation of heavy drinking drew only a cynical chuckle from Gong Pildu, a mirthless sound that mirrored his jaded view of the world. His subsequent inquiry about the newcomers' origins, Dongguk University, hinted at an assessment of their potential resources and resilience, a thought left unfinished. He then addressed a young woman, offering her a meager room, a seemingly charitable gesture quickly undermined by his condescending laughter, revealing his understanding of their naivete within this harsh environment. A superior's curt order to cease his harassment and retreat upstairs brought a grumbled retort from Gong Pildu, a defense of his actions as a necessary survival tactic within a brutally hierarchical system. A muttered justification, partially obscured, followed, before he finally declared his duty fulfilled, abandoning the new arrivals to their fate. A hesitant plea for a little more courtesy from one of the newcomers went unanswered. Amidst a chaotic and perilous landscape, Lee Jae-hai found herself contemplating Yoo Jung-hyuk's intentions. Hurried, anxious scribbles, perhaps a message, cluttered nearby. An observer, possibly a newcomer or the property owner, remarked that she was the survivor companion of Jung Hee-kyu. Lee Jae-hai internally acknowledged the logic behind Yoo Jung-hyuk's interest, recognizing the exceptional rarity of a constellation like hers, the god of naval warfare. She reasoned that she herself would have acted similarly given the circumstances. However, this observer, seemingly expressing disbelief, muttered something about a companion, immediately questioning the validity of her relationship with Yoo Jung-hyuk. Their statement abruptly cut short. Deeply troubled by Yoo Jung-hyuk's absence and the precarious situation facing his companions, Lee Jae-hai resolved to reach him. Her thoughts, a torrent of worry, revealed her profound concern for his well-being and acknowledged his immense value. Master isn't here right now. I can't afford to lose the god of naval warfare like this. An observer, witnessing her distress, voiced suspicion regarding her relationship with Yoo Jung-hyuk, muttering, "She calls him master? What have you done to the poor kid, Jung Hee-kyu?" Lee Jae-hai recognized the gravity of the unfolding events, a grim assessment escaping her lips. This isn't good. Her purpose solidified, she declared, "I have a message for him," her resolve firm. A silent vow accompanied her determination, "I'm going, master." Another individual, observing a gathering of people, uncertainly questioned their affiliation, musing, "Are they? I don't know. Master's friends." Lee Jae-hai then approached the group directly, confirming her suspicion and confirming their connection to Yoo Jung-hyuk. "You're friends of Mr. Jung Hee-kyu?" A voice, likely belonging to Gong Pil-do or a similar acquaintance, remarked on the strong friendship between Lee Jae-hai and Yoo Jung-hyuk, a sentiment confirmed by a subsequent affirmative gesture. The speaker then, slightly mispronouncing the latter's name as Jung Hee-kyu, began to elaborate on the nature of Yoo Jung-hyuk's actions. A series of visual cues subtly shifted the narrative's focus, conveying the underlying context of the conversation and the speaker's perspective. The explanation concluded with a revelation. Yoo Jung-hyuk's rescue of an individual stemmed not from inherent altruism, but from the person's close proximity to Lee Jae-hai during a perilous incident. This protective act, influenced by Lee Jae-hai's presence, was ultimately understood and accepted by Jae-hai herself. She internally categorized the matter as not that complicated, demonstrating her insight into Yoo Jung-hyuk's motivations. The question of sustenance hung heavy in the air. One resident sheepishly admitted their dependence on Lee Jae-hai, whose monster hunts provided their meager meals. These were then prepared by Yoo Jung-hyuk, a detail shared with a hint of pride. The issue of potable water followed, the answer a stark portrayal of dependence. Food and coin were exchanged with the powerful Chungmuro landlord coalition. Mention of the coalition itself elicited a knowing response. Familiarity stemmed from a text titled TWSA, suggesting widespread knowledge of their influence. The conversation then turned to the enigmatic rooms, a term frequently used by the landlords. These rooms, it was revealed, were under the landlord's absolute control. This power dynamic became chillingly apparent when a group of newcomers, claiming a simple need for the upstairs bathroom, were brusquely warned by the landlords regarding the inherent dangers above. Amidst the chaos, a fresh face questioned the ongoing skirmishes. Lee Jae-hai, ever pragmatic, clarified that the conflict raged across distinct areas, each a room. Another newcomer then inquired about the landlord coalition's dominion, specifically their control of the subterranean levels, from the third basement to the first. She confirmed their near-total hegemony, though acknowledging the presence of rival factions. A further question arose: had Yoo Jung-hyuk intervened? The implication that he, perhaps, had rescued Lee Jae-hai, sparked evident surprise from another newbie. However, Lee Jae-hai's response was blunt. Yoo Jung-hyuk had merely instructed them to manage their own survival. The entire complex situation, previously summarized succinctly as a simple matter of fact, had now been laid bare for all to see. Lee Jae-hai watched the throng, concluding that Yoo Jung-hyuk's power, not his personal invitation, had drawn these followers. Curiosity piqued, she observed a growing crowd further away. Her attention sharpened as she witnessed Gong Pil-do callously rejecting a plea for mercy and readmittance, the supplicant desperately offering 500 coins. Stepping forward, Lee Jae-hai restored order, separating the crowd from the desperate individual and the unyielding Gong Pildu. A shadow of worry crossed her face as she anticipated the arrival of the 10 evils, noting the near impossibility of distinguishing them from the ordinary masses. The militarized zone's warning system blared, announcing, "The incarnation, Gileong Li, has trespassed onto private property," a clear indication of Li Jihai's significant standing. Gong Pildu emerged, demanding, "Who's this?" A chorus of frightened voices from behind her, "Newcomers," clearly, yelped, everyone back up / underscoring the perilous nature of their surroundings. Gong Pildu, seemingly assessing the situation, remarked, You seem to be lost. Do you know where you are right now?" His words a calculated probe into her understanding of the local power structures. The newbies, attempting a desperate diversion, stammered, "Isn't this the way to the bathroom?" "The bathroom?" "Yeah, it used TOB, their naivete painfully obvious." However, Gong Pildu's demeanor hardened. He sneered, "But why, you little brat? Where are your parents?" His tone aggressive, a blatant display of dominance intended to intimidate and further gauge her connections. The power imbalance was stark, and Jihai's thoughts likely turned to the implications of this confrontation, particularly Yu Junghyuk's absence. Landlord Gong Pildu, encountering a group of unwitting newcomers, patronizingly observed their naivete. He declared his purpose, to impart a harsh lesson. With a surge of power, he activated his level 3 militarized zone stigma. A system notification then blared, demanding 500 coins as compensation for their trespass, further threatening immediate automated turret fire if the payment wasn't forthcoming. Turning to the frightened newbies, Gong Pildu barked a sharp rebuke, leaving no doubt about the gravity of their situation. Yu Sangha, carefully attending to the unconscious young Hee-won, dispatched a companion to provide continued care. Leaving Hee-won's side, Sangha encountered Gong Pildu, who immediately identified her as the injured woman's protector. Pildu's demand, 500 coins for safe passage through Chungmuro Station, was met with Sangha's incredulous fury. She vehemently denounced the exorbitant price as blatant extortion, yet her protest proved futile. The confrontation ended with an undeniable stalemate. The narrative unfolded, first introducing Yu Junghyuk, a figure of recurring importance, and Gong Pildu, one of the infamous 10 evils and the armament lord of Chungmuro. Gong Pildu's extensive, controlled territory within Chungmuro Station immediately established his authority. Yu Sangha then confronted him directly, demanding an explanation for his collection of coins from passers-by, highlighting the station's public nature. Gong Pildu responded with a laugh, casually revealing that Chungmuro Station's public status had ended 8 days prior, solidifying his seizure of the location. The story unfolded in Chungmuro Station, where Gong Pildu and his formidable landlord coalition held sway over the formerly independent landlords. Yu Sangha, acutely aware of the power dynamic, confronted Pildu directly, questioning his authority. She then called out, urging him to collect the accumulating coins. A tense silence followed, punctuated only by Sangha's repeated, insistent call of Pildu's name. The quiet was shattered by a sharp command, "Stop right there," signaling the unexpected arrival of a third party, whose presence hinted at a potential resolution to the escalating confrontation. Yu Sangha entered Chungmuro Station, her presence immediately registering as unfamiliar to Gong Pildu, the armament lord. He observed her, a silent appraisal of her appearance passing through his mind. "I haven't seen you around here before," he stated, his words hinting at her imposing demeanor. Her companion identified him as Pildu Gong, the armament lord. Yu Sangha's reply was defiant, "Why should I be nervous when I'm just here to do what needs to be done?" Gong Pildu responded, "A bold one, I see. Don't get too confident." An unseen observer, likely her companion, internally detailed his impressive attributes, high stats, rare landlord attributes, and a mana level of 19. The observer further commented that such power was to be expected from one destined to become one of the 10 evils. Gong Pildu then pressed, "So, what business do you have with me? It doesn't seem like you're simply here to pay the toll." The observer's thoughts continued, noting Gong Pildu's keen perception. A voice, unseen, considered violent retribution against Gong Pildu, the armament lord holding sway over Chungmuro Station. Yusenga swiftly silenced the suggestion with a sharp warning, her words carrying an implicit threat. The ensuing tension was palpable, a silent exchange between Sangha and Gong Pildu, thick with unspoken animosity. Gong Pildu, with a sneer, questioned Sangha's intentions, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He offered her a room, a thinly veiled attempt to dismiss her plea. Sangha, however, resolutely sought safe passage through his territory for herself and her companions, specifically requesting access to the green zone. This request was met with a flat refusal. Gong Pildu declared that he only accepted tenants affiliated with the landlord coalition. His alternative was a steep daily fee of 500 coins per person. Sangha countered this exorbitant demand, proposing intelligence as an alternative form of payment. Having received word of Yu Junghyuk's location, Sangha found herself wrestling with the narrative's inconsistencies. In the original tale, he should have been locked in battle with the landlord coalition. His present absence was a perplexing deviation. Then, Gong Pildu's inquiry into her acquaintance with Yu Junghyuk arrived. In response, Sangha detailed their deep bond, forged through countless near-death experiences, both shared and endured separately. She insisted on the strength of their friendship, asserting its significance regardless of Gong Pildu's acceptance, and suggesting a postponement of hostilities as a consequence of this close connection. The air crackled with tension as Gong Pildu, having activated his Calculate Profit LV2 skill, sized up the situation. Sangha, aware of her own vulnerabilities, offered a proposition, a statement so oddly specific that even she questioned its wisdom. Gong Pildu, however, remained unmoved, misinterpreting her words as acquiescence. He smugly believed himself victorious, only to be abruptly stopped by Sangha's attempt to depart. His demand for payment laid bare his avarice. Sangha's internal fury ignited as she grasped the extent of his greed, 1,000 coins, the price he placed on both her and the unconscious young Hee-won, a sum so exorbitant it surpassed even the most unscrupulous dealings. Her thoughts echoed the outrage of being so brazenly fleeced. The air crackled with tension as Sangha protested the exorbitant 500 coin fee, her voice sharp with disapproval. Gong Pildu's dismissive retort, a veiled threat, hung heavy between them. With a swift turn, she glanced towards the onlookers, a silent assessment of her options, a subtle BA escaping her lips as she shifted her weight. The stalemate held, a palpable silence stretching between them, unbroken until the timely arrival of Kim Dokja and Yu Junghyuk. Kim Dokja's patience frayed, a barely contained storm brewing within him as he observed Gong Pildu. Hee-won lay unconscious, a stark reminder of the potential carnage a clash would unleash. The weight of lethal consequences pressed heavily on him, a silent plea for restraint. Sangha's plea for calm cut through the suffocating tension, but Pildu's retort, a stark warning of death, only deepened the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. The moment ended not in violence, but in a chilling, silent standoff, a precarious truce forged in the shadow of potential bloodshed. Gong Pildu gestured towards a man, questioning Sangha about his identity. She regarded a cryptic message, "Faping equals you trite lahi," as confirmation, though not fully understanding its meaning. With a newfound assurance, she informed Gong Pildu that a close friend was on their way. Time passed. Then, Yu Junghyuk arrived, his greeting to Gong Pildu signaling a shift towards resolving the tense situation at Chungmuro Station. The entrance fee was paid. With her omniscient reader's viewpoint engaged, Sangha saw the doubt in the landlord coalition's eyes as she attempted to leverage Yu Junghyuk's name. A frustrated sound, perhaps a sigh or a stammered plea, escaped her lips as she pressed her request. She insisted on speaking for him, boldly proclaiming her close acquaintance. While acknowledging his volatile nature, she vouched for his unwavering integrity, highlighting his absolute reliability in keeping his word. The conversation continued, its unseen details promising a further appeal to Yu Junghyuk's formidable reputation to secure her passage. Kim Dokja, internally chuckling, playfully suggested a partnership with Yoo Jung-heek, only to find themselves facing Gong Pil-do. Yoo Jung-heek, without a word, swiftly leveled his blade at the man, the implicit threat clear and chilling. Gong Pil-do, wisely choosing to avoid conflict, quickly yielded passage. Later, Dokja privately pondered Jung-heek's actions, a cold calculation crossing his mind. Had Jung-heek intended for him to perish in that confrontation? The thought, however, left Dokja strangely unmoved. A surge of frustrated energy coursed through Kim Dokja. The urge to physically punish Gong Pil-do was almost overwhelming. His system momentarily flashed a detailed dossier on Yoo Jung-heek, name, age, constellations, and the crucial regressor third-round designation. A list of skills: Eve of the Sage, close combat mastery, weapon proficiency, a formidable mental barrier, crowd control tactics, sharp reasoning, a lie detector's intuition, and even cooking, scrolled across his internal view, culminating in a statistical breakdown of stamina, strength, agility, and mana. Dokja noted Jung-heek's enhanced capabilities compared to their previous third-round encounter, a clear indication of riskier tactics. The depth of Jung-heek's strategy in this relatively early regression puzzled him. What motivations, what schemes drove this behavior? He directly addressed the other man, inquiring about any undisclosed information. Jung-heek's response was a dismissive, sarcastic remark about the attractiveness of Kim Dokja's face. Kim Dokja watched Yoo Jung-heek, noting the man's unwavering resolve. A surge of irritation, frustration with Yoo Jung-heek's stubbornness, washed over him. He inwardly called the man a difficult person. The thought of eliminating Yoo Jung-heek briefly crossed his mind. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, registered disapproval of this consideration. Kim Dokja then observed Yoo Jung-heek's newly formed alliances. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he recalled leaving Lee Hyun-sung in Yoo Jung-heek's care, reflecting on the other man's evident lack of strength. Lee Hyun-sung's self-assessment, a fleeting thought of what could have been, underscored his limitations, a fortunate reader, yet ultimately ordinary. Kim Dokja, observing Yoo Jung-heek's actions, felt a surge of curiosity. The proximity of the two made it difficult to determine Yoo Jung-heek's gaze, though Dokja suspected Jong Hee-won was the target. The risk of exposure, of revealing his unique ability, kept Dokja from directly questioning Yoo Jung-heek. Instead, a curt, frustrated address served as a clumsy attempt at communication. He then praised Jong Hee-won for her unseen success. The chapter concluded with Yoo Jung-heek's chilling internal conflict, a dark thought of violence looming large, highlighting the precariousness of their situation. Kim Dokja voiced his apprehension to Yoo Jung-heek, questioning the decision to spare Gong Pil-do's life. Yoo Jung-heek's reply was laced with sarcasm, a veiled suggestion that if Dokja truly possessed the foresight of an omniscient reader, the answer would be self-evident. He further countered that even those with exceptional insight are not infallible. Subtly, Yoo Jung-heek employed a lie detection skill, gauging Kim Dokja's response while simultaneously hinting at his own manipulative tactics. Kim Dokja's internal monologue revealed his assessment of Yoo Jung-heek's meticulous nature. A subsequent exchange left Kim Dokja surprised, his single word, "what," echoing his astonishment at the unfolding events. Gong Pil-do, desperate, implored Yoo Jung-heek for assistance, warning of the impending suffering of Chungmuro's populace if left unheeded. Yoo Jung-heek, however, brushed aside the plea with a dismissive wave, declaring himself too occupied for such concerns, implying Pil-do's inability to comprehend his priorities. Kim Dokja witnessed this exchange, silently evaluating its ramifications. Frustration mounting, Gong Pil-do challenged Yoo Jung-heek to a fight, a single blow his audacious request. Yoo Jung-heek responded with an air of unshakable self-assurance. In response to the provocation, Yoo Jung-heek unleashed his Tiger God Aura skill, its level displayed as 5, a breathtaking manifestation of power. Kim Dokja, observing the display, reacted with a muttered expression of contempt for the powerful, aloof figure before him. With a countdown clock ticking down, 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining before a week-long ordeal commenced, Kim Dokja weighed his options. He understood Yu Jung-heek was undoubtedly maneuvering towards a specific objective within this coming scenario. Meanwhile, the bald leader of the peasants' army raged, their fury ignited by the plight of the populace, inciting a call to arms. Dokja steeled his resolve, determined to thwart Yu Jung-heek's ambitions, though a flicker of hesitation briefly crossed his mind. The prisoner of the golden headband, meanwhile, scrutinized Dokja's internal conflict. Dokja's frustration boiled over into a furious assessment of Yu Jung-heek, his inner monologue hinting at a counter-strategy, even as the prisoner of the golden headband observed a fleeting moment of fear during his earlier interaction with Yu Jung-heek, a fear Dokja immediately dismissed. His attention shifted, the immediate danger posed by Gong Pildu's gang eclipsing, for the moment, his concerns about Yu Jung-heek's machinations. Kim Dokja, inwardly cursing those greedy fools who illegally occupied and extorted rent from public spaces, recognized the predicament. The third scenario demanded Gong Pildu's cooperation, yet his refusal posed a significant obstacle. To mitigate this, Kim Dokja resolved to acquire superior weaponry for his group. He weighed the alternative, a forceful resolution, recalling their successful collaboration at Gumho Station, a past victory that hinted at their potential to overcome Gong Pildu's gang through combined might. The recollection, perhaps visualized in his mind, or possibly a strategic calculation of troop deployment or territory, solidified his resolve. A powerful ability, 72 Me of Judgment, hinted at in cryptic text, was also mentioned. Meanwhile, the constellations of the pure good alignment remained unresponsive to Jong Hee-won's request, a silent disapproval of her proposed action. Finally, Kim Dokja described Time of Judgment, a devastating skill wielded by the Judge of Evil, an ability of exceptional power. Kim Dokja, wrestling with a malfunctioning skill, internally condemned Gong Pildu and his thugs as wicked. A celestial voice countered, arguing that such a judgment was merely a human construct, a subjective viewpoint. Dokja, startled, questioned this perspective. The voice elaborated, explaining that the moral compass of constellations diverged significantly from humanity's, where justice often bowed to the will of the majority. A moment of quiet reflection followed. Then, a cunning strategy formed in Dokja's mind, to bait Gong Pildu from his heavily fortified position. Kim Dokja watched Yu Jung-heek, ensconced within his self-made fortress, a militarized zone, its protective aura limited to that specific area. The clever strategist was proving difficult to dislodge, his comfortable arrangements of blankets, food, and even a chamber pot spoke of a prolonged stay, a calculated sit-in. Dokja pondered the significance of Yu Jung-heek's chosen location, the largest room in Cheongmuro, its strategic advantage still unclear. The looming shadow of the third scenario pressed upon him, but immediate confrontation with Gong Pildu was deemed secondary. The need for shelter, for a suitable room to rest, took precedence. The main scenario number 3, Green Zone, Day 3, interface filled Kim Dokja's awareness, main category, C difficulty, a 7-day survival against nightly monsters to claim a green zone within the station. 8 hours, a reward of 1,000 coins, and no stated penalty. He absorbed these parameters, the stark lack of detail sharpening his focus. The challenge ahead, particularly the looming threat of Gong Pildu's gang and the uncertainty surrounding the specifics of the nightly attacks, demanded careful consideration. His mind worked, dissecting the available data, the strategic implications of this limited information pressing upon him. The parameters flashed before Kim Dokja's eyes, main scenario number 3, Green Zone, Day 3, a C-rank challenge. Occupy a green zone, survive the onslaught, and claim the 1,000-coin reward within the 7-day, 8-hour timeframe. A single hour remained until the third scenario's commencement. A voice, urgent and sharp, pressed upon them, a stark warning to secure a green zone before midnight, the implication of failure unspoken yet heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a chilling declaration echoed through the unseen darkness, a threat of death, cold and impersonal, from a lurking predator. The desperate search led them towards Dongguk University, the potential haven shimmering with false hope against the encroaching horror. Han Soo-young questioned the need for immediate conflict, prompting Kim Dokja to clarify that fighting was not the priority. Their immediate objective was securing a suitable space, a large enough room to house their 70-member team. He emphasized the variable size of the designated safe zones, then issued precise instructions. Lee Hyun-sung and Yoo Sang-ga were to search together, as were Young Hee-won and Lee Gil-young. When Han Soo-young inquired about his own plans, Kim Dokja revealed his intention to search independently. He then imposed a 20-minute deadline for locating an appropriate room before the scenario's commencement, hinting at a secondary strategy should their search prove fruitless. Kim Dokja, facing a dire predicament, recognized a single course of action. He immediately questioned its feasibility, a whirlwind of internal conflict evident in the subsequent jumble of indecipherable thoughts. His physical response followed, though its precise nature remained unspoken. Then, Han Soo-young, Lee Hyun-sung, or Yoo Sang-ga challenged his behavior, their worry palpable. The weight of his decision pressed upon him, revealing his knowledge of 3 ways to survive to Bai-hyung and the other constellations, particularly considering the golden headband's insightful scrutiny, held immense peril. A voice, sharp with concern, chided Kim Dokja for his prolonged gaze at the empty display, warning of dire repercussions for his inaction and openly questioning his competence. Dokja acknowledged the criticism internally, his mind already turning over the peculiar blankness of the screen. He reasoned that the constellations and Dakibi, beings of immense authority, would have surely intervened had they possessed any insight into its contents. The implication was clear, the screen's information remained hidden from their prying eyes. His thoughts then drifted towards the cryptic phrase, attachment, one save all, a fragmented message that intrigued him. He pondered its origin and its seemingly immense power, noting the numerical 2 adjacent to it, a detail he clearly found significant. The narrative abruptly concluded as he continued his silent investigation, his expression a mixture of concentration and dawning realization, leaving the full scope of his discovery unresolved. A figure, their identity obscured, issued a sharp warning to Kim Dokja, "Don't come any closer." Undeterred, Kim Dokja offered a reassuring, "Don't worry, I won't steal your spot." The stranger, unconvinced, voiced suspicion, their words laced with a hint of mockery. "Really? You seem quite laid back, old man. Maybe you don't want to live anymore." Kim Dokja, maintaining his composure, mirrored the stranger's calm. "You seem as laid back as I am." The tension hung heavy in the air, unresolved, as the narrative shifted. A worried voice, presumably the prisoner of the golden headband, voiced its concern for Kim Dokja's well-being, expressing a reluctance to see him perish, while simultaneously praising his earlier defiance of a powerful figure. Kim Dokja offered a reassuring response, dismissing the apprehension. The voice then proposed an alternative survival method, suggesting that finding a safe room wasn't the only path to surviving the coming night. Internally, Kim Dokja questioned the voice's assessment of his capabilities, wondering if he truly possessed the same strength as the formidable opponent he'd recently confronted. Despite the offered alternative, the voice urged Kim Dokja to retreat to a safe room. Following this, it directly inquired about his plans to engage the oncoming monsters, emphasizing the dire consequences of such an action, death, not only for him, but for his companions as well. To this stark warning, Kim Dokja responded with a defiant yet uncertain, "We'll have to see about that." The exorbitant price of 2,000 coins per night sparked immediate outrage from a member of Kim Dokja's team. Han Soo-young, relaying the bad news, confirmed the unacceptable cost of suitable lodgings. Faced with this financial burden, Kim Dokja calmly outlined their 2 choices, the expensive yet secure option, a direct reference to the exorbitant price already stated, or a second, riskier alternative. The high cost of the first choice, he implied, would likely drive them towards the second, though what that entailed remained, for now, unspoken. A team member's immediate query about the nature of this second option went unanswered as the moment concluded. The weight of decision pressed upon Kim Dokja's team. One voice cautioned against the second option, its perilous nature starkly revealed. "The second option will be arduous, and one of us could even end up dying." Another countered, championing the first, its promise of collective survival overriding all else. If there's a chance for all of us to survive, we should go with the first option then. Let's go with the first one. A brief, indecipherable interruption followed. Then, a member noted the room's capacity for 5, but their low combined stats suggested a smaller team. A surprised exclamation cut through the air. Wait. Dokja, are you? The narrative concluded with the unequivocal selection, the first option. The suggestion to eliminate the room's occupants for their accommodations was met with immediate enthusiasm. One companion readily agreed, contingent upon Kim Dokja's participation. A third voice, unwavering, declared a lack of fear, their resolve seemingly complete. However, Kim Dokja countered this bloodthirsty proposal, pointing out the likely violent past of the current inhabitants and the crippling impact such actions would have on their chances of survival in later scenarios. The suggestion of violence was reinforced by an admission from a comrade who recalled a past killing in Gumho Station, unapologetically declaring it a deliberate and justified act. This stark confession prompted a silent reflection from Kim Dokja, a fleeting thought against repeating past mistakes, even in light of past violence. A wave of internal conflict washed over Kim Dokja. He confessed to himself, a quiet admission of self-disgust, that the necessary actions were far from pleasurable, vehemently declaring, "It doesn't mean that I enjoy doing it. I don't want to become a monster." A silent pressure, the implied presence of another, urged him toward a decision, presenting two distinct paths. This unseen entity then pressed for Kim Dokja's selection, the words "I want to hear what the second option." Hanging heavy in the air. Weighing the potential repercussions, Kim Dokja ultimately selected the second course of action, his firm resolve echoing in the simple command, "Go with the second option." The air crackled with tension as Han Soo-young, or another among Kim Dokja's company, voiced their suspicion, a sharp cry of "I knew it." Why test us like that, echoing the lingering sting of a perceived trial. Kim Dokja, however, calmly refuted the accusation, stating, "I wasn't trying to test you," his words a balm to their ruffled feathers. He then affirmed their autonomy, reassuring them, "I would have respected your choice, no matter which path you chose," before acknowledging their collective decision on the second option. With the matter settled, a steely resolve hardened his features as he issued a firm directive, "Now that we've all agreed on the second option, you'll have to do exactly what I tell you." His voice carried an undercurrent of urgency, a plea for unwavering faith as he implored, "Please trust me, no matter how ridiculous I sound." The weight of the situation pressed heavily on his words. Disobedience, he warned, would invite dire and unspecified consequences, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. With a countdown timer starkly displaying TS minutes remaining until the third scenario begins, a palpable tension filled the air. A schematic, possibly of a station, highlighted anticipated monster spawn points. Kim Dokja, his gaze fixed on the diagram, swiftly deduced the creature's trajectory. They will rampage through the station and make their way up to the ground floor. A team member's query, "Then do we fight them off from here?" met with Kim Dokja's grim assessment, "If we do, we'll all die." Instead, he proposed a daring strategy, "We need to split up." Hyun-sung, Sangha, and Wee-won, he assigned tasks, his voice firm with conviction. A shared glance, a brief moment of trust, and a murmured confirmation, "You have to trust me." "It seems we need 100%, sealed their agreement to his risky plan. The subsequent actions of the team, though visually unclear, marked the commencement of their desperate, divided defense. The looming arrival of monsters was heralded by a disturbing visual prelude. A distorted message, "Run! Get out now," crackled into existence, a cryptic warning likely originating from a celestial power or unseen benefactor. Kim Dokja, along with his companions, immediately commenced preparations for a hasty retreat. Their escape strategy unfolded with practiced efficiency, though the precise details remained unseen. Their focus was singular, survival paramount. Kim Dokja's thoughts, sharp and decisive, reflected the urgency. The approaching threat demanded flight, and the celestial being's subsequent response would prove critical to their success. Kim Dokja, ever the strategist, surveyed the perilous landscape, his gaze sharp, assessing the volatile reactions of Bai Hyung and the captive within the golden headband. The weight of the situation pressed upon him, a silent calculation commenced within his mind, each move carefully weighed against the unpredictable whims of the constellations. He then issued precise instructions to Han Soo-young, Lee Hyun-sung, and Usanga, his trusted companions, setting in motion a carefully choreographed maneuver. Throughout, his attention remained keenly fixed on the celestial bodies, subtly adapting his plan to avoid drawing unwanted scrutiny, a master puppeteer manipulating the threads of fate with practiced ease.